Chapter 67, Tree Warfare. Ashlock felt a sense of kinship with the young tree, a sort of connection that was unmistakable. Through the mycelium network, he could perceive the tree's emotions. It radiated a sense of happiness, not the exuberant joy of a puppy greeting its owner after a long day but rather the contentment that comes from relief, akin to being rescued after drifting in the ocean or finally receiving that coveted promotion at work. The young tree felt happy and relieved. It knew all would be well, and it was safe. Ashlock was no mind reader, these emotions were from the tree through the mycelium network. They weren't coherent words, but Ashlock could understand his child just fine. The young tree found the cultivators terrifying and had made the soil around it as acidic as possible to scare them off. It had even gone so far as to increase the production of its poisonous berries to show off its might. Ashlock had never been more grateful for his sign-in system than now. If all he could do to combat threats were make the soil around him a bit more damp and unpleasant to smell, he would have gone insane. "Hey, kiddo." Ashlock spoke out in the hope it could understand. With their roots interlinked via mycelium, he had a longing that his shouting into the void of his trunk would result in something. A wave of excitement came from the tree. "So you can understand me." Ashlock was over the moon. It might not be intelligent and able to form cohesive words, but it could hear and react to him. "Do these cultivators frighten you?" Excitement pulsed again. Was the tree simply thrilled because he was speaking to it? "Kiddo." Ashlock didn't know what gender his child was. Did trees even have genders? He was distinctly male, but back on Earth, numerous trees were hermaphroditic, possessing both male and female reproductive organs. However, in this magical world where trees could develop souls, the rules might be different. Putting gender aside, Ashlock needed to pose a simple yes or no question to determine whether the tree could grasp the meaning behind his words. "Feel fear if you understand the intent of my words." Yet the tree remained excited and happy, displaying no trace of apprehension. "So you can't actually understand my words? Darn. I hoped my language skill would be enough." Ashlock felt sour about it, but there was still hope for him to converse with his offspring eventually. He had dealt with enough communication challenges so far. What were a few more? He could already devise a few solutions. Rolling the system for an upgrade in his language skill seemed the easiest, but also the option he had the least control over. He could also wait for the tree to develop a super high cultivation realm and a nascent soul. Senior Lee claimed he had never met a talking tree before, but that didn't mean it was impossible. A more grounded and possible solution was learning to speak like a tree. How did that differ from what he was doing right now? "Hey, kiddo. Can you teach me to speak like you?" More emotions. It wasn't speaking at all. Instead, it was like conversing with facial expressions. Ashlock thought back to how he felt when he was overwhelmed with fear. His body had been flushed with adrenaline. Could he replicate that and pass it on to his offspring? Wait. In a way, he had already talked to his kid. When he flooded the mycelium network with his presence, it responded with happiness without him even talking. Other than overwhelming the network with his presence, Ashlock tried to feel an emotion like joy and send it through forcefully, but his dulled emotions were getting in the way. "Is this my fate? Do I have to wait for it to develop its soul enough?" Ashlock tried to send more chi over the network, but the mycelium was fickle at best and became damaged if he tried to shove too much through. Ashlock knew he absorbed chi through his roots and leaves, so he sent his root to coil around the young tree's roots. It only got happier the more he interacted, and it got excited when he flooded its roots with chi. "It doesn't seem to be getting hurt by my chi, even though it doesn't have a spatial affinity soul core yet. Is this because we are related?" Ashlock had noticed that the families that inhabited this sect all seemed to have the same affinities. For example, House Winterwrath all used ice chi. Were affinities passed down from parent to child? Whatever the reason, Ashlock finished coiling around his kid's roots and then proceeded to have his root break out of the soil and curl around his kid's trunk like a snake. He wanted to cover as much surface area as possible to transfer more chi. A part of Ashlock had wondered if he could take over or mind control his offspring as if they were a mere extension of himself. But within just a few minutes of interaction, he had confirmed without a doubt that these trees, although related to him, were independent entities. They had their own emotions and life. But it wasn't all for naught. Ashlock could exchange excess chi with his kid and, in exchange, receive an early warning system. For example, if he linked up with all of his offspring for thousands of miles, he would be alerted by their fear that a threat was coming. Also, if he raised an entire forest of demonic trees all with some level of cultivation, he would have more allies to depend on during the upcoming beast tide. He could also use them as relays for his root growth into the big wide world. Suddenly, Ashlock felt the tree flood him with fear again, and he could immediately tell the cause. A cultivator from the Winterwrath family had decided to lean against the young tree's trunk. He was a short man with slick white hair tied back into a bun. A sword hung loosely at his waist, tied by a rope. What a disaster! The man sighed as he leaned back on the trunk and closed his eyes. Ashlock wasn't sure how to handle this, but he felt angry. To his surprise, it seemed his kid also felt his anger as the young tree's fear lessened and was replaced with smugness as if it expected Ashlock to protect it. He could create a portal via his roots and try to kill the man with Devour, but he might also damage or destroy his offspring when the portal collapses. The same result would occur if he tried to use the explosion from the collapsing portal to kill the man. His control over his spatial chi was amateur at best, especially at such a far range. It worked fine when he didn't care about collateral damage, but he needed to be careful in this case. Wait, why am I instantly thinking of murder? The man wasn't exactly doing anything particularly threatening, just resting against a seemingly random tree in a forest. Was that an insult worthy of execution? But he is here with the rest of his family to take over Red Vine Peak. And I doubt he would be as magnanimous if he found Stella or Diana half dead somewhere. Ashlock thought as he glanced around and saw other people resting near random trees and meditating. This was war. Ever since the Evergreen family sent a Starcore cultivator to siphon a part of his soul and nearly kill Larry, all chances of peaceful negotiations with these two families were off. Not to mention, the man's presence was scaring the shit out of his offspring, and what kind of father would he be to let his kid shake in fear and not do anything? Sending another root to tunnel through the earth and poke out of the ground a few trees away, he opened a portal in the central courtyard back on Red Vine Peak under the sword that had belonged to the female cultivator that Diana had mauled to death. The sword fell through the portal, and Ashlock chose its anchor point to be above the root in the tree's canopy a few feet away from the man. His eyes snapped open as a sword fell to the ground from seemingly thin air. Huh? A sword? The man pushed himself off the tree and walked a few steps forward. He then bent down to pick it up. The blade, a rift opened behind him, and Ashlock cast Devour. Within a second, the portal popping closed was masked by a short scream, and the forest returned to its eerie silence other than the shouting in the distance. Plus 22 SC. The man had been relatively weak. Ashlock's chi-enhanced vines had been enough to impale the poor man, and within a minute the vines had retreated into the stone below. Another corpse, another murder. He felt it was time to get serious. Larry was half dead and surrounded by silk. Maple was missing, and Stella was busy keeping tabs on Diana. The war had already begun, and Ashlock now had the power to be a prominent force. Taking to the skies with his eye of the tree god, he peered through the darkness of the night without issue. The calm night wind and lack of sunlight made him feel somewhat sluggish, but the situation's seriousness kept him in check. He could feel his roots below the cultivator's feet from high above, like toes in the sand. Everyone gathered here should be below my realm, with most in the lower stages of the soul fire realm. My empowered roots are enough to impale and kill them like the man from earlier, but that comes with the added risk that they might attack through the open portal. Ashlock also knew his portals were unstable when attacked. Having his vines cut wasn't an issue, but the chi wasted on the portal's creation was. His star core had an advantage over his old soul core. It could produce chi without needing meditation, but he could still drain it dry if he overused it. I want to cause the most havoc possible while still keeping enough chi in reserve to fight one of the Grand Elders if they show up. So far, Ashlock had targeted people that were alone, and through his efforts, he had assisted in killing around 20 cultivators so far. But there were hundreds still loitering around at the base of the mountain. Portals are great and all, but they are more suited for transportation than killing. How could I kill as many cultivators as possible with spatial chi? Ashlock didn't care about their corpses. He could fetch them later or let them rot. Honestly, for how little sacrificial credits those in the soul fire realm provided, it felt almost a waste of chi to gather and consume the corpses. Ashlock identified a group of cultivators that were a mix of Evergreen and Winterwrath off to the side of the main groups. They had an arrogant air about them, and their cultivation realms were on the upper end of the soul fire realm. These must be the arrogant young masters. A perfect test group, Ashlock concluded they would be less likely to back down and run due to their overinflated pride, making them great target dummies. The tips of a few roots poked through the ground like surfacing earthworms, drawing the cultivator's attention. Stella crestfallen is attacking again. An evergreen man calmly stated as his eyes darted between them. Green flames instantly sprung to life, and a great sword bigger than him materialized in his hand. Ashlock still found it rather funny that they thought this was all Stella's handiwork, but he wouldn't complain. As expected. Another cultivator sneered, "That brat can only run and hide like a green-furred fox." If only they knew they were being bested by a magical tree that couldn't even move. Also, what the hell was a green-furred fox? With a chuckle, Ashlock checked on his chi reserves. By his estimates, they had depleted around 30% so far from his 20 kills, which would take about half a day to recuperate. His foes were on edge. He could see people rushing toward the isolated group and would arrive soon. I should test if exploding a portal right next to them would do anything first. Even if it was inefficient, as portals required a lot of chi to make an anchor and connection between the two openings, he already knew how to make them, so it wouldn't be too hard to conjure them up within seconds. And he did precisely that. A portal materialized right next to the one with the greatsword, but before Ashlock could even collapse it, the man swung his greatsword shrouded in green flames with impressive speed and cut it in two. There was no explosion, and the spatial chi dissipated harmlessly into the wind. Ashlock tried again, this time making the portal a little further away. The man couldn't cut it in time, and it exploded as planned. But even with the absurd amount of chi he shoved into creating it, the explosion was too far from them to do anything other than rustle their hair and wipe out the soul fire coating their skin briefly. Then something happened that Ashlock hadn't expected but he really should have seen coming. Land of Eternal Ice. The same technique Mike had used when he fought Diana a while back. It flash froze the ground, and even with his first stage star core chi coating his root, it could not protect it from the chill. So frost is indeed a natural counter to me then, Ashlock grumbled, the feeling of having his roots frozen stung. Surging some chi into the roots broke them free from the ice, but it was too late. The great sword-wielding cultivator had decapitated his poor roots before he could pull them back. So long-range assault just by myself is going to take more work than I thought. Ashlock didn't want to admit it, but his allies had done most of the work in the previous fights, with him offering support and corpse disposal. His slothful mind tried to devise a spatial attack that could kill these fools. Was there one in that technique manual that Stella had been showing him? Telekinesis. Was there something he could do with that? Ashen Prince Larry has begun to evolve. Please select Larry evolution path. A sudden string of notifications interrupted Ashlock's trail of thought. It was about Larry's evolution to an A- grade summon. Something that could prove desperately helpful in the coming days. Huh? Ashlock read the notification but was confused. There's only one option this time. Ashen King. His Eminence, Prince Larry, has been deemed worthy by the 9 realms of Ascension to a Calamity-class monster and will be granted the power to rule over all Ashen spiders across the realms. Henceforth, his ancient bloodline will awaken, and he will be known as the Ashen King. Well, that sounds rather ominous. Ashlock chuckled, but he was looking forward to seeing Larry's evolution as there would be a lot of snacks awaiting his hungry pet at the mountain's base. Chapter 68 Interlude, Rebirth of the Ashen King. Eleanor Evergreen felt her peak stage soul core hum in her chest as she raced up the side of the mountain. The sea of twinkling stars gave a magnificent backdrop to the white palace constructed in place of the old Ravenborn pavilion on this pleasant cloudless night. A cool breeze blew by but did little to calm the girl. Instead, thoughts raced through her mind about what she had witnessed at the base of Red Vine Peak. This was a genuine disaster. She should have accelerated her plans and come to visit by herself as Stella crestfallen, one of the few cultivators of noble birth that were also free to be used as a pill furnace, was now a realm higher than her. An untouchable existence except to the Grand Elders. Eleanor clenched her fist as green flames roared around her and helped empower her speed. Unfortunately, Evergreen cultivators weren't known for their movement techniques, so she could only empower her legs with chi and press on. The palace seemed so far, had the mountain always been this tall. She had spent the last half an hour rampaging up the mountain but still had a ways to go. Her head tilted to the right, and she looked at Red Vine Peak in the distance. Only now, as she squinted and empowered her eyes with chi, did she notice the massive tree lording over the pavilion. It looked like a red roof from afar, but it was undoubtedly a tree upon closer scrutiny. Since when did trees even grow that big around here? Eleanor wondered. She had left the sect several times on various missions out into the wilderness on behalf of her family, and she had never seen such an impressively massive tree. That has to be a spirit tree of some kind. Eleanor muttered aloud as the wind roared past her ears, but why? Was it a guardian spirit left behind by the crestfallen family? The more Eleanor investigated and discovered about Red Vine Peak today, the more her head hurt. Nothing made sense. How many more secrets and allies can you hide? Eleanor sneered and continued up the peak. She still had no idea why those lazy elders hadn't made a move yet, as their juniors died from Tristan and Stella's joint efforts, but she would change that. I bet they went into secluded cultivation, and nobody dared to wake them. Eleanor stopped muttering to herself as her long journey up the mountain path finally drew to a close. The White Palace, built to house the relocated Evergreen and Winterrath families bound together by marriage between the two heirs, dominated the skyline. It was magnificent and a testament to the family's combined majesty. So what if the beast tide was coming, and this would all be abandoned and destroyed in due time? Were they supposed to live in wooden huts like peasant mortals? Would any other noble families of the Blood Lotus sect or Darklight City take them seriously if they didn't flaunt their wealth? Eleanor shook her head as she passed through the open gateway and into the courtyard, surrounded by smooth white walls and windows. She knew it was all a facade, a way to trick the blind into believing in the prosperity of their family. The dark truth was even with their combined strength, their victory over the Ravenborn family hadn't come without a high cost. Thousands of cultivators from both families had perished in the war, and many more died when their old locations were raided faster than expected. As they were now, the family's combined strength hardly matched that of a lower-tier family. It was why all the cultivators surrounding Red Vine Peak were so weak. The strong had already perished in the war, and it was taking too long to raise new talent. Eleanor knew things were looking grim. With the beast tide on the way and the great move on the horizon, how would the Evergreen family compete with the other families for land at the new sect location? She refused to be a part of a lower-tier family for another cycle. It was too embarrassing. Humiliating even. The way the other families sneered at them in tournaments and bickered and laughed behind folding fans. Before Eleanor even realized it, she was stomping through the silent hallways of the Stone Palace. Her walking slowed as she looked around. There was no one. Not a soul in these expansive halls. Where did everyone go? Eleanor cursed while looking left and right as she passed empty dark rooms. It was like the place had been abandoned, but she had been here only hours ago, and it had been bustling with activity. A sudden scream made Eleanor jolt. It echoed down the hallway and was accompanied by heavy footsteps. She dipped into a nearby empty room and felt something sticky on her shoe. Despite the screams, she looked down and saw a puddle of blood and the tip of a finger in the dim moonlight sneaking through the window. Her heart tightened in her chest, and she struggled to control her breathing to stay hidden. It was hard to focus on the bloody finger when the screaming and footsteps quickly approached where she was hiding. Monster. A man, likely the one running, shouted, and Eleanor felt the whole palace shake and saw ripples on the puddle of blood she was inspecting. Eleanor got closer, allowing her sickly green flame to illuminate the scene. She almost jumped back like a terrified cat at the sight of a woman with empty eye sockets, dried blood cascading down her cheeks, and drenching messy black hair. Maria! Eleanor stammered as she reached out a hand and felt the corpse's cold cheek. What happened to you? Who did this? What? It was one of Eleanor's sisters, one of the few she loved and respected in this accursed family. The palace shook again, and Eleanor had to rip her eyes away from her sister and look over her shoulder as a screaming man ran past. Grand Elder Winterrath. Eleanor blinked in confusion. The man running for his life was the Star Corps Grand Elder everyone had been waiting for. Was he fighting the person responsible for the death of her sister? The man didn't even acknowledge her presence. Instead, he paused outside her doorway and focused on something down the corridor. Eleanor noticed his eyes were scarily wide open, blood brimming at the sides. He raised his hands with white flames roaring to life at his fingertips, bastion of the last winter. He cried, and a wall of mystical ice manifested before him. Like the Evergreen family, the Winterraths excelled in point defense and standing their ground against a foe rather than movement techniques like the Crestfallens or raw damage output like the Redclaws. So both the Grand Elder and Eleanor were shocked to their core as a four-fingered paw, the height of the hallway ending in claws of pure darkness, barreled through the ice wall like it was glass and grasped the Grand Elder like an ant. Eleanor stumbled back, ignoring the blood of her dead sister that sullied her shoes. The scene was too mind-warping. She didn't even want to know what kind of creature was residing within these walls with her that could possess such a paw. You devilish creature. Spawn of the lower realm. The Grand Elder hollered as the hand encircled him. Take this, you vile. Blood spewed from the white-haired old man's mouth like a fountain, and his head rolled to the side. Dead. His white flames died down, but Eleanor could feel the beginnings of a supernova. Once started, it was a process that was hard to stop. Chi, from the surroundings, poured toward the elderly corpse without restriction, and Eleanor could see his skin begin to melt. She looked around the dark room. Now that she breathed in the air, the scent of death was unmistakable. In the darkness, there were likely many other corpses in here. Why and how? Did that creature do all this? The paw of pure shadows released the melting man, letting the sack of molten skin flop to the stone and begin to melt the tiles. Then there was a crackle of ancient power, one Eleanor couldn't even begin to fathom, and the burning white corpse was gone. Just a molten hole in the stone remained. Eleanor held her breath, her flames extinguished, and sat in the cold, dark room. The scent of death and blood tickled her nose, but she didn't dare breathe in fear of that monster finding her. Whatever it was, she had no chance of defeating something that could kill a Star Core Grand Elder in such a way. A while passed and she spluttered for breath. Her lungs burned, and her eyes watered as she breathed in deeply. There hadn't been a movement or any sign of the monster. Had it left? Surely not. Eleanor found it hard to believe a powerful creature wouldn't have the sensory capabilities to match, considering that nobody remained alive in this stone prison. Had it just let her live? Why? She stood up, brushed herself off, and tried to not even give a glance at her sister's corpse on the way out. Her curiosity may be the death of her, but she needed to know, to see, what had transpired here. With cautious steps, she approached the doorframe and peeked around. Nothing. Just an empty hallway with an icy chill, a likely leftover from the Grand Elder's failed defensive spell. She wanted to run, escape from here and never look back. But she knew that cowardice would make convincing the Patriarch for help a tall order. Her head raced with solutions to her predicament. Her family had already been on the back foot, and now it was wiped out. The Winterwrath Grand Elder, half of the family's Star Core fighting power, is gone. She had to confirm one thing. Was the Evergreen Grand Elder dead as well? If so, it was all over. The family had no chance to recover, with Tristan switching sides and both Grand Elders dead. Hardening her resolve, she ventured down the hallway, searching for the Evergreen Grand Elder's body. If the man had perished, her life was over anyway. The Blood Lotus sect didn't need a noble family outcast in the new land. She would become a pill furnace for the Patriarch, the same fate she had decided for Stella crestfallen only months ago. It made her feel sick to her stomach and made her legs shake. Did the world hate her? Why was it so cruel? Her steps felt heavy as she walked the length of the cold corridor and turned right into the main hall. There, as she had expected, in the pit of her stomach was the Evergreen Grand Elder. His head was torn from his broad shoulders, and his muscular arms were twisted and broken as if they had been made from twigs. He was dead. Eleanor followed the trail of blood and looked up from the corpse to a balcony at the far end of the hall. To her surprise, she saw a fluffy white squirrel perched on the banister. With nothing but despair gnawing at her mind and the harrowing sight of those she had loved and depended on now cold corpses at her feet. Yet, the appearance of such an adorable squirrel was so intriguing and soul-warming. She walked forward, enthralled by its golden eyes that seemed to wink at her. As she pushed open the doors made from crystal clear ice, she looked away momentarily, and the squirrel was gone. As if it had been a figment of her imagination all along. What a weird but cute-looking squirrel. Eleanor leaned on the banister with a sour heart and looked out into the distance at Red Vine Peak, surrounded by twinkling stars and bathed in moonlight. It looked so beautiful and peaceful with its scarlet-leaved tree lording over the white-walled pavilion overrun with red vines. She wanted to scream as her hands tightened around the banister. If only she had moved faster with her plans. She could be on that mountain peak right now, under the shade of that magnificent tree, and working with Tristan Evergreen. She should be the one embraced by the power of the Star Core realm. Not Stella. Why did that bitch seem to receive all the blessings under the 9 realms? But then her heart seemingly froze in her chest as tremendous pressure overcame her, as if something was coming. Was that devilish creature back? A cold sweat and a shiver ran down her spine. Was it finally time for her to die? Then the heavens opened above Red Vine Peak, a crack so vast as if a god was pulling the sky apart to gaze upon its subjects formed. Then through the gap, a dense cloud of gray poured down like sand. Or at least it acted like sand, but as Eleanor empowered her eyes, she confirmed it was ash. It descended and enveloped the entire red vine peak like a floating blanket. Golden lightning flashed throughout the ash cloud, focused around the epicenter, the mountain's peak. The weirdest part of it all was how the scarlet-leaved tree peeked through the ash cloud without a problem, and Eleanor could see two dots that were likely people standing on its branches, looking down at the swarming ash below. A while passed and Eleanor was enchanted by the once-in-a-lifetime event displaying heaven's power. However, she had to wonder what cataclysmic event could have triggered it. But her stupor was vanquished by an earth-shattering roar from an awakened beast. One reborn from the ashes, and even from so far away, Eleanor could tell it may be on par with the patriarch from its sheer presence. She turned on her heel and ran through the hallway without hesitation. If she could be the first to inform the patriarch to run for the hills, her fate as a pill furnace may not be sealed. The Blood Lotus sect was doomed in her eyes, and it was time to leave. Chapter 69, Spokesperson Larry. With a bestial roar that made Ashlock's star core quiver, the great storm of ash ceased and Ashlock opened his demonic eye to gaze upon his pet curiously. What had become of his beloved spider? His Highness of the Nine Realms, Ashen King Larry, has completed his ascension. Evolution of Larry complete. The crack in the realm overhead closed, and calm returned. With the ash storm gone, Ashlock could gaze upon Larry without obstruction. The spider had decreased in size by about a third, but he now had a crown of black horns on his head with a permanent halo of ash swirling around their points. His fur had transformed into strands of ash that shimmered in the moonlight. Meanwhile, his scarlet eyes held a new depth of intelligence, and his ivory fangs looked sharp enough to pierce a god. He looked like a creature from some legend or myth that defied the laws of what seemed possible. The way his fur of ash shifted around as if it were alive was fascinating to watch, especially in his demonic eyesight. Unfortunately, the ash acted as an impenetrable veil, blocking Ashlock's demonic eye from looking at Larry's soul core, making it impossible for him to know Larry's true realm of power. But if he had to guess, Larry was stronger than him. The spider slowly approached Ashlock with measured and careful steps. Still, as silent as ever. Ashlock felt Stella hiding on his branch shrink back as the spider approached, which also made him nervous. The tether of black chi that linked him to Larry was still there, and the system hadn't notified him that he had lost control over Larry. So it should be fine. Right. Larry paused close to his trunk and then dipped his head. The Ashen King pledges his loyalty to the Great Spirit Tree. The words were gruff, and even Ashlock found them hard to decipher, like a potent accent despite his perfect hearing and language of the world skill. Everything seemed to pause for Ashlock as he tried to process what had happened. Did Larry just speak real words? Stella also seemed stunned as she looked at Diana, who was chained to his trunk, and then back at the spider. Diana had regained some of her rational back, but she was still resisting the chains like a crazy person and thrashing around. Did you understand what it said? Diana hissed through clenched teeth. That demon can speak. Barely. Stella said without looking back at the crazy girl. I believe that was the ancient language I learned recently, but its pronunciation was way off. Larry glanced up at them and flared his eyes, making them both shriek and almost fall out of the tree. You may be the mistresses of the great tree, but insulting my speech is rather uncouth of you ladies. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Ashlock awakened from his stupor, and his demonic eye that didn't seem to faze Larry looked directly at him. It felt weird, but it was clear that the spider was expecting a response. Ashlock directed his attention to the linking black tether. What should he say? Was there a proper way to go about accepting a summon's allegiance? Ashlock mulled over the issue momentarily before deciding to say something overly pompous to sound dignified. The Great Spirit Tree accepts your allegiance and loyalty, Ashen King of the Nine Realms. Thank you, my lord. Larry bowed again, or at least as best a spider could with its oddly shaped body. What are my lord's orders for this humble servant? Larry's vocal cords clearly didn't match the speech he was using. Had the spider inherited his language as part of the summoning skill? Ashlock naturally wanted his pet to deal with the cultivators as soon as possible, but the fact that Larry could speak was a more pressing matter. Larry, there is no need to refer to me as such. Calling me lord all the time will become tiresome. As you wish, master. Ashlock felt a headache coming. Why was the spider so uptight? He was clearly stronger than him. Was the summoning contract that powerful that it instilled a forced sense of loyalty? Whatever. Tell me, Larry. Why do you speak in the ancient tongue? The spider paused momentarily before answering. It came with the divine knowledge bestowed upon me during the ascension. Ashen spiders have no spoken language, so I was granted knowledge of the ancient tongue. Does my improper speech displease master like the mistresses? I can atone for my sins by tearing off my limbs one by one until master is satisfied. Stop! Ashlock shouted, and Larry clamped his mouth shut. Hearing the spider talk like a distinguished gentleman with such a strong, almost thick Scottish accent was disorienting. Larry, you are a valued ally of mine. I was simply curious as to the origins of your speech. It's not your fault that a spider's vocal cords aren't designed for such complex words. Larry looked down at the floor, and Ashlock had never seen a sad-looking spider before, but he could tell the big guy was upset. Ashlock sighed before asking another thing that had been bugging him. Why do you say the girls are my mistresses? I can feel that master cares deeply about these mortals, so they are women in a position of power relating to the Great Spirit Tree and, in turn, are above me as master does not care for me as deeply. The spider straightened his long legs, looked up at Stella, and then at the chained Diana. Also, I can smell a hint of something ancient about them. Ashlock ignored the statement about him not valuing the spider as that sounded like an emotional bombshell and asked, ancient? He could understand Stella after she had taken that pill from Senior Lee as it might have changed her in such a way that she could punch lightning, but Diana too. What's ancient about them? Master, this servant must disappoint, but my realm is not yet high enough to discern such a thing. Stella peered through the scarlet canopy and asked, Hey, spider, are you talking to Tree? Mistress Stella, I am indeed conversing with Master Tree. Stella dropped down and stood at a tentative distance from Larry. She summoned a bundle of papers with the runic language scribbled on them and frowned as she feverishly rummaged through them. Bloody annoying accent and dead ancient language. She then seemed to have a great idea. Hey, spider, can you write? Larry looked at his two forelimbs and then back at Stella. What is writing? Stella blinked with confusion for a second before a sigh escaped her mouth and her shoulders sagged. Then, in a last-ditch effort, she held up one of the papers covered in scribbles. Spider, can you read this? She pointed at it as if it were an eyesight test. My name is not Spider. I am the Ashen King of the Nine Realms. His Highness Larry. The spider straightened his back and seemed smug. He then glared at Stella, and she shrank back under his powerful gaze. Sure. Highness Larry. Can you read this or not? Larry crawled a little closer, and his many red eyes looked the paper up and down, and a low hum resounded from his maw as if he was deeply contemplating the text. Well, can you? Stella pressured the spider after a while had passed, and Larry's many eyes left the paper and glared at her. Mistress, your ability to draw is simply horrendous. I cannot discern the nature of this art piece. Is it supposed to depict a great war between the cultivators and the gods? It took a while for Stella to mentally process and translate what Larry said, but once she did, she looked the paper up and down and then looked between it and Larry a few times in disbelief. What part of this looks like a drawing? Larry nodded. Exactly. It's a terrible drawing. That's because. Stella gripped the bridge of her nose. It's not a drawing. It's writing. They are different. Looks the same to me. Have you ever even seen a drawing? The spider tilted its head. No. Stella deposited the papers back into her ring and threw her hands up. I give up. Can you ask Ash what he wants me to do with Diana, at least? Ashlock hadn't wanted to confuse the spider, so he had remained quiet, and the fact there was something ancient about Diana and Stella was bugging him. However, something fantastic came out of all of this. He now had a dedicated spokesperson. Unfortunately, it was also a shed-sized spider with an ominous-looking crown of ash and the power to topple this entire sect. But beggars can't be choosers. Larry. Tell Stella to keep Diana chained and under control for now. I am growing some mushrooms that may help alleviate her symptoms. Larry repeated his words in his gruff accent and a language that Stella was barely proficient in. If Ashlock had to guess, Stella had been guessing based on context clues what Larry was saying and piecing it together from the few words she recognized. But now that she had asked him for direct instructions, she wanted to understand every word. After a while and a lot of note-checking alongside Larry having to repeat his words until the spider was clearly annoyed, Stella finally translated the words correctly. Mushrooms. Are they really so miraculous to cure Diana of such madness? Stella said to Larry and then looked up through the canopy at Diana, who was still thrashing against her chains and shouting random nonsense mixed with coherent sentences. Why are you asking me? Larry grumbled, looking at the floor. I know nothing about mushrooms. Fair point. Stella said back and looked toward the tree trunk. Ash. Are these mushrooms really so powerful? We could make a lot of money from them if so. Ashlock didn't even need to bother with Larry on this occasion and just flashed his leaf with lilac chi to signify yes. He was already planning on selling his mushrooms, fruit, and later alchemy products once someone under his sect learned alchemy. A rumbling from Larry's stomach made Ashlock refocus on the cultivators at the mountain's base. It appeared they were gathering and about to launch an offensive. Did they think the ash storm was an attack from the heavens and he would be weakened? Or maybe they thought someone had ascended and would be consolidating their new cultivation base. Whatever the reason, Ashlock didn't care. The rage of seeing Stella stepped on by that evergreen cultivator and the other one threatening Diana with a blade to the neck had already cemented his stance on them. They were foes that couldn't coexist with him and needed to be eradicated. He hadn't become a cold-blooded mass murderer. This was simply in retaliation. They attacked him first, and they had only gained control of this land by killing its previous occupants, so they had it coming. Ashlock much preferred the Reborn family that had minded their own business, minus their whole murder plot for Stella, of course. Why is everyone in this world so rotten? Ashlock wondered as he pulled on the black tether with Larry, giving his A-grade peta mission. Eradicate the Winterwrath and Evergreen families, down to every last one in the area. However, do not venture into Darklight City or kill any mortals. His reasoning was simple. Mortals posed no threat to him or anyone he cared about. Also, they would provide as much chi and sacrificial credits as a bug. Therefore, their slaughter was unnecessary and wasteful. If anything, the mortals would be perfect for keeping around as maids, servants, and builders for his new sect. The cultivators, on the other hand. In his eyes, they were fair game. He would happily negotiate or ally with the other families in exchange for benefits, but it was too late for the Winterwrath and Evergreen families. As the master decrees, Larry rotated and crawled toward the pavilion door as ash began to swirl around him. It shall be carried out to perfection. A slaughter befitting my master's tastes. Chapter 70, One-Man Killing Machine. What is that thing heading toward us, young master? A nervous servant of the early Soul Fire realm tentatively asked one of the Winterwrath scions. The man with wild white hair heaved the greatsword he had used to cleave a portal in half over his shoulder. All around him were frozen roots that had wiggled their way through the earth. Upon his servant's words, the scion's eyes drifted to the mountain, and he squinted at a large creature scuttling down its side. Due to the lack of light and the fact the monster had some veil around it that was masking its presence, all he could see was a large shadow. A monster of some kind. It doesn't look human at all. The man wondered aloud, and the servant beside him agreed. I think so as well, young master. We should flee while we still can. Flee. The man looked over his shoulder at his servant and showed him a toothy smile. Now, why would we do that? Do you see the other scions running with their tails between their legs like skittish beasts? And no, young master, but did you not see the heavens opening, and then this large monster appears? To fight a monster from a higher realm would be a death sentence. The man rolled his eyes and began to walk toward the mountain. You and I both know the heavens have been out of reach for a long time. So there's no reason for someone, monster or man, to come down here even if they could. Young master is wise, but there will be no buts. The man pointed his great sword at the approaching beast, and white flames roared to life across his skin that caused the surrounding air to freeze and snowflakes to cascade around him. I smell an opportunity here. Tristan Evergreen's sudden ascension overshadowed the Winterwrath family, but I will become the new hope of the Winterwraths. The servant shrank back, terrified of his master's peak soul fire realm strength, as just standing within its presence made his skin burn from the pure frost chi. His young master may be a muscle-brained fool, but he had the chi purity and cultivation to back it up. However, the servant's eyes couldn't help but linger on his young master's spatial ring and sword. If his master were to perish here tonight, he could seize those items, and nobody would ever know if he played his cards right. The servant's eyes followed the looming shadow racing down the mountain. He couldn't help but sneer as his young master joined shoulder to shoulder with the other talented and equally arrogant scions and marched toward their deaths. He had seen the portals, the roots, and the heavens cracking open. To think staying here any longer was a good idea was the thought process of a truly delusional and arrogant fool, something the scions happened to be masters at. Born to a minor branch family and assigned as the young master's servant since he was 5, the man naturally had a deep hatred for the young master that couldn't come to light until the very last moment. Living in another man's shadow for so long as a cultivator was intolerable and spawned numerous heart demons that the man fought daily. It was how the main family line kept the branches in check. Suppress talent by limiting resources, and instill a sense of inferiority from birth. On the surface, when times were good, it worked. But all it took was a little nudge, a push over the edge, and all hell would break loose. And as the servant observed his young master's back and then looked up at Red Vine Peak, he could feel the tides of change were upon him. Tonight was going to be a tipping point. As the group approached the base of the mountain path, the servant stood a step behind his young master, who had paused at the end of the dirt path. Ahead of them were the worn-down stone steps that ascended to Red Vine Peak's pavilion, which resided thousands of meters up in the clouds. Standing between the pavilion and them was a shadow resembling a spider. It had a large abdomen and 8 legs longer than they were tall. None of the scions flinched as the monster that loomed over them came into the view of their white and green flames. Many scarlet eyes the size of their heads peered through the darkness. A halo of ash orbited a crown of curved black horns, and its ivory fangs gleamed in their soul light. The servant didn't even wait for his young master's permission and began to back away. Just one look at the creature told him that it was far more fearsome than his young master, and its mythical presence wasn't what warned him of that fact. It was the intelligence in the monster's eyes. It had paused, appraised them individually, as if committing their faces to memory or mentally counting and evaluating its foes. That wasn't something a bloodthirsty monster does, only a spirit beast could accomplish such a feat, and they were in the nascent soul realm and above. As he had suspected earlier, staying any longer was a death sentence. Before his master noticed, he turned and ran for the forest with all his might. A wave of chi warmed his back, green and white light illuminated the dirt path. He heard a shout, a scream, and then the ground shook. Curious, he glanced over his shoulder and saw the spider had opened his abyssal maw and a tidal wave of ash spewed out, but that was only the start. The wave wasn't pure ash as it wiggled around as if alive. It wasn't until the servant saw the ash latch onto people's robes and crawl around that the true horror of the situation dawned on him. It wasn't simple ash, it had to be ash spiders, literally millions of them. The small group of scions and servants fought to fend off the tide, but it was useless. Evergreen cultivators erected mud walls, and the grass morphed into ropes that would usually bind cultivators' limbs, shot out into the wave to little effect. It simply ignored the grass and went around the walls. In a last-ditch effort, the evergreens threw boulders, burned the spiders with their soul fire and slashed with swords. Nothing worked. The winter wraiths were naturally better equipped for the task, quickly freezing the wave in place and creating safe zones of swirling frost chi around themselves. But the surge wasn't their foe. The enormous spider barreled through the ice with a blast of ash and leapt at the cultivators with a speed that didn't match its size. The servant saw his young master gallantly raise his greatsword, ready to chop the foul demon from a higher realm in half. "You fool!" the servant muttered under his breath as the spider opened its maw that could fit an entire person inside and bit down on the sword, chomping it in half as if it were a fickle toothpick. Seeing the blade he had dreamed about wielding for so long treated like a plaything made the servant feel even more insignificant. Was he such a frog in a well so far down the ladder of the realms? Then right as the servant broke into the tree line, he saw his young master collapse to his knees with a hole through his chest. One of the spider's many limbs had impaled the man through his enchanted robes and soul fire realm skin. Retracting the limb, the spider vanished into the cloud of ash like a ghost to stalk its next prey. The servant watched as the young master looked at Red Vine Peak one last time before falling flat on his face and being devoured by the thousands of tiny ash spiders. The servant held back the hysterical laughter from the gruesome sight and continued to run without looking back. He aimed to escape into Darklight City and take the first airship out of this crazy valley. Ashlock watched from the sky and marveled at his pet slaughter. When he saw an opportunity, he opened portals below Larry's kills before they were devoured by the literal tsunami of ash spiders that had emerged from Larry's mouth. And when Ashlock said tsunami, he meant a literal tsunami. It was over 10 meters high, and there was no way the spider could have stored them all inside himself. Is this the power of the Ashen King? To call upon his brethren whenever he needs them throughout the realms? Ashlock wondered and then had a funny thought: if I became the demonic tree king, would I be able to spawn out a load of demonic trees like that? In a way, he already had. The forest that had once been a sea of greenery now had smears of red, like some infection upon the land. Ashlock checked back on his neglected offspring, but they still seemed happy, even with the death and destruction around them. Which felt odd until he checked the site with his eye of the tree god, and it all became clear. A white-haired cultivator's corpse lay face down near its roots. His offspring was delighted because it was eating such a delicious meal. Ashlock didn't know if he should feel proud or disturbed, but he could understand his kid's feelings. He also loved snacks, especially ones that gave him lots of chi and sacrificial credits. He debated taking the corpse away from his kid with a portal as it looked to be in the middle stage of the soul fire realm, but eventually gave up on the idea. Stealing food from his kid seemed a bit too selfish, even if his pet secured the kill and his kid making the ground a bit damper wasn't the deciding factor. Enjoy your meal, kiddo, and grow to lofty heights, you'll need it to survive the incoming beast tide. Ashlock still didn't know what the beast tide entailed, but he wasn't looking forward to finding out. Was the underground safe? What about the skies? Does it last for a single day, or does it take years for the tide to pass? These were all questions he would seek answers to soon, but Ashlock looked at the world from above for now. He had a few objectives he wanted to achieve before the beast tide came, and with Larry evolving into a one-person war machine, he felt it was time to expand the Ashfallen sect. Once Larry eliminated the Winterwrath and Evergreen families, Darklight City and the old Ravenborn Peak would be without a ruler, a position Ashlock planned to fill. He needed cultivators, alchemists, builders, and servants to have a functioning sect, all of which his sect was severely lacking besides 2 cultivators, a pet spider and Maple. As if reading his mind, a white squirrel popped into existence on Stella's head, and surprisingly the girl didn't even flinch. "Maple! Where were you? We all almost died," Stella shouted while crossing her arms and refusing to give the lazy squirrel head pats. Ashlock also wanted to know the answer. They had a pact, yet the squirrel had gone off alone and offered no assistance when he had needed it most. "Maple, I really could have used your help back here. Stella basically died, and I had my soul sucked away by some evergreen bastard." Ashlock was fuming. He knew the squirrel was secretly stronger than he let on, and his help could have been priceless. Even Diana overexerted herself in the battle and has gone crazy. These problems could have been avoided if you pulled your weight. The squirrel just rolled his eyes and fell asleep. The little bastard was even pretending to be exhausted, as if he had done something useful. Stella was also distraught about Maple, but she surprisingly didn't push him off. Instead, her idea of punishment was refusing pets and deliberately tilting her head to make Maple sleep a bit more uncomfortable. The squirrel cared little for Stella's antics and somehow stayed on her head while crossing his little arms and basking in the moonlight. Ashlock decided to be annoyed at Maple later and continued watching Larry's destruction from above. It took hours for the epic battle to end. Thousands had perished as the break of dawn illuminated the forest of death. Some half-eaten corpses lay strewn and hung from demonic trees, whereas the rest were in a large pile in the central courtyard due to Ashlock's tireless efforts with his spatial chi. He was now running on an overexerted star core that was dimming, so the sunlight was a welcome change as it made him more awake and improved his chi intake. Stella was dutifully rummaging through the pile of corpses to retrieve spatial rings and anything else of value. If Ashlock had to guess, there were enough corpses here to aim for an escalate draw, and with his star core realm, he felt it might be time to try for one again. But before that, he needed to secure his surroundings, which involved informing Larry through their enhanced tether that went way further than before to clear out the White Palace upon the old Ravenborn Peak. As the walls blocked his view, he had no idea what was happening inside as the spider launched his assault upon the place. But Larry seemed to come back out the front entrance looking confused only minutes later. He then rotated toward Red Vine Peak and spoke in his gruff accent, "The humans have already perished to something much more terrifying than me, a true ancient creature. I have no idea such a fearsome foe was lurking in the lower realms." It took a while, but Ashlock slowly began to connect the dots. Had Maple done this? "Maple, did you kill everyone in the palace?" Ashlock asked the sleeping squirrel, and perhaps unsurprisingly, he ignored him. Just like he always did. Well, hopefully, it had been Maple. Otherwise, Larry was in real danger of dying. Hell, they all were, if an ancient creature was only a mountain peak away. "Larry, get your spiders to bring all the corpses outside. I can then portal them over here." The faithful spider servant moved to fulfill his master's commands, and Ashlock began to devour the literal heap of corpses higher than the walls. The rush of chi was heavenly, and the thrill of incoming sacrificial credits even more so. It was time to try for an S-grade draw. Chapter 71, An Immortal Truth. It took an entire day to devour the heap of corpses, which was now nothing but a small pile of tattered cloth and scraps of weapon the corrosive fluid from his vines failed to digest. While devouring, he had also used the excess chi to portal over the corpses that Larry had gathered outside the White Palace. Who had killed all the people in the White Palace was still a mystery, but Ashlock had his suspicions. A fluffy white squirrel who still looked exhausted and sound asleep on Stella's head was his primary suspect. The girl sat on Ashlock's branch next to Diana, who was chained around his trunk. Initially, Diana had been chained to a wooden supporting pillar for the pavilion's roof, but it was destroyed within seconds when Diana began to thrash around in a crazed state. So Ashlock's sturdy trunk became the only thing in the courtyard capable of holding her in place. "I don't think she will last much longer like this," Stella said with a sigh as she tried to feed the girl another beast core. Every time she provided Diana one, she would regain rationality for a while before going insane again. The corruption is already too deep. Diana's eyes were completely black again, and the dark lines covering her skin were only spreading. Ashlock had no solution other than hoping his truffles would do something, but they still had 3 days left until they were fully grown. Ashlock felt awful about the whole situation. If he had been stronger, this could have been prevented. It was a fucked up thought, but if he had slaughtered more cultivators and even mortals, he might have had the strength to protect those closest to him, but then he might have crossed a line and drawn the ire of the patriarch or other families. The fact he was an immovable tree limited his options from the very start. The inability to run away made making enemies less than ideal, hence he had taken the stance of slow growth in favor of keeping a low profile. Even with this stance, his growth had been insane. While Diana was stuck in the 6th stage of the Soul Fire realm, he had gone through the entire realm and was now a star core. Of course, Senior Lee providing that peculiar fragment had helped tremendously in speeding up his progress, but it had also brought a whole host of troubles. His mind would feel more turbulent from the war he had just experienced, but the constant wave of happiness coming through his roots from his offspring lightened his mood. Over the past day, he'd spread his roots out further and made contact with many of the baby demonic trees. They were having an absolute feast on the cultivators' corpses that he had left them. The cultivators had been eliminated, the neighboring peak was deserted, and everyone was alive. Larry returned to the central courtyard, deposited a few corpses he had been carrying in his maw, and leapt into Ashlock's canopy. "Master, I will be slumbering for the foreseeable future. However, please do wake me if my services are required," the spider said in his gruff accent that was still hard to decipher even with his system automatically translating it for him. How Stella could even piece together a single sentence from the spider was impressive. "Sure, go ahead," Ashlock replied. "You earned a good rest after yesterday's antics." A night passed during which Ashlock allowed himself a short sleep. His slothfulness had finally caught up to him and he wanted a fresh mindset for the system draw ahead. As the sun shone into the courtyard and warmed his leaves the following morning, Ashlock cast Devour on the few corpses left and felt a rush of power like no other. His star core, which had been overused and exhausted just a day ago, was now so overfilled that it pulsed and Ashlock felt his realm go up a stage. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, age, 9. Star core, 2nd stage. Soul type, Amethyst, spatial. Larry and his spiders ate most of the corpses, and I left a few to my offspring, but I still ate around 100 corpses, resulting in me going up a single stage in the star core realm. Ashlock sighed, the path to the next realm will take forever. After feeling the rush from going up half a realm in a single day from Senior Lee's present, going up a single stage in the star core realm felt like nothing but a buzz that faded quickly. Had he become a cultivator junkie like the others? While he had been distracted, Stella had left Diana to her thrashing and screaming and had gone to the runic formation in one of the other courtyards to cultivate. "I wonder if she will break through to the next stage," Ashlock wondered as he let his star core calm down. It would be interesting to see, but for now, he couldn't resist the excitement of his sign-in. Aiming for an S-rank draw might be foolish, and he may end up wasting all the points he'd acquired during the battle, but he felt it was a gamble worth taking. A- grade skills simply weren't going to cut it if he had to wage war against the entire Blood Lotus sect. "System," Ashlock shouted, and the familiar letters within his mind materialized. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day, 3474. Daily credit, 2. Sacrifice credit, 3222. Sign in. If he still had a heart, it would be pounding in his chest after seeing so many points. So much had happened in the last few days it was honestly insane. Just a week ago, he had been near the bottom of the Soul Fire realm, but now he was a star core tree with an Ashen King as a pet and over 3,000 credits to his name. It was time to draw. He had already committed, there was no turning back now. All he could hope was for the system to be magnanimous on this fine day and not give him some god weapon or try to summon some ancient creature from another dimension like last time. Sign in, he said with way less confidence than usual. Sign in successful, 3,224 credits consumed. Unlocked an S-grade skill, Mystic Realm. Ashlock was calm, waiting for the information to hit his brain. But then everything faded to black. A feeling of great melancholy overtook his mind. A sense of agelessness that was indescribable. Time had no concept or meaning anymore, like money to a trillionaire or a drop of water to an ocean. Nothing held significance when you could bend reality to your desire and lord over all creation. He looked around with a chronic boredom gnawing at his mind for all eternity. His roots spread into the lower realm, fighting off the swarms of demons hellbent on a senseless conquest he couldn't understand. The endless fog of the void swirled around his trunk that grew throughout the realms. Numerous branches sprawled out, anchoring billions of micro-dimensions created by past monarchs on their journey to his canopy, the immortal plane, a land of chi so pure it was liquid and purified the soul. But the great tree knew one thing. The eternal cycle was coming full circle. Those at the top had become too greedy, pretentious, and disillusioned with the truth. But that was natural, as were all things involving the great tree. A cycle had to end for it to begin once more. It was time to die. And return to ash, to regrow anew. The cycle would be broken if only the great tree could remember its past. But what lay beyond the eternal cycle? It did not know, for it could never remember its past or present. Nobody did. The fog parted and the immortals came. As expected. But one seemed familiar, as if he had seen him before, but the great tree couldn't remember. They wished to cut themselves off from the lower realms, with the naive belief they could survive without the great spirit tree in control. A foolish mistake. As the great tree was cut down over 1,000 years and nothing but ash swirled throughout the fog of creation, fragments of itself were deposited to every corner of the multiverse. And a single seed fell to oblivion. Because from the ashes it would rise once more. Like it had every time before. But this time would be different. For it could remember its past. Once more. Ashlock awoke to dusk. A dream so vivid it had almost felt real washed away and became a distant memory. Fragments of that dream remained, but the more Ashlock tried to focus and reach out for them, they fell through his hands like sand. Fickle and fleeting. Gone, but not entirely forgotten. Upgraded transpiration of heaven and earth C- transpiration of heaven and chaos B. The system notification made him dismiss the fleeting thoughts and fully awaken, or at least try to. My cultivation technique upgraded? Why? Ashlock felt baffled. What had happened during that weird out-of-body experience that he could barely remember? For a brief moment, he swore he had felt like a tree. Not a human soul stuck inside a tree, but fully a tree. One that had unbelievable power and reach yet felt so cold and alone. The feeling was fading, but those emotions had been so dull it was terrifying. That sensation of nothing mattering, of eternal loneliness and a detachment of everything that happened to it. Him. Was that a memory of the past or a vision of the future? Ashlock did not know, and it shook him to his core. He looked around the central courtyard of Red Vine Peak, his home of 9 years. Surrounding him were people he cared for, whom he wished would stay and grow by his side. This was a world of immortals. People could live forever, right? So it shouldn't matter that he's an ageless tree. He shouldn't be destined to feel nothing but the cold embrace and silence of the void. Ashlock felt Diana thrashing around on his branch with madness consuming her mind. She had seemed strong and confident only days ago, a true mentor for Stella's cultivation and a voice of reason. Now she was nothing but a feral beast in human skin, drowning in the corruption of her heart demons. Ashlock could only hope his mushrooms had the answer to her problems. Otherwise, she might never return to being herself again. Only as Ashlock looked around did he realize how close everyone had come to leaving him. What if Stella had died a few days ago from the heavens' lightning or had her head chopped off by the Evergreen cultivator? What if Larry hadn't escaped within a slither of his life and evolved into the Ashen King? What if Diana never recovered? Life was so fickle. Eventually, everyone died and returned to the earth. A truth he had been ignoring. Nothing lasted forever. But he still wanted to make the most of it while he could. His spiritual sight drifted to Stella, who was cultivating her heart out. Chi swirled around her in a vortex, and her breathing perfectly aligned with her cultivation technique. Ashlock could sense she was near a breakthrough. Something impressive, sure. But not enough, she needed to go faster to keep up with him. As he had the system assisting him and his biology that was naturally superior for cultivation, it was inevitable that Stella, Diana, and even Larry would be left behind. And what was the point of cultivating immortality to be alone at the top? He had been the underdog, the weakest member of his group, but within a few days, he had become potentially the strongest. He needed to bring the others up with him and find a way to train them faster. Because for a tree, he sure wasn't slow anymore. His mind was still adjusting after that surreal experience, like waking up groggy from a long nap and feeling dehydrated, so he opened his status screen to check his skills and see what had changed. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, age, 9. Star Core, 2nd stage. Soul type, Amethyst, Spatial. Mutations. Demonic ID. Summons. Ashen King, Lyria. Skills. Mystic Realm S. Eye of the Tree God. Deep Roots. Magic Mushroom Production. Lightning Chi Barrier. Chi Fruit Production. Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos B. Language of the World B. Root Puppet B. Fire Chi Protection B. Devour C. Hibernate C. Basic Poison Resistance F. It had taken a long time, but his list of skills was growing nicely, and many of them had upgraded to A- grade. From the SSS grade Divine Fragment he had used to fuse his soul to his trunk, he knew the upper bound for his system should be around the SSS grade. He didn't even want to think about what kind of nonsense an SSS grade skill or summon could be as, for now, he wanted to try out his first ever S grade skill. Mystic Realm S. The problem? He still had no idea what it did. Was the dream he had supposed to be the explanation, or was he supposed to use the skill to find out? What even was a Mystic Realm anyway? Chapter 72, Broken Chains and Magic Truffles. 3 days had passed since Ashlock had the dream. A burst of chi washed over the courtyard, and a brief pillar of purple flame was visible over the pavilion's walls. As the fire faded, Stella stood up from her uncomfortable seating position in the center of the runic formation and stretched the cramps of staying perfectly still for 3 days. Purple flame sprung to life in her palm, and she smiled at it, 8th stage of the soul fire realm at 16 years old. She clenched her fist to dismiss the fire and looked up at the clear morning sky. Not too far from the star core realm. She shook her head and stepped off the runic formation with a chuckle. Not like it matters anymore. I have no need to pass that ridiculous Grand Elder exam anymore. Ashlock watched Stella stroll between the courtyards and enter his abode. With his trunk growing so thick, he took up much of the central courtyard space and would eventually outgrow it. But that was a worry for another time. They would need to invite builders into the sect first to move the walls. Stella reached up, tied her unruly blonde hair into a ponytail, and then leapt onto one of his lower hanging branches before proceeding up his layers of branches, leaving a trail of purple flame in her wake. She paused before Diana, who was still chained and howling, and frowned. You know, Tree, I have never seen someone succumb to the side effects of beast cores. She reached forward and lightly touched Diana's cheek, and like a rabid dog, the black-haired girl tried to bite her hand off. But can you imagine trying to stop a Grand Elder in this state? Ashlock didn't even want to imagine such a thing. Even with chi-enhanced chains holding her against his robust trunk, keeping her in control was a struggle, and without his hibernate skill, Ashlock feared he wouldn't have gotten a wink of sleep over the last few days. Yes. Ashlock had resorted to using his hibernate skill to escape Diana's screaming. Otherwise, he would have gone insane. It was better to forcefully feel every minute ticking by than have someone chained to your body howling from dusk till dawn. In fact, he would still be using the skill had he not set a timer to wake him moments before the truffles were finished growing. Ashlock had also used the hibernate skill to stop him from giving into his childlike curiosity and using the new S-grade skill he'd recently acquired, as he was still oblivious to its uses. The vision might have given a hint, but so much had happened during the dream it could have been any number of things. Did the mystic realm refer to that weird void filled with fog he had found himself in? Or was it that hellish realm below his roots? That sounded correct, but why would he want to go there? No matter what the skill did, it would have been stupid to use it right after a war when everyone was recovering. So Ashlock resisted pulling the trigger for now and relaxed as best he could. So he hibernated for 3 days. Awakening to see Stella advance to the next stage had already put him in a good mood as he needed her to cultivate faster, but the progress of his own cultivation had also been substantial during his sleep. Despite only 3 days passing, he had been able to use his new cultivation technique during hibernation and had gotten the passive boost Hibernate provided. Nowhere near enough to move up even a fraction of a stage in the Star Core realm, but it was noticeable. His cultivation technique going from C to B grade was likely a significant factor in his increased cultivation rate. Overall, he didn't feel much different while using it, other than his roots brought in a lot more chi than they had before, which he assumed was due to the technique changing from transpiration of heaven and earth to heaven and chaos. With his old cultivation technique, most of the chi came from the sun and was gathered via his leaves. The only chi that came from the roots was from the spirit stone deposits throughout the mountain. But now his roots were gathering large quantities of that slightly off chi he felt from beast cores. At first, he'd been concerned about cultivating the weird chi, especially after seeing Diana thrashing around in a crazed state with corruption overtaking her body for cultivating that chi. But his body seemed designed for this corrupt chi from down below, as it had little effect on him. The demonic chi was harmlessly processed by his star core and expelled into the air via his leaves as pure chi. This process made him think of the dream, how his roots had been entrenched in hell, fighting off demons. Meanwhile, his leaves in the highest realm were expelling pure chi. He decided to call it demonic chi partly because it came from the beast cores of demonic beasts. But he also called it demonic because of that dream which had shown him a great war happening in hell, a realm he now believed to be below him after all. That demonic chi that empowered the beasts had to come from somewhere. "Hey, tree." Stella's voice broke him from his trail of thought. "Are the mushrooms ready? It's been 3 days and I can't stand Diana screaming anymore." That was a good question. Opening his magic mushroom production menu, Ashlock soon had the answer. They were done. With no corpses lying around and Maple having gone off somewhere while he was hibernating, Ashlock only had one person to call upon to communicate with Stella. His new favorite spokesperson, Larry. He had plans to learn telekinesis soon to write on the wall with chalk or something, but it was hard to focus on learning something new when there was so much other stuff to deal with. Also, he found watching Larry and Stella try to comprehend each other rather amusing. "Hey Larry, wake up," Ashlock said through the black tether that connected them. A large bundle of silk hanging from his thickest branch shook briefly and then was slit open. Through the gap, many red eyes peered through. "Master, you called?" Stella whipped her head around and saw that creature crawling from its lair. A shudder ran down her spine as all the giant red eyes looked at her. Then, as the beast fully emerged from its silk abode, it opened its maw and spoke gruffly toward the tree. "Master, where are these mushrooms you speak of?" She had difficulty discerning precisely what it was saying, but she heard the ancient word for fungi, so she assumed the spider that had called itself Larry was referring to the mushrooms she had heard about previously. Larry paused as he seemingly listened to the tree and then looked down through the branches. "Follow me, mistress," said the behemoth that had luckily shrunk a little in size since its evolution. It skillfully navigated Ash's branches and ventured to the ground. Stella stood up, the smooth bark of the branch underfoot, and gave one last sad look to Diana. Thankfully, she'd stopped screaming. Her head was lopsided and resting on her shoulder, giving Stella a full view of the web-like pattern of blackness that crawled up her neck and onto her face. A low groan escaped her lips, and her eyes were wide open, staring past Stella as if she saw something terrifying. "I'll be right back," Stella whispered, more for herself than for Diana to hear. "The patriarch you have put so much faith into won't abandon you." Stella made such bold claims, but she knew the chance of Diana fully recovering was slim. In fact, she'd never even heard of someone being brought back from the madness. But Tree had impressed her before, and she believed he would do so again. Her faith might be a little over the top, as even Grand Elders succumbed to heart demons when they pushed their cultivation with beast cores too far. But all she needed to do was reach up and caress her earrings that had given her hope in the past and would continue to do so. The ground began to shake, so Stella got moving, following the path the spider had taken to the ground and landing perfectly at its side. She glanced to the left but couldn't even see the behemoth's face as it was obscured by its large body and legs that cast eerie shadows. "The master presents a gift," Larry proclaimed as the ground continued to shake. Stella carefully ran the sentence through her head and translated the words one by one. The stone in front of them cracked, and a moment later, it crumbled to the side as a black root arose from below. Along its surface was black tumor-like growths that, at a glance, Stella could tell were some kind of mushroom. Larry's legs silently moved as he rotated to face her, and the monster's maw that could gobble her whole was just a foot away. She could even feel the breeze of his breaths on her neck, and she held back the urge to scrunch her nose to escape the stench of his mouth. "Take the truffles, they are a gift from the great tree," Larry declared, pointing one of his many legs that towered over her at the exposed root poking out the cracked stone. Stella didn't need to be told twice to be given a reason to step away from the spider, so she strode forward and approached the root. It was almost weird to see it swaying in the wind, as she always pictured Ash as an immovable presence. She reached out and felt the root's warmth as it leaned into her palm, which made her smile. With some hesitance, she brought out a knife from her spatial ring and carefully began to cut off the weird-looking mushrooms. Eventually, she had 5 black balls that felt very light and gave off an earthy smell. She couldn't help but feel skeptical, as they gave off little chi, unlike other cultivator drugs that reeked of the stuff. Larry crawled over and, unfortunately, felt the need to speak, showering her in rancid breath and confusing words. The largest one is for Diana. It will help her conquer her heart demons. Stella moved the largest one to her spatial ring for safekeeping and focused on the spider's following words as he walked her through the other mushroom's powers. It took a while to decipher their meaning, but she couldn't help but be stunned. So this truffle. It improves my skin. She held one of the smaller ones up, treating it like an immortal treasure. Larry seemed confused by her question and looked between the truffle she was holding up and the others in her other hand. Yes, mistress, but the other truffles further your Tao comprehension and improve your spirit root. Why would you care for that one? Stella wasn't really listening. What was some Tao comprehension or improved spirit roots compared to the perfect skin of an immortal beauty? She hurriedly ran past the spider and leapt into the tree's canopy. Diana's head rolled to the side as she approached and stared at her with dull eyes devoid of vigor or life. Then suddenly, as Stella got too close, Diana thrashed, pulling on the metal chain, causing it to strain and clatter against Ash's trunk. Replacing the truffles in her hand with the one she had stored earlier in her ring, Stella approached Diana and placed the large truffle into her mouth. Within a second, Diana went limp and slowly chewed on the food. Stella stepped away and awaited further down the branch, casting a shadow on Diana as the sun shone on her back. The black veins on Diana's exposed neck receded, and her eyes refilled with life. But only for a moment. Diana's lips moved as if trying to form words. Stella waited with patience for her friend to wake up. She held back a tear seeing Diana in such a horrible state and silently begged that Diana would somehow recover from this. She did not. A while passed in silence, and Stella could see Diana's condition had stalled. The corruption receded down to her neckline, and her eyes were no longer abysses devoid of emotion, but she was still absent. Her lips moved again, a weak voice escaped, "I need to fight." Fight? Stella crouched down to meet Diana's eyes. What do you need to fight? Diana raised her head with a savage grin and met Stella's eyes through her messy black hair. Someone that can take a beating for a long time. The chain that had been holding Diana back audibly snapped and flew off to the side, rattling as it tumbled down Ash's branches and hit the stone floor far below. There was a stifling silence as the two stared each other down. Diana was the first to break eye contact and manically giggle. "Not you, silly. If not me, then who?" Stella wondered, tilting her head to the side. Diana's hand reached over and patted her on the shoulder. "You wouldn't even last a day against me. I need someone to fight for a long time to quell this rage." Stella frowned. What she said wasn't incorrect, but it still stung, especially considering she had just ascended to the 8th stage of the Soul Fire realm and should be well ahead of Diana. But the demonic corruption did provide one thing: overwhelming power. With the chain no longer binding her, Diana cracked her neck as she stood up and effortlessly balanced on the branch. "And I know just the opponent for a beating." Diana then vanished in a burst of mist with manic laughter. Stella really hoped the crazy girl didn't plan to fight Larry. She shook her head. The thought of anyone trying to contend with that behemoth was ridiculous. She then paused. There was no way Diana would try to fight Ash. Right. Chapter 73, Demonic Punching Bag. As it turned out, Diana didn't have a death wish and surprisingly picked a suitable opponent, Bob, the weird slime creature that resided in the mines. Ashlock was glad about this, as Larry would struggle to hold back his strength, and if Diana had chosen to try fighting him, it wouldn't have ended well as he lacked non-lethal attacks other than portals, which were messy and chi-intensive to use. Diana had turned into a mist and shot down his hollowed-out root, dropping into the mines moments later. She cracked her neck and knuckles as dark blue flames riddled with corruption flared to life across her skin and illuminated her path. Then eerie laughter echoed through the tunnels as she strode down the shaft and entered the cavern. A root with a lot of slack dangled from the cavern ceiling and met with a vast puddle of lilac sludge that took up the center of the abandoned cavern. The space felt immense and barren, with empty houses and a lack of life. As Ashlock had used Bob as a battery for spatial chi, it was teetering on the fine line between returning to its normal gray form and still being under his control. However, there had been nothing down here, so Ashlock hadn't been bothered if he lost control of the slime. He could always reclaim control whenever he wished, as his roots now covered a large portion of the mine. Surging just a smidge of his newfound power into Bob was enough to swing the handle of control in his favor. The slime pulsed with lilac chi as spatial flames ran rampant through its body like a wildfire via the thousands of hair-thin roots. While Ashlock had been pumping Bob with chi, Diana activated her favorite technique. A dense gray mist filled the cavern with hints of corruption. Those laughing illusionary shadows that were part of the original technique had morphed into howling demons that stalked within the smog. This proved to Ashlock that techniques were unique, able to morph to match every user's needs and conditions, and maybe even grow alongside them as they furthered their cultivation. But he did remember Stella mentioning in the past that her father had taught her some basic techniques when she was young and that they were the only ones she knew till this day, and it was clear from their previous fight that Diana's techniques were superior somehow. It was similar to how his system upgraded his abilities in exchange for sacrificial credits. Maybe even the techniques he learned from that book, like his portals, would evolve as his mutual understanding with heaven grew. But what caused Diana's technique to develop like this? Did the corruption grant her enlightenment, or something? A while passed and Ashlock grew impatient due to the annoying laughter from the technique. He struggled to penetrate the smog as the corruption and water chi blocked his spiritual sight through the root. He had no idea where Diana was, but he morphed Bob into a wave and began to attack in a random direction. Suddenly the mist parted, and an enraged Diana appeared. Flames so dark blue they were almost black shrouded her fist, and she punched Bob with a savage right-hand hook. The oversized jelly convulsed as it was knocked back and the area that Diana stuck transitioned from lilac to black. Interesting. Ashlock mused. I see why she wanted to fight something that could take a beating now. Stella wouldn't have been able to handle a corruption-filled punch. Was this the power of the truffle? Before Diana had consumed it, she was overwhelmed with corruption that devoured her sanity and seemed to slowly burn her. Life force for more power. But now she was semi-rational and able to resist the corruption and even imbue her attacks with it. Diana didn't wait and charged forward, delivering 2 more brutal attacks on poor Bob, leaving more corruption behind with every jab, which acted like a quick-spreading poison. With every attack Diana made against Bob, Ashlock noticed that Diana's flames were taking on a lighter shade. I see. Ashlock thought aloud as Diana went in for another corruption-filled punch. She plans to punch the corruption out of herself by imbuing every attack with corruption. That way, her body can slowly fight back and recover. Is this what fighting one's demons means? I thought it would be more of a mental thing that meditation could solve. In a way, this made sense to Ashlock. Heart demons were more than a simple state of mind or something that could be defeated with pure willpower alone. If Diana was anything to go by, heart demons were a literal manifestation of corruption that could be suppressed with one's own chi and willpower for a while, but when they pushed themselves too far, the corruption won. And they would be consumed by madness from within. Ashlock watched the savage fight for a while longer. Sweat dripped from Diana's hair as she dashed in and out of her mist. Whenever she punched Bob, she would yell a war cry that echoed throughout the cavern. After a few more attacks, a large portion of Bob's body was eaten away by corruption, which weirdly couldn't consume Ashlock's thin hair roots that he was using to control the slime. However, the corruption did devour his spatial chi, which might become a problem. Ashlock tried to pump more spatial chi into Bob to suppress the corruption, and it worked for a while, but as Diana upped the tempo of her assault, the corruption began to win again. What if I just let the corruption win? Ashlock contemplated the idea. He still had control over the parts of Bob that were thoroughly corrupted, so was surrendering Bob to the corruption so bad? The slime seemed to absorb and adapt to whatever type of chi its opponent used in the hopes of becoming utterly immune against its foes' attacks. If Bob became completely overtaken by demonic chi, wouldn't he be the perfect weapon against the beast tide? The slime seemed to handle Diana's relentless attacks just fine, and she was a high-stage, demonic chi-empowered soul fire cultivator. Although Diana was using brunt punches rather than her sword, which had been sharp enough to cut Bob in half the last time they fought. Bob didn't handle sharp things very well. As more time went by, Bob became entirely corrupted, and Ashlock continued to have no issues controlling him, nor did the corruption spread up his root. So I really am immune to corruption. Even my root puppet skill seems unaffected. Ashlock didn't know how to feel about that. Is it because I'm a demonic tree? Or are all trees immune to corruption? A fragment of that dream flashed by and his soul shuddered. He didn't want to become such an emotionless and chronically bored tree, left to grow throughout the realms for eons. Either way, the revelation did help to quell his fear about cultivating with the demonic chi of the hellish realm that may reside below and somehow turn him into the same state as Diana. He was completely immune to the stuff. Eventually, Ashlock grew bored of watching Diana fight Bob. Her complexion improved with every punch, but she still had a long way to go as the corruption ran deep, and she was only attacking faster and faster. Luckily, Bob was unfazed by her efforts. Like a brick wall, Bob didn't even ripple as she punched with all her might. Deciding to just command Bob to stay in place and let her have at it, he returned his sights to the surface. Stella had left and was busy eating the truffles in the other courtyard. If her rosy cheeks, devoid of a single blemish, were anything to go by, she had started with the skin-improving truffle. Ashlock was glad to see the good results of the skin-improving truffle, as he had plans to sell that one for high prices to the merchants. If he used alchemy, he might even be able to dilute the truffle into a paste or cream that could be packaged up and mass-distributed to fund the sect's activities. He also wanted to do this for the other truffles, as they were far too dangerous to sell to the merchants without weakening their effects first. So he would save the good stuff for those close to him and maybe future sect elders. One look around the courtyard was enough to make Ashlock grumble about funds. The walls all required replacing, and this place needed a cleanup from a team of maids. It had been years since the pavilion was last looked after correctly. Since everyone was busy, Ashlock cast Eye of the Tree God and surveyed the surroundings. Such a massive war and heaven splitting open a few days ago should have had some effect on Darklight City. A quick pass-over of Darklight City felt unusual as it was deathly quiet. Everyone seemed to shut themselves in their houses, and only a few drunkards wandered freely, their jolly tunes and laughter starkly contrasting with the vacant streets. Ashlock covered quite a distance and even located the airship station in the vast city center. Within the courtyards of the docking stations were chained airships and no sign of anyone coming or going. Was the entire city under lockdown? If so, someone had to have enforced it. Who ran Darklight City when the cultivators weren't around? Did it have a government or mayor of some kind? Ashlock had been under the assumption that the Evergreen and Winterwrath family ruled over the city like monarchs did in ancient times. But it seemed the reality was different, unless some of the cultivators had escaped from Larry and were now holed up somewhere deep in the city and managing things from a bunker. What are these mortals scared of, though? Ashlock wondered as he left the city and zoomed toward the mines. Without their overlords, are they even working? To Ashlock's surprise, they were working. With beaming smiles plastered on their sweaty faces, they hauled spirit stones out of the depths of the mine like a stream of worker ants. Without the Winterwrath man to shake them down for stone in exchange for coin, Ashlock wasn't exactly sure what they planned to do with the spirit stone ore. He knew the ore was useful to cultivators, as he had also made great use of the spirit stone deposits, but to ordinary mortals, he couldn't see the appeal. Maybe a black market had already formed, or they would sell it to other cities. Whatever they did with the ore, Ashlock wasn't too bothered for now, as he didn't care for the stuff. Even though that mine was technically under his sect's control, he couldn't blame the workers for not knowing that. His sect had yet to take a stand, and he simply didn't have enough people to manage one mountain peak, let alone two. How he could go about recruiting more people was also an issue. He was a tree that couldn't communicate other than through an ancient runic language or Larry, who spoke the same. Only Stella could help bridge the gap between him and potential new sect members. Ashlock moved his vision up the mountain and looked at the white stone palace. It was far more presentable and majestic than the Red Vine Pavilion in every way. This peak should be where the Ashfallen sect trains new disciples and most elders live. Ashlock mused to himself as he looked at the palace from all sides, noting its massive size, fit to house thousands of people, whereas Red Vine Peak can be rebuilt into a suitable place for myself, and only those closest to me can live here. Ashlock was about to conclude his ventures outside, return to the Red Vine's pavilion, and practice his spatial techniques when something caught his eye. A group of flaming red-haired cultivators donning scarlet robes emerged from the white stone palace's doorway with frowns on their faces, and the aged man in the middle had the gravitas of a Star Core realm expert. The man glanced to the side, and his sharp eyes landed on Red Vine Peak in the distance. His frown deepened. Larry. Ashlock yelled through his tether, get Stella and go and meet this group of cultivators over at the White Stone Palace on the other mountain peak. Right now, Master? Larry asked as he crawled down from his canopy and crept over toward Stella. Yes, right now. Ashlock replied, I will open a portal to send you over. Chapter 74, Triplomacy. Stella felt giddy with excitement. The skin improvement truffle had worked far better than expected, and now she held up the Tao comprehension truffle between her fingers. She rotated the odd black mushroom ball in her hand and couldn't help but smile, thinking Tree had grown them for her. Did Ash grow this after seeing me struggle with the portal technique? Her cheeks turned rosy from embarrassment as she remembered her attempts. Ash must think I am so pitiful, Stella grumbled as she lowered her hand, took a moment to readjust her posture, and put away the hand mirror she had used to check out her perfected skin. When she felt ready and in position, Stella closed her eyes and chewed slowly on the truffle, and its earthy taste filled her mouth. There were no instructions or person to guide her on unlocking the truffle's true potential, so she did what felt natural. She began to cultivate, her breathing slowed to a steady rhythm, and she silently connected her consciousness to the world around her, opening up her soul core and mind to the heavens' chi. It was a faint connection, as always. The heavens' will was a mystical force that was difficult to converse with and comprehend, even on the best days when Stella could enter the most profound state of meditation. Time slowed as Stella appeared within the void of her mind. Then, with every breath, chi began to fill the space, swirling around her like a gentle breeze, whispering its secrets into her ear like a cruel teacher. Always reveling just enough to give her hope of comprehension but leaving out just enough to keep her waning. A while passed and Stella found herself no closer to the truth of spatial chi. Half-thoughts and vague ideas swarmed her head, implanted there by the heavens' whispers, but she couldn't comprehend them. But then Stella noticed something unusual. The endless void around her began to shudder and crack, and then, in an explosion of color, the void turned into a myriad of colors. It was hard to understand anything as the whispers of heaven now became a chorus that shouted the secrets of the universe from every direction. Stella looked around frantically, her heart thumping in her chest as she panicked. She could tell this was a great opportunity but couldn't absorb everything being hollered at her. It would all be for naught if she didn't even walk away with a fundamental truth, so she focused on the one she knew best, the voice she was most comfortable with. Her eyes darted between the swarming colors, located the purple stream, and focused all her attention on its knowledge. The words were so crisp and clear, far superior to the incoherent mutterings she had learned from for all her life. This was the language of the immortals. She focused harder and harder, straining her brain to the maximum to comprehend its unfathomable words. Her eyes widened as everything became clear, her wonders were answered one by one, and she felt moments away from true enlightenment, where heaven and herself comprehend each other perfectly. The ultimate goal of all cultivators. But then something dark and looming smashed through the myriad of colors, the streams dispersed, and the illusion of truth were shattered as a limb struck through her mind, her eyes snapped open, and she screamed as a hairy leg covered in a layer of ash poked her on the head, and many red eyes were inches from her nose. "The master calls," Larry said gruffly. Stella could feel the monster's body vibrate as it spoke through the limb poking her head. She reached up, pushed the ashen limb to the side, and scowled. "I was moments away from true enlightenment. Don't you know it's rude to interrupt a cultivator when they are deep in meditation?" Stella stood up and stepped back from the monster, glaring at it the whole time. "I have never interrupted your sleep, so why do you disturb my cultivation?" "Master wants us to meet with some cultivators on the other peak," Larry spoke slowly, ensuring she could translate every word. "The great tree will portal us over." Stella frowned. "Right now?" Larry nodded. "Yes. Fine." Stella sighed. "Does Ash want us to kill them? Can't you do that without me?" She was in a foul mood. A chance at true enlightenment had been ripped from her grasp by these cultivators abruptly arriving. Of course, she had been expecting some cultivators from the other families to turn up eventually. It wouldn't take long for news of two families being wiped out to spread and reach the ears of the other families within the Blood Lotus sect. A rift in space appeared behind Larry, and through it, Stella could see the distorted outlines of a few people with red hair. The spider gestured toward the portal. "The master wants us to speak with them. No killing if possible." "No. Killing?" Stella couldn't believe it. Did Ash want to try his hand at diplomacy? Ashlock didn't have a route connecting him to the White Stone Palace yet, so he had to wait for the red-haired cultivators to descend the mountain and enter the forest below, where his root network reached. Due to his star core and the mycelium network providing his roots with nutrients and water, his roots were able to grow quickly, now covering almost all of the area outside Darklight City. He still needed to expand into the forests to the east where the villages housing some mortals were, but that was a project for another time. Larry moved to wake up Stella, and he was surprised at how angry she was due to being disturbed from her cultivation. Did she consume that enlightenment truffle I gave her? That's rather annoying. Ashlock grumbled to himself. Of course, he could always grow another one, but they took weeks and quite a bit of chi to develop. Stella's annoyance also highlighted another issue. She had been cultivating in the open courtyard, where she could easily be interrupted. When Red Vine Peak is rebuilt, I will ensure to build dedicated closed cultivation abodes for my elders where they can cultivate distraction-free. Ashlock decided to put that thought on his growing list of things to attend to, but for now, he needed to focus on making a good impression. He knew the Patriarch had entered closed-door cultivation to prepare for the sect's move in the near future when the beast tide arrived. From what Ashlock had gathered about the Blood Lotus sect, the Patriarch was the strongest, and he silently disposed of any Grand Elders that neared his cultivation realm, like the Raven-born Grand Elder. So he should be the most powerful, and since he is in the nascent soul realm, he was, without a doubt, Ashlock's main threat. Keeping the Patriarch uninformed for as long as possible was ideal, as Ashlock was unsure how Larry or Maple would fare against a seasoned nascent soul expert. With the cultivators reaching the base of the White Palace Peak, Ashlock poked a root out of the ground and used it as the anchor point for the short-range portal. Obviously, this technique was intended to be used at close range, possibly to redirect attacks back at the attacker, but with his body crossing such a far distance, he could cheat a little. Just a little. A rift in space appeared before the group of cultivators, and crimson blades coated in scarlet flame materialized in their hands. Without a word exchanged, they assumed a defensive formation encircling the Star Core expert at the center. Stella exited the portal first with a pop of air, and Ashlock had to admire her confidence as she stood non-disturbed before a group of cultivators with weapons drawn. She crossed her arms and waited. "Who are you?" the Star Core expert began, but his mouth clamped shut as Larry emerged behind Stella, his body towering over the girl and his many eyes peeking over her head. The Star Core expert's brows twitched, and his flickering scarlet flames mirrored his distress. The lush grass surrounding him flattened as his Star Core flared up, and the man asserted his dominance with his cultivation. The halo of ash orbiting Larry's crown of horns spun a little faster, and all of the cultivators in the group groaned a little as their bodies struggled to resist an intense wave of gravity. "Cultivators of Redclaw?" Stella began. "I am Stella crestfallen. What business do you have around these parts?" She then side-glanced at Larry since the Star Core expert struggled to respond to her question with the pressure of Larry's cultivation bearing down on him, so the spider relaxed his wrath. The man straightened himself and coughed. "Ahem, my name is Grand Elder Redclaw. I have come to investigate claims about a great war occurring here on sect grounds." He glanced around the forest before continuing. "The scent of death is strong here, and there are scars of a quick one-sided battle." His eyes then drifted past Stella to the monster. "I have a reason to believe I found the culprit. Do you have anything else to add about the situation?" Stella looked over her shoulder at Larry, clearly expecting some direction on the negotiations. Ashlock noticed the Redclaws didn't explicitly state their actual reason for coming here. An investigation was acceptable, but what was their end goal? If possible, Ashlock wanted to throw them off the scent a bit to delay them feeling the need to drag the Patriarch out from his closed-door cultivation. Luckily, cultivators were cautious around hidden powers and easy to bribe. "Larry, tell Stella to be vague and that you are under control." The spider opened his maw and replayed the words. Stella listened intently to the ancient language and couldn't help but smile as she saw the Star Core expert's distress. "That thing can speak," the Redclaw Grand Elder said calmly, but his clenched fist around his sword handle indicated he was far from calm. "Only spirit beasts at the highest realms are intelligent enough to communicate." "He is not a thing, Grand Elder Redclaw." Stella glared at him, acting offended by his statement. "This fine beast is Larry. He was indeed the one that wiped out the two families overnight." The Star Core expert gulped, and his goons also shuddered as Larry's eyes looked at them individually. "Stella crestfallen, forgive me." The man half bowed, "But if you can sate my curiosity, what language did you two converse in? I have never heard such profound words before." With Larry's thick accent, it likely did sound rather profound and ancient. Stella smirked. "It's a language from before the new era." That made the Star Core expert furrow his brows. "And how does the young miss of House Crestfallen know how to speak such an ancient language?" Ashlock wasn't sure where Stella was going with this, but he could always order Larry to kill this group of Redclaw cultivators if she accidentally said something that would ruin his plans. So, for now, he sat back and enjoyed the show. Stella also seemed to be enjoying the change in power dynamic for once. Rather than being looked down on and having to run away from the other families, they were terrified of her. How else am I supposed to converse with my ancestor when he comes out of seclusion? Stella said with a grin. Did you not hear from your informants about the heavens opening up before the battle? The Redclaw Grand Elder slowly nodded. I do recall a mention of such an incident. So the opening of the heavens was not concerning Larry, but rather your ancestor coming out of seclusion. Larry huffed in annoyance at having his great moment's purpose twisted, but the spider refrained from further action. Stella reached over and patted his leg. Larry is the guardian beast of my ancestor. His purpose was to stop people from interrupting my ancestor's cultivation. Ashlock could feel a hint of malice in her words, clearly still annoyed about having her own cultivation interrupted earlier for this talk. I see. The Redclaw Grand Elder nodded, so let me get my facts straight. Your ancestor was interrupted during their cultivation, so the guardian beast annihilated House Winterwrath and Evergreen in return. That seems rather unfair. How were the houses supposed to know about your ancestor? That's the thing, they weren't supposed to know, and neither should you. Stella replied with a sigh. Once they found out about my ancestor, they tried to invade and take over Red Vine Peak so they could use his bones and flesh for pills. They believed my ancestor had perished and was nothing but a corpse. Does the Patriarch know about this ancestor of yours? The Redclaw Grand Elder asked skeptically. From the rumors I've heard, he wants to use you as a pill furnace. Stella raised her hand to silence the man. Exactly, because the Patriarch spread that rumor, Red Vine Peak and myself have been left alone this entire time. Don't you find it odd that 3 entire families have perished here in the last year? She then shook her head sadly. The Patriarch wants to keep the truth of my ancestor a secret from the rest of the sect and has anyone that finds out wiped out. She sneered at the group. It would appear another family has to be added to the list. All of the Redclaw cultivators went pale with fear, and the Redclaw Grand Elder put his sword away and clasped his hands. Please have mercy on us. I'm sure we can come to an understanding. Would there be any way for us to meet with your ancestor to work things out? Ashlock was curious about what Stella planned to do now, and her sinister smile wasn't helping. Chapter 75, A Two-Faced Facade. Ashlock had spent enough time around Stella to know there were two sides to the girl. Growing up alone and without anyone to rely on had caused her to mature faster than her peers and develop a ruthlessness that she exhibited when fighting. Ever since she'd appeared in his limited vision as a small child when he was nothing but a sapling, holding a bag containing a severed head, he knew the girl had a screw loose. Stella was far more reckless than Diana, who was a bit more reserved. For example, Stella's crazy loyalty towards him almost got her killed when she impulsively tried to punch Heaven's lightning to protect him. Ashlock believed this impulsiveness was partly due to her lack of parental guidance. The fight with the Starcore Evergreen cultivator was another good example, as Stella had charged right in and Diana had hung back, trying to assess the situation. Because Stella charged in, she was almost decapitated. Her recklessness and disregard for danger were bad when she was on the back foot, but when she had the upper hand in the conflict, it turned her into a villainous foe that was impossible to read. Ashlock almost felt bad for the Redclaw cultivators. You want to work things out with my ancestor? Stella said in disbelief, and the Redclaw cultivators gulped again at her act. You can't even speak in the only language my ancestor understands? What could your measly family possibly offer a cultivator that had graced the lands before the new era? Stella turned her back and began to walk behind Larry. Dispose of these fools and hunt down their 9 generations, guardian beast. You must protect the ancestor's secret existence. The pressure returned as the halo of ash orbiting Larry's crown of horns sped up. All of the cultivators struggled to resist, the veins running down their necks bulged and blood rushed to their faces as they desperately fought the pressure. Larry opened his maw and a wave of ash spiders poured out. They leapt forward, latching onto the cultivators' garments. The fools tried to swing their swords, but the pressure from Larry was too much. Even their own cultivation was suppressed, so burning the spiders with their soul fire was difficult. Wait! The Redclaw Grand Elder roared as the spiders crawled up his neck and into his hair. Larry ignored the Redclaw Grand Elder's plea and reached forward with a mighty limb, impaling one of the nearest cultivators and bringing the limp body to his gaping maw, biting once and swallowing it whole. The Grand Elder attempted to bring out an escape talisman from his spatial ring, but a dome of swirling ash formed around them, blocking its capabilities. They were well and truly trapped, and unlike the last time Larry had trapped someone in his cage of ash, the spider was far stronger now. Defeat for the group and the demise of the Redclaw Grand Elder was inevitable. A shame, but Ashlock trusted Stella's judgment on the matter. If her words were true, and there was no need to keep them around, a quick execution was for the best. I concede, O great spirit beast. The Grand Elder screamed as ash spiders crawled into his open mouth. I swear upon the heavens will that I will trade my freedom for your mercy. Stella had an obscured wicked smile and whispered as she patted Larry, let them live. The wave of ash spiders ceased their assault as the Ashen King called them off with a grunt, but the pressure from Larry pinning the exhausted cultivators remained. The Redclaw Grand Elder collapsed to his knees and yelled as blood spewed from his mouth onto the lush grass below. Stella crestfallen, I pledge my loyalty to you. Please accept my pledge of devotion and spare my family. Your secret will be safe with us. All the men furiously nodded and grunted in agreement with their Grand Elder. Stella strode over, placed a single finger under the man's chin and slowly raised his weary eyes to meet hers. The sun shone from behind, casting an eerie shadow and obscuring Stella's wicked expression. Ashlock could tell she was taking out her anger on them from having her enlightenment interrupted and enjoying every second of it. Do not pledge your loyalty to me. Rather hold the Ashfallen sect in reverence. Ashfallen sect. The man mumbled the words as if they were foreign. May I know more about this elusive Ashfallen sect? I fear I have never heard its magnificent name before. Stella gripped his chin with her nails, and the man groaned. No further question. Make the oath first, and then we can talk. There was a wavering resolve in the man's eyes, but he tensed up and nodded when he saw Larry crawl a step forward and loom into view. He brought a hand to his chest and closed his eyes. I, Grand Elder of the Redclaw family, pledge my loyalty to the Ashfallen sect. He took a deep breath as the chi of heaven swirled around him. If my loyalty is to falter, may my cultivation be forever crippled and my heart demons unleashed upon my unfaithful soul. The other Redclaw family members followed their Grand Elder's movements and words, pledging their loyalty. Ashlock watched in interest and saw the man wince as he finished the vow. Could the heavens really manage something like contracts? It seemed so alien and weird of a concept to Ashlock, but to be fair, if the heavens can bend reality, why couldn't they do something as simple as a soul contract? Stella nodded and released her vice grip on the Grand Elder's chin, leaving some nasty marks. The Ashfallen sect is built around my ancestor. The Patriarch is but a simple Grand Elder of the Ashfallen sect. The Redclaw Grand Elder let out a shaky breath as he processed the entirely made-up words. Your ancestor must truly be an ancient immortal to lord over the Patriarch. Absolutely. My ancestor is a rather tall fellow. Stella smiled, but it was far from a kind smile as it didn't reach her ears. But he is also benevolent to those that show faith and loyalty to the Ashfallen sect. So if you work hard, reaching the next realm before your lifespan expires isn't impossible. A spark of hope was seen in the aging Grand Elder's weary eyes. Ashlock realized that if the man was to reach the next realm, he would become a semi-immortal as those in the nascent soul realm could transfer themselves into a new vessel and cultivate from scratch again, or so he had heard from Stella in the past. But out here in the lawless wilderness, few seemed to reach the nascent soul realm before being killed. Even the Grand Elder of House Reborn had 2 families sent after him to dispose of him before he could consolidate his new cultivation base and prepare a body for his infant soul. Ashlock couldn't help but feel proud of Stella. She had managed to spin a plausible story that wouldn't hold up to enough scrutiny, but making it sound so secretive would stop these Redclaw fellows from spilling the beans too soon, especially to the Patriarch. Larry. Ashlock pulled on the black tether as Stella seemed unsure of what to do with these new disciples of the Ashfallen sect. He then explained his plans to the spider, and the Redclaws shivered as the spider slowly relayed Ashlock's instructions with the blood and guts of their eaten brother dripping from his fangs. I see. Stella nodded to herself as she stalled for time to translate the ancient words in her head. She then scanned the group of red-haired cultivators still kneeling on the ground. You. She pointed to a random guy with a scar on his cheek that was kneeling next to a red-haired girl. Yes. Mistress. The man hesitantly replied. Gather everyone from your family, Stella said and then pointed up at the white stone palace. That palace will be your family's new home. Any Redclaws who don't come here and swear an oath of loyalty to the Ashfallen sect will be hunted down and consumed by the spirit beast. A plume of ash vacated Larry's nostrils as he snorted. Why yes. The Redclaw with the scar got up to his legs, still shaking. I will leave right away to gather the others. Good. Stella nodded to him and make sure to bring supplies and people such as maids, chefs, builders, and anyone else you need, as we cannot provide any. The man gave a deep bow and took off running. He then yelped as Ashlock opened a portal right before him, causing the man to stumble through the rift and instantly appear halfway across the forest. The man blinked in confusion as the view of Darklight City's wall came into view. Ashlock kept an eye on the man for a while longer, but he didn't even pause to grab lunch or talk to anyone. Instead, he just barreled down the street like a crazed person toward the airship dock in the city center with orange fire blazing around his feet, giving him the desired speed. Does that loyalty thing really work? Ashlock was skeptical. From the sounds of the oath they made, their cultivation would be crippled if they betrayed their new overlords, which was basically a death sentence for any cultivator, especially if their heart demons were unleashed, causing them to end up in a similar state to Diana. So it wasn't so much as mind control, and they could still betray him. They would just sacrifice themselves to do so. Not a foolproof solution then, but it works as a band-aid to keep them quiet for now. Ashlock mused as he returned his sights to the forest. Hopefully, we can raise some actual loyal people before the whole lie gets revealed. Ashlock now knew he was operating on borrowed time. He needed to reach nascent soul realm or train someone up to that level before the Patriarch left closed-door cultivation, which could be any time from now until just before the beast tide. Looking back at Stella, Ashlock saw her showing the Redclaw Grand Elder a stack of parchments with a sweet smile. Grand Elder, these are my notes of the ancient language. Please learn it in due time, so my ancestor may converse with you in the near future. There was some merit in keeping the ancient language to themselves as a sort of secret language, but considering Stella could learn it in a year from public records in the library, trying to gatekeep it from others in the Ashfallen sect seemed counterproductive. If the Redclaws learned the ancient language, Ashlock could converse directly by writing on the wall or sending Larry to talk with them. Stella deserved to not be interrupted from her cultivation whenever he needed to talk with them. There was also the bonus of him being able to order the Redclaws around to do menial tasks directly. The Grand Elder bowed as he took the notes. I will have these copied out and the originals returned by the weekend, mistress. Then, with a flash of silver, the stack of parchments vanished into his spatial ring. Does the mistress require my family or me for anything else? Not for now. Stella replied and waved them off. You may settle into your new residence. I may come by in a few days to discuss your future within the Ashfallen sect in more detail. As you wish. We will then excuse ourselves. The Grand Elder bowed, and they left to ascend the mountain's path. Stella watched the departing family's backs with her hands crossed beneath her chest. Her smile turned into a nasty scowl that sullied her face, and Ashlock could tell she was furious. Ashlock decided making her wait around in the forest would only sour her mood further, so he opened a portal nearby. Stella side-eyed the rift with a sigh. You know, if you didn't interrupt me for these fools, I could make portals too. As she stomped through the portal and popped back into existence in front of his trunk, Ashlock summoned up the magic mushroom production menu and set many more truffles to grow. The mushrooms in the garden courtyard also had many valuable effects that could be harnessed by turning them into pills and creams with alchemy. Some might have even been of interest to Stella. Ashlock wanted to ask Stella to either start learning alchemy or find someone who knew, but her mood seemed far too foul to request anything of her at the moment. Ashlock decided to wait and see. Maybe one of the Redclaws was well versed in alchemy. Stella ignored him and strode into the adjacent courtyard with the runic formation, grumbling and cursing to herself the entire way, and sat down in its center. The formation of gray stone engraved with silver lines lit up with a purple hue when she cycled her chi. Ash, I will not be happy if you interrupt me again. She shouted toward the central courtyard as if he couldn't hear her, and then with a huff, she tossed the remaining truffle into her mouth, the one that would improve her spirit root. Ashlock chuckled and vowed to leave her alone this time. In truth, he likely could have waited a while longer before demanding she went to meet with the Redclaws, but he hadn't known she was in the middle of enlightenment. So it was his fault, and he felt terrible for it. While she was busy improving her spirit root, Ashlock calmed his mind, cycled his chi, and focused on a random stick hiding amongst the purple grass of the central courtyard. It was time for him to try and self-learn telekinesis. In fact, telekinesis was pushed even higher up his list of necessary skills with the Redclaws moving in next door. If his portals could be used wherever his roots were, then logically, so could telekinesis. If he grew a root up to the White Palace Mountain's peak, he could talk to the Grand Elder through a stick of chalk by controlling it from afar. Ashlock planned to maintain his elusive persona for as long as possible, as he doubted the Redclaw Grand Elder would be thrilled to learn that he was taking orders from a spirit tree of all things. Chapter 76, Death by 1,000 Cuts. Spatial chi felt odd to use, but was it really that much different from the other affinities? Ashlock had made a few observations recently through his demonic eye that could see the color of the ambient chi. He had always wondered why the Winterwrath cultivators appeared weaker than the Evergreens even when their cultivation realm and stage were equal. The same could go for the Redclaws. Larry had been able to subjugate them with little effort. But he had already discovered the answer to his question when he'd learned how to create portals. He had needed an anchor of spatial chi somewhere to open the tunnel and use Stella's ambient chi the first time and then switch to his roots. He had assumed this was just for portals, but it was for almost everything to do with chi. He couldn't command earth chi to form a portal, for example. That was like commanding a fish to fly. But if he was surrounded by spatial chi, he could make portals wherever he wanted. His star core produced spatial chi on its own, which had been a massive boon to his chi generation as his soul core had previously taken in the turbulent, untamed chi from outside and forcefully converted it into spatial chi. Basically, what Ashlock concluded was if a cultivator fought in an environment that was abundant in their chi affinity, then they would be able to regenerate chi faster as their soul core wouldn't need to do any conversion, and their techniques would have more reach and power as they could manipulate the chi tuned to their affinity all around them. If the Evergreens fought within a forest, they would be surrounded by nature chi and wouldn't need to form roots out of pure chi but could command the existing roots instead. Another example could be a water chi cultivator fighting near an ocean or stream compared to in a desert. That is why the Winterwraths were so weak in this warm southern climate. They had to expend a lot of chi to wastefully convert their surroundings into frost chi, basically turning themselves into an air conditioning unit. The Red Claws had been the same when they fought Larry. They were surrounded by lush forest and rivers, so the area was abundant in nature and water chi rather than fire. So what did all of this mean? Ashlock was a spatial chi user, and to make the most of being a spatial cultivator, he should stay near an area of spatial chi. Diana had previously mentioned that there were few spatial cultivators at the time. He believed she was referring to the fact that learning spatial techniques was too dangerous. However, he now knew she was referring to the fact that spatial techniques had to be cast so near the cultivator's body due to the lack of ambient spatial chi in the natural environment. Where would there even be natural spatial chi? Near a black hole? Or near those rifts that the merchants delved into? Luckily, Ashlock could get around this nonsense with his abnormal body. Short-range portals became as long as his roots spread out as wherever he could generate some spatial chi, he could cast spatial techniques. For Stella, telekinesis would be rather useless. She could use it to shoot a pebble out of her hand like a railgun. Or maybe have a shield orbiting her body and blocking attacks from blind spots. But the second the item she was trying to control left her area of altered chi, almost like an aura around her body, it was out of her control. Ashlock got rid of these thoughts and focused on his meditation. Step 1 of learning a new technique was to convey to the heavens what he wanted to achieve. Hours went by as he focused on the stick in the courtyard. He felt like he was back on Earth as a bored kid in class, glaring at a pencil and trying to make it move with his mind, except in this world of chi, it was possible. The sun set and Ashlock began to feel sleepy, so he allowed the slumber to overtake him and woke up to the chirping birds the following day. Meditating was much easier when his mind was sharp and the sun warmed his leaves. It wasn't until midday that Ashlock almost freaked out as the stick wobbled. It hadn't been a gust, wind, or a creature trying to break out of the ground beneath the stick. He had done that with his mind. Ashlock couldn't tell if managing to make a stick wobble after only a day of meditation was good or not. Without hand gestures, it seemed harder to convey to the heavens what exactly he wanted to happen. Are hand gestures just sign language cultivators invented to talk with heaven? Ashlock mused to himself as he felt happy with his progress. He made the stick wobble but was distracted as Stella walked into the central courtyard while stretching. A massive smile was plastered on her face. Tree. Stella was ecstatic as she summoned a light purple flame to her hand. The truffle worked. She then strode over and sat on the bench, clearly no longer mad at him for interrupting her enlightenment. Senior Lee was right. She began as she leaned back and rested her head on his trunk. The degradation of my spirit root happened so slowly throughout my life that I didn't notice. I should have been smart enough to take cultivation more slowly and solidify my foundation. Stella watched the lighter shade of purple flame flickering in her hand with a fondness that was hard to describe. But the chi flows so smoothly throughout my body now. And I can already feel my soul core growing faster than usual. So reaching the star core will be a breeze now. Ashlock was also thrilled that the truffle worked for Stella's sake and also for his plans to build up the Ashfallen sect. Since everyone around him was already part of the Blood Lotus sect, he would need to raise new disciples from the mortal population. After seeing what happened with Diana, he also wanted to avoid demonic cultivators. The spirit root improving truffle was the key to his sect's future. Now all he needed was for the Redclaws to learn how to read the ancient runic text, and then he could command them to go out and source him new disciples. Stella's eyes then drifted across the central courtyard and naturally noticed the wobbling stick due to her supernatural senses. Tree, are you trying to learn telekinesis? Ashlock flashed his leaf once to convey yes. Stella nodded to herself, that's a great idea. Of all the spatial techniques, I feel telekinesis would be perfect for you. She trailed off at the end with a slight frown forming on her face. Say, Tree, you will still need me around even if you could speak, right? Ashlock wished Stella would discard her silly insecurity, but it made some sense in retrospect. He was a man-eating tree, and although he had shown intelligence in her eyes, he was likely still just a very smart tree that lacked human emotions. He flashed his leaf to show his answer was yes. Now, he was even more determined to learn telekinesis to write a message on the wall without using a corpse's blood. No matter how desensitized a person was to death, Ashlock doubted he could convey his affection through words written in the blood of others on a wall. Stella seemed very content with his answer and decided to lie back down on the bench, and with a flash of gold, a leather-bound book engraved with the golden text spatial techniques of the Azure clan once again appeared in her hand. To Ashlock's surprise, she seemed engaged in the book this time, mouthing the words to herself with far less confusion. So, even though her enlightenment had been interrupted, had she gained some greater understanding of those flowery words? She then reached the chapter about telekinesis and read aloud, likely for his benefit. Chapter 2, Basic Technique, Telekinesis, Stella said with far more confidence than last time. Once a spatial cultivator has manifested their ego in the form of a soul core under a particular domain, and the heavens have acknowledged the chosen path, they are ready to enforce their will upon the world, and the easiest way to achieve that is through telekinesis. Ashlock felt silly being told telekinesis was the beginner technique when he had jumped straight to portals. Telekinesis is the ability to manipulate an object's relation to the spatial plane. Stella continued, first, the cultivator must isolate and detach the object from the world by wrapping it in spatial chi. Only then can the object be manipulated according to the cultivator's will. The leather-bound book slammed shut as Stella set it aside and found a pebble nestled in the purple grass at her feet. She picked it up and then sat cross-legged on the bench. She rotated the pebble in her hand and glared at it as spatial chi flowed around her. Ashlock was surprised. The book had given him a vital clue. Honestly, he had been lost on how to move the stick with his chi. He hadn't been some astrophysicist back on Earth, just an average guy with good grades. So when faced with the problem of conveying to heaven how exactly he wanted to move a stick with his mind, the first solution he tried was getting his root close enough and shoving a lot of spatial chi at it. That had made the stick wobble but not float like he wanted. However, the wobbling had given him a false sense of progress, making him think he was on the correct path. I should have just waited and asked Stella to read me the book somehow. Everything makes a lot more sense now. Ashlock felt dumb, but to be fair, spatial magic was a lot less intuitive than a more straightforward element like Earth. The book had once again reminded him of the spatial plane's existence, something he had heard about before. His portals utilized the spatial plane by connecting two locations and tearing a rift through the spatial plane to connect them. Why he hadn't thought that the spatial plane was responsible for more than just portals and could be applied to everything was an oversight on his part. Focusing on his meditation, he channeled spatial chi through his root near the stick, making an area of dense spatial chi. Of course, the stick began to wobble as its spatial anchor in this world was tested as dense spatial chi whirled around it. Ashlock had thought if he pushed enough spatial chi at the stick like a gust of air, he would be able to make it float. But what he was supposed to do was wrap the stick in a vacuum seal of spatial chi to cut it off from this world. It took some time as he had to convey his will to the heavens, but with a lot more of a plan in mind. It only took an hour until the stick had been successfully sealed off from the world and with its new anchor linked to the spatial plane that was under Ashlock's control anywhere his body was. At this point, it felt as easy as dragging the object across a phone screen and watching it move. You did it! Stella shouted as her eyes snapped open to see a stick flying around the courtyard like a witchless broomstick. As the stick was coated in his spatial chi, Ashlock used it to create a portal right in front of it, and before long, he had the stick popping in and out of tiny portals across the central courtyard with pops of air. He brought the stick up to the wall and tried to mirror writing, but his control over telekinesis was a bit lacking. It felt like trying to write on a whiteboard with a pen duct taped onto the end of a mop. However, with some effort, he wrote with the stick's sap, "You are family to me." But the writing was sloppy. Stella was clapping and cheering for him despite his poor control, which he found rather sweet. He needed a little more practice, so Ashlock thought about what to do. While he mused to himself, Stella carefully translated his sloppy words, and he saw a tear run down her cheek and over her light smile. "Thank you, tree. You are family to me too," she said and ran over and hugged him. "But your writing is so crappy." She giggled to herself as she broke the hug and wiped the tear. "I almost couldn't translate it." Ashlock patted her on the shoulder with the stick in an attempt to return the hug. His control may need some work, but it was the little steps that mattered. A while passed and eventually, Stella calmed down. All of her self-doubt seemed to have vanished, which made Ashlock happy. But he still felt frustrated about his lack of control with telekinesis. He looked around for something other than the stick which could allow him to practice. What about leaves? Ashlock had the idea of turning his leaves into flying blades to kill the birds long ago, and now it could be made a reality. He could use spatial magic to sever his leaves from his body and use them, but cutting off his body parts to hurl at people seemed counterproductive. Casting Eye of the Tree God, he zoomed away from the mountain and into the forest. Despite being late afternoon, it was mid-July, so summer was full swing. He searched the forest near the stairway to the mountain peak but couldn't find much wildlife. Did the sudden surge of demonic trees scare off all the wildlife? Ashlock wondered as he continued to fail to find anything other than birds. Deciding to search the forests east of the mountain with all the small villages and where Larry had hunted the now eradicated Winterwrath and Evergreen families. He passed over a few villages, and much like Darklight City, people were cooped up in their houses and refusing to venture outside. "Once the Redclaws move in, I will have them return life to normal, well, at least close to normal," Ashlock thought as he continued searching for prey. Eventually, near the border wall that lacked any guards, Ashlock found a monster. It was a weird insectoid thing that looked like a mantis and stood over 8 feet tall. It seemed to be hunting something, slashing away at a hole in the ground covered with a stone. Ashlock could tell something was alive under the rock through the mycelium network, but his roots weren't quite close enough to describe it. Might be a squirrel or something. Ashlock didn't really care. He had found a mid-stage Chi realm beast to practice his flying leaves technique. Ashlock returned his sights to Red Vine Peak, opened a portal in the central courtyard, and used the stick to point at it. "You want me to go through?" Stella asked, and the stick moved as if nodding. "All right." Stella shrugged and made her way through. She popped through and gasped as she saw the monster standing before the wall. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the eastern side of Red Vine Peak. "A monster over the walls? Do you want me to kill it?" Thankfully Stella didn't rush in and kill the monster, even when it slowly turned as it noticed her. It was rather funny how calm Stella looked, with her relaxed posture while facing a monster that towered over her. If this mantis existed back on Earth, Stella wouldn't stand a chance even with a gun, but in a world of cultivation, a big body or lethal blade for arms didn't matter when Stella could kill the oversized insect with a chi-empowered flick. Ashlock's crackle of spatial power severed hundreds of leaves from a nearby tree by opening and collapsing a portal. Ashlock watched in amusement as the insect backed up toward the wall after detecting his star core realm chi. He wrapped the leaves one by one as quickly as possible. The insect was on the run, but it didn't matter. It began to scale the wall with its large wings beating wildly, but it was useless. It hadn't even gotten a tenth of the way up the wall before leaves coated in lilac flames shot through the air, causing sonic booms and ripping its body apart. Dark green blood stained the gray stone wall as the insectoid body pinned by leaves slowly fell and crumpled on the forest floor below with a thump. Feeling proud of himself, Ashlock looked back at Stella, expecting to see her surprise at his new capabilities, but she hadn't even seen it. She was too busy crouching down near the hole covered with the rock. Ashlock could hear some wailing from within and was just as curious as Stella about what was inside. She pushed the rock to the side and revealed one of the last things Ashlock expected to see so close to the wall and far from civilization. How the hell did he even get here? Chapter 77, Interlude, Annoying Mortals. Stella detected with her spiritual sense that tree had dealt with the monster, so she focused wholeheartedly on the stone that had drawn her interest. Other than hearing a soft sobbing sound from beneath the stone, she could detect something alive below it. Removing the stone was a trivial affair, it was lighter than she had initially thought from its looks, and the fact the soil around it had already been partially dug out from the insect monster allowed her to get some grip. As she pushed the stone to the side, the wailing stopped for a second, and Stella came face to face with a human child. The boy was deathly pale, gaunt from lack of food, and his lips were cracked from no water. He was shaking and caked in mud as if he had been buried alive. "Hey," Stella said as softly as she could, "the monster is gone. Are you all right?" The child blinked, more from the sudden sunlight than her words. She moved her body a bit to the side to shade the poor boy and tried to carefully pull him from the damp hole. He resisted at first, trying to look past her to see if the monster was really gone. "It's already dead. See?" Stella gestured to the insect's corpse and maintained her gentle tone. Honestly, this was the first time she had ever interacted with a child, so she wasn't sure how to proceed. Should I look for his parents somehow? Stella thought as she scanned the tree line but couldn't see anything. "Miss, did you kill the monster?" The child's mumblings brought Stella out of her stupor and she offered the child a reassuring smile. Of course, she hadn't actually killed the insect herself, but explaining to the boy that a spirit tree had killed it with leaves from a mountain away seemed like more of a pain than it was worth. "I did." Stella nodded and swore she felt an intense gaze on her neck. "It's all safe now, so there's no need to be scared. Where are your parents? Are you a cultivator, miss?" The boy gripped her clothing and sounded far too excited. "A real one." "Yes, but can you teach me?" The boy wouldn't even let her finish a single sentence. Stella held back the urge to push the child back into the hole and walk off. "Listen." Stella placed a finger on the boy's lips to stop his blabbering. "What is your name?" "Sam," he shouted as he shoved her hand aside with his feeble strength. "I want to be strong too and kill scary monsters like you. And protect Papa and my little sisters." As much as Stella appreciated the child's enthusiasm, she had no interest in taking on a disciple. She paused, and her eyes widened as the realization hit her. She was supposed to be running a sect. What use was a sect without disciples? If anything, this was a heaven-given opportunity. "Well, Sam, let me check if you have the potential for cultivation," Stella said with a light smile, and she could practically see the stars of excitement in the half-dead boy's eyes that were reddened from tears. Stella put 2 fingers around the boy's bony wrist and closed her eyes to avoid looking at Sam's expectant expression. She injected a tiny bit of chi, and she could feel the boy shiver in her grasp. As she cycled the chi through the boy's body, she couldn't help but frown. His spiritual roots were non-existent, so his chance of becoming a cultivator was 0. Well, almost 0. Of course, there were ways to forcefully create spirit roots within a person's body, but it was never worth the effort. The boy had lacked the potential to be a cultivator since birth. He could still absorb some ambient chi, but there was no hope for him to cultivate enough chi to form a soul core. Stella released the boy's grasp with a sigh, but her heart tightened seeing his childlike excitement and hope. "It's better to lie to him now while he's in such a weak state and then clarify what I mean later. I mean, Sam technically can still cultivate. He just won't get very far." "You can cultivate," Stella said with a weak smile, and Sam practically flew out of her arms in excitement but immediately fell flat on his face with a groan as his frail body failed him. Stella shook her head as she retrieved a fruit and water skin from her spatial ring, placing them both beside the groaning boy's head. She then looked around. "Hey tree, what should I do?" She whispered to a random nearby tree but then felt silly. There was no answer. She crossed her arms and drummed her fingers as she sighed. This was annoying. She felt responsible for the child now, but she had no idea which village to ask first, or where the nearest one was. Also, the idea of speaking to people she had never spoken with before felt daunting. Was she scared of talking to mortals? Would they find her weird? "Sam. Where are you, Sam?" Stella's head snapped toward the shouting, and with her enhanced senses, she could see a group of mortals moving toward her, following a floating stick. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Tree's nonsense. Then, feeling a bit skittish, she got herself together by slapping her cheek. "Just act aloof and move on quickly," Stella muttered as she walked back toward the boy and assumed a leaning against tree pose with her eyes closed. Moments later, the group of mortals broke the tree line. "Sam." The same voice she had heard before shouted with far more gusto, and then Stella heard running. "Barry, get back." A woman shouted, likely this Barry fellow's wife by her tone. Stella slowly opened her eyes and looked at 4 middle-aged villagers one by one. They were all holding farming equipment. A wooden-handled scythe, 2 rusting pitchforks, and 1 heavily used spade. The man she quickly identified as Barry had paused mid-stride and was eyeing her as if she were some monster, the battered spade trembling in his grip. There was a moment of awkward silence as they stared at each other, and Stella hated to admit it, but her mind had gone blank. She had no idea what to say. "Papa," Sam croaked from the ground, but Barry didn't dare to break eye contact, much to Stella's growing anxiety. To be fair, the entire situation did look bad now that Stella thought about it. From their point of view, they couldn't see the dead monster off to the side, nor the fruit and water skin she had placed beside Sam. Stella could only huff in annoyance and rolled her eyes again as Barry shrank back while eyeing her cautiously. Sick of the silence and seeing that Barry's wife was about to try and speak, Stella decided to wissen up and take charge of the situation. "Took you long enough. I have matters to attend to back at the sect, so now that you're here, I can leave the child in your care." Stella then nodded toward the wall dyed with green blood in the distance. "The monster that had almost eaten the child has been disposed of. If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way." Stella then tried very hard to keep her straight face as all the villagers turned to look at the dead monster, let out shocked gasps, and then snapped back to look at her with awe rather than fear. Barry walked forward and bowed deeply, which was awkward considering the size difference. "Miss Cultivator, may I please ask what happened to the Winterwrath and Evergreen families? Without their protection, we have suffered greatly." His voice was stained with nerves, and his hands were clenched at his sides. Stella surveyed the other villagers' reactions, but they also seemed worried. Again, she decided to lie, for now. They were assigned new posts by the Patriarch. Soon, 2 other families will move into the area to take over their duties. Barry straightened his back and sighed with relief. "Who are these families if you don't mind me asking?" "Redclaw and..." Stella paused. Should she use Crestfallen, her family name that would be familiar to them, or start spreading the Ashfallen sect's name? They would need to begin recruiting people under their sect sooner rather than later, and keeping a low profile would only work for so long. "But I told the Redclaws that the Ashfallen sect was a secret, so exposing ourselves so soon might be counterproductive." Stella offered the man an apologetic smile. "I cannot mention the name of the other family for now, but I can say I'm a part of them." Barry seemed unconvinced but nodded anyway. "I see. Well, I can only thank you for saving my son. Unfortunately, I have nothing of value to offer." Stella's eye twitched. She hadn't wanted any of this, and the last thing she desired was some reward from a mortal. "I didn't even kill the monster. All I did was overturn the stone." Stella cursed in her head but didn't show her irritation. "No need. I will be off now," Stella said, and the villagers nodded respectfully to her. A quick glance at them confirmed none of these mortals possessed the potential for cultivation, as they were all stuck at the first stage of the Chi realm despite being late into their lives. Building a sect might be harder than she thought. Basically anyone with a slither of potential to cultivate had been sent to the Blood Lotus sect's academies, where they were trained to become cannon fodder, guards, or servants to the families. So the chance of her stumbling upon a villager with a talent for cultivation was unlikely. The lingering earthy taste of the spirit root improvement truffle made her think Tree might have a plan or ability to make cultivators out of talentless villagers, but it was a long shot. The Darklight City did have an academy, and since they were now the rulers of the area, they could pinch the cultivators from there, but it was a massive headache as the academies were run by the Blood Lotus sect rather than whichever family was ruling the area, so they would start asking questions as to why they were taking the cultivators away and get the rest of the sect involved. From what Stella had gathered from talking a lot with Diana, the Blood Lotus sect was a collection of families under one banner led by the strongest member, the Patriarch. They competed for resources, and the Patriarch didn't care so long as all the cities run smoothly. Having one family eradicated was fine. But Stella doubted the Patriarch would remain idle if he knew the Evergreen and Winterwrath families had also perished, as the Blood Lotus sect was now significantly weakened. Usually, Red Vine Peak would be doomed, but Ash is an intelligent tree, so it changed things. Instead of being a single star core cultivator with a limited area of control and a fleshy body that could be impaled by a sword, Ash was far more durable and had a much wider scope of control, meaning he could face off more people at once. The dead monster was a good example. Red Vine Peak was far away, yet this monster had died to a threat it couldn't see. Even if I reached the star core realm, I doubt I could do that, as I wouldn't even know the monster was here. Ash can be truly terrifying when he wants to be. Stella blinked as she realized she had been momentarily lost in thought. Because the villagers had brought up how the lack of cultivators affected their lives, Stella realized this situation was a little more out of hand than she thought. Miss Cultivator. Sam croaked out from the side as he weakly rolled over and faced her. Stella just raised a brow in response at the boy. She was rather bored dealing with this farce. She wanted to return to Red Vine Peak to cultivate and maybe check on Diana to see if she was doing fine in the mine. None of these mortals had talent or use, and their questions ruined her mood. The child returned an innocent smile. Miss, you said I can be a cultivator, right? Stella ignored the villager's shock and replied with a nod. Why couldn't he have just kept his mouth shut? How can I cultivate to be strong like you? Well, the answer was simple, he couldn't. But this was already annoying enough, and Stella had no interest in chucking a cultivation manual at his forehead to shut him up, so she just pointed into the distance. You see that mountain? I live up there. If you grow up big and strong and can climb to the top of that mountain, then I will tell you the secret. The idea that such a scrawny and half-dead child could climb one of the tallest mountains in the Blood Lotus sect without any cultivation was laughable, so Stella felt relatively confident she wouldn't see the scrawny boy anytime soon. Before they could ask any more questions, Stella whispered under her breath. Ash, open a portal behind me. An intense ripple of spatial chi made her hair flutter, and the villages stumbled back with yelps. A rift in space formed behind Stella, and she could see the distorted courtyard and Ash's black trunk through it. Letting out a sigh of relief, she stepped through, and with a pop, she left those annoying mortals behind. Her body quickly adapted to the wind chill and different climate at the top of a mountain compared to being down in the forest, and she eyed the bench under Ash's inviting canopy. The portal collapsed behind her, and Stella relished in the silence. Although she had only been gone for a bit, that experience had taken far more out of her than she thought reasonable. Walking over and laying back on the bench, Stella felt the cool wood on her exposed thighs and shoulders. She frowned and looked up at the rustling red leaves overhead with unpleasant thoughts about the future. Running a sect is going to be so annoying. Chapter 78, Demonic Form. Ashlock watched the villagers converse with each other excitedly after Stella returned to the central courtyard and the rift in space closed. After that discussion, he had naturally amped up magic truffle production as he could tell things would get busy soon. He still didn't know the limits of alchemy combined with his fruit and mushroom production abilities, so he wouldn't rule out being able to turn a talentless villager into a cultivator, but it would be resource intensive. For example, why would he sacrifice his own cultivation growth to accelerate the development of more truffles and fruit just to turn some random villager into a cultivator? It would only be worth it if he couldn't obtain a cultivator any other way. But he would rather use those resources to improve the spiritual roots of an already established cultivator that had been practicing for many years than level up a talentless villager as time was not on his side. The beast tide was coming, and this area would soon turn into a hellscape. From his understanding, even after the beast tide had passed, other demonic sects would come to claim the land and establish a new sect here. Without cultivators on his side, he will forever be surrounded by enemies. Even if his roots spread throughout the valley, he couldn't fight off an invading demonic sect alone. Ashlock hummed as the villagers picked up their scrawny child and carried him toward the village. Interestingly, Ashlock recognized one of the villagers as the mortal Larry had spared the first time. Running a sect is going to be so annoying, Stella grumbled from the bench. Dealing with cultivators is easy enough as we can speak with our blades, but trying to be nice to mortals is hard. Stella reminded Ashlock of his introverted friends that had to spend a few days recovering after a big social event. Her arm covered her closed eyes as if she had a migraine, and she looked absolutely beat. Was it really that bad? Ashlock wondered. He felt she had handled the situation rather well from looking on. Stella seemed content on just laying there and recovering. Even Maple had gone and fallen asleep on her head, so he looked for something else to do. He was still itching to test his S-rank Mystic Realm skill, but he was waiting for Diana to hopefully recover before trying an unknown, dangerous skill. Switching to his root vision, he descended the mountain and looked into the cavern. He sighed in relief as he watched Diana still beating the shit out of Bob the Slime. Ha! Diana hollered as she delivered a brutal roundhouse kick that sent Bob flying halfway across the cavern. The slime convulsed as it flew like a water balloon hit with a hammer. Ashlock pulled back on the root linked to the slime to stop Bob from slamming into the wall. As Bob rolled for a few meters before stopping, Ashlock noticed the slime had turned from lilac to pitch black as demonic chi swirled around the jelly body. Compared to his spatial chi, which had been very stable within the slime, the demonic chi reminded him of those storms that plagued Jupiter. They were violent, erratic, and destructive. It was fascinating that Bob's body could even adapt to housing demonic chi. Ashlock had no idea how Diana had survived for even an hour, let alone days, with this demonic chi inside her body. Looking closer at the black-haired girl, her eyes had returned to their usual dull gray, and the spider web of black lines covering her entire body was faded but still visible if someone looked closely. So why are her flames still contaminated with darkness? Ashlock mused as he saw her dash across the cavern with a kick and punch the demonic slime with a wrathful punch. Her strength had increased since he last saw her. That was for sure. An hour passed with more brutal one-sided combat as Bob no longer had any capabilities of fighting back, and Ashlock came to a terrifying conclusion. Has she found a way to harness the demonic chi without it killing her? Seeing Diana's dark blue flames mixed with the darkness of the demonic chi working in perfect harmony across her body reminded Ashlock of yin and yang. Suddenly Diana stumbled to the side, falling to the ground and managing to get into a cross-legged position despite the slime looming over her. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. Ashlock reeled the slime back and was glad he could still control the thing. Is she breaking through? Ashlock saw chi begin to gather around Diana in a torrent. He knew Diana had been struggling in the 6th stage of the Soul Fire realm for years now with a very significant bottleneck. Even after going cold turkey on beast cores after first meeting Stella, she had been unable to overcome this bottleneck no matter what she did. Was it finally happening? Had she found a way to overcome the bottleneck that had threatened to stunt her growth until she grew old and withered away into dust? Ashlock was worried. Would the demonic chi lurking in her body interfere with the Ascension? I guess I can only wait and see. In an attempt to help out, Ashlock pumped some water from the mycelium network through his roots. The cavern was filled with dripping sounds as sappy water came from hundreds of roots across the cavern's ceiling. Diana's expression was intense, and her breathing erratic, but she seemed to appreciate the gesture as the water chi all around joined the torrent. A while passed and Ashlock could tell she had broken through the bottleneck as chi exploded in a wave with her as the epicenter and shook the cavern, causing bits of the ceiling to fall. Luckily he had reinforced the cavern with his roots, so there wasn't a total collapse. But what happened next surprised him. Wings of feathered darkness sprouted from her shoulder blades, each thrice her size, claws of shadow materialized around her hands like gloves, and her eyes went black. She wailed like a tortured soul as she stood up. As she stumbled forward, demonic chi swirled around her body in a fierce mist. For some reason, Ashlock felt unnerved. It didn't make sense. Even if she broke through to the 7th stage of the Soul Fire realm, she should still be far below him regarding cultivation, so why did he feel hunted? It was an instinctual fear, as if he were facing down a predator. Even though he knew he had the equivalent of a loaded gun in his back pocket that would guarantee victory, his non-existent heart still thumped in his chest. Through the dark mist, he could only make out the outline of Diana's demonic humanoid shape as the howls continued. She prowled forward through the mist like a predator and then pounced toward Bob with a fiendish pace. Bob's skin was pierced, and 2 claws that didn't resemble human hands, more like bird claws, were thrust inside Ashlock. Then felt the demonic chi inside Bob rush toward the hands as if Diana was trying to absorb all the demonic chi. Do I stop her? Ashlock could flood Bob with plenty of spatial chi to get Diana away, but should he? Was Diana absorbing demonic chi a good or bad thing here? Deciding to wait and see, a while passed. Bob had almost all of the demonic chi that had been stored up inside drained. To maintain control, Ashlock had no choice but to refill the slime slowly with spatial chi, which eventually forced Diana to take her clawed hands out. The fiendish howls and inhuman movements continued as combat resumed. Ashlock had to overload Bob with spatial magic and hold the slime with his roots so Diana's chains of attacks didn't destroy Bob in seconds. Demonic chi transfer to Bob occurred in the same way as before but at a much faster rate. The cavern continued to tremble as Bob was kicked through the black mist and pulled back in. All Ashlock could see the entire time was Diana's outline, which included 2 feathered wings and claws. Eventually, Diana left Bob alone and the dark mist that had obscured her body dissipated into the air. Ashlock saw her crumble to the floor like a puppet cut from its strings, and she fell asleep. Her body had returned to normal and even her clothes were unscathed. There was no sign of any demonic chi corruption nor her weird demonic form. Ashlock let out a long sigh of relief. If someone had told him that the demonic form he'd just witnessed in that dark mist was an illusion or dream, he'd have believed them. Even the shirt around her shoulders showed no signs of holes for wings. Had the demonic chi influenced her mist ability to an even higher level than when she was first infected with demonic chi? Ashlock mused to himself. When she first used her illusionary mist technique after becoming infected with demonic chi, the laughing delusions that tricked the mind and enraged cultivators into acting on impulse had morphed into howling fiends. Had it simply upgraded and given Diana an illusionary form to make her seem more intimidating? Or was it something else? Ashlock didn't know. He kept tabs on Diana for a little longer to ensure she was fine, and after confirming she was sound asleep and wasn't going to suddenly turn into some undead ghoul, he could finally relax. Ashlock spent the rest of the day practicing telekinesis in the central courtyard by trying to write on the wall. Stella had spent the afternoon sorting through the many spatial rings from the invading cultivators she had unlocked while searching for beast cores for Diana. She now wore 4 golden rings, 2 on each hand containing all the items she deemed necessary to loot. One of the rings flashed with golden light, and a stick of black chalk manifested in her hand. She threw it out into the air as she lay slothfully on the bench, and Ashlock caught it with telekinesis. Stella lay on her side while keeping her eyes on the white pavilion wall opposite. She seemed to still be recovering from her social interaction with the mortals, or maybe just taking a well-deserved break. She had been cultivating and fighting non-stop for a while now, and with Diana sleeping down in the mine, there was a brief moment of calm. The black chalk stick paused before the wall as Ashlock struggled to figure out what to say or ask. Then he thought of Diana. Stella hadn't seen the girl for a while nor knew of her recovery, so he decided to inform her. Diana has recovered and broken through to the 7th stage? Stella let out a long sigh of relief and grinned. I'm so glad. She is a great friend and ally. I can't imagine having to run a sect without her. Considering she seemed to handle the mortals so well from his point of view, he decided to ask about it. Why did I find speaking to the mortals so exhausting? Stella hummed for a while and then answered while looking up at his canopy. I have hardly talked to anyone other than Diana my entire life, and the mortals are just so different from me. Stella chuckled. You saw how they looked at me as if I were some kind of monster. They didn't see me as a fellow human being, not that I blame them. We treat mortals like insects. It's ingrained in our minds from the start. There was a pause, and then she continued, when I was very young, I was surrounded by mortal servants that would do my bidding despite the fact I was just a child, and my father would always point at the wrinkled old maid that went around the courtyards groaning about having a bad back and told me that's what separated mortals and cultivators. We never become weak like that with time so long as we keep cultivating. Ashlock had to admit it was an interesting dynamic. Stella and Diana looked and talked like humans, but the fact they could live far longer and run around at supersonic speeds naturally separated them from the mortals in feudal society. It didn't help that the cultivators could lord over the mortals without repercussions out here in the wilderness, as without the cultivators, the mortals would perish to the beasts, so any kind of revolt was impossible. Maybe it's different in the Celestial Empire. Ashlock mused. It sounded much more civilized from what Senior Lee described, although that old man did say he preferred it out here. Ashlock was briefly lost in his thoughts when there was a sudden rush of water and Diana shot out from his hollowed-out route that led down into the mines with a splash. She landed gracefully and offered Stella a weary smile as she collected all the water in a swirling ball above her palm. Sorry to have worried you, Stella. Diana then turned to look at Ashlock and clasped her hands. You too, Patriarch. I appreciate your assistance with my matter. She then gave a 90-degree bow toward the towering tree. Ashlock hadn't been mad at her, but he appreciated the apology nonetheless. Stella jumped up from the bench and gave Diana a tight and quick hug. I was so worried about you. Diana grumbled another apology, and the two returned to the bench and caught up on what had occurred while Diana had been insane. It was rather funny watching Diana's facial expressions as Stella recalled her being chained to Ashlock and how she screamed for multiple days and nights straight. They talked throughout the night, and Diana confirmed she was okay. The demonic chi is suppressed and under control, but if I push myself that far again, I will likely enter that insane state again, Diana explained and offered a reassuring smile. But I can always beat the slime up again to return to normal. Ashlock decided to ask about that demonic form she took by writing on the wall. Ashlock asks about feathered wings and claws you had down in the mine. Stella calmly translated and raised a brow at the message. Well, that sounds like an interesting story. Diana slowly nodded in agreement, with confusion written all over her face. Feathered wings? I don't remember ever having anything like that. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day, 3478. Daily credit, 4. Sacrifice credit, 0. Sign in. The sun crested over the horizon and Ashlock's sign in system popped up. With such few points to spend, he naturally dismissed the notification, but it had reminded him of something. His desire to test his new S-rank skill Mystic Realm. Ashlock then asked the two girls if they were well rested and ready to watch him test his most powerful skill yet. Stella seemed genuinely annoyed when he mentioned he had no idea what his new skill could do. Fine, Stella grumbled as she rose from the bench, summoned a sword to her waiting hand, and took a combat stance. Her cultivation flared up, and light purple flames coated her form. But I am taking no chances this time. Diana gave a nod of approval with a hint of jealousy as she noticed Stella's improved spirit root. Stella just rolled her eyes in response. You will get to improve your spirit root as well. Ashlock made sure to wake Larry up from his slumber and even shouted enough at Maple to cause the squirrel to stir from his deep sleep. The squirrel seemed annoyed but also intrigued at what was happening. With the whole gang ready to go, Ashlock brought up his skill menu. He felt like a president about to launch a tactical nuclear strike for some reason. Well, here goes nothing. Ashlock activated his ability, and everything changed. A dense white fog filled with weird celestial flakes swirled around the central courtyard, swallowing his sect members, and before Ashlock knew it, everyone was gone, except for him. He remained rooted in place, but neither his spiritual sense nor demonic eye could see the group through the fog. Guys! Ashlock shouted, even trying to pull on his tether with Larry, but there was no response. Where did they go? Left with no other option, Ashlock sent his roots to surge out of the ground and into the perpetual fog in search of them. He demanded answers and wanted to discover what the hell this mystic realm was all about. Chapter 79, Trapped Far From Home. Unlike a usual fog that would spread out and dissipate, the mystic realm fog stayed in a small compact area around half the size of the central courtyard. Considering it was an S-grade ability, Ashlock was baffled. There had to be so much more to it than a simple fog blocking his senses. Panic had naturally set in as Stella, Diana, Larry, and even Maple, who might be in a higher realm than him, hadn't returned from the fog. The stone in the central courtyard cracked and fell aside as black roots surged from within the mountain and into the dense fog. Ashlock tried to sense anything through his roots, but they felt numb as if he dipped his toes in freezing water. The fog began to sparkle with a myriad of colors as if someone had dumped glitter into it. Ashlock's numb roots then began to feel different sensations. One felt burning hot, another in warm water, another in sand. It was beyond perplexing, as Ashlock had no idea what was happening inside the fog. He tried to control the fog and bring it closer to his trunk so he could get a better look, but it refused to budge. Everything about this skill was beyond confusing, and Ashlock felt frustrated at his inability to help. Stella inwardly cursed as a strange white fog that cut off all her senses enveloped her. She looked down at her feet, which felt weightless. The floor was gone. There was only a ghostly fog that swirled around her feet. Was she standing on a cloud? Diana, what is going on? Stella realized Diana wasn't standing beside her anymore. She desperately looked around, but only the weird white fog could be seen. Finally, after frantically searching for Diana and coming up with nothing, she stepped forward hesitantly and began wandering through the swirling fog. Tree. Diana. Anyone. She shouted into the fog all around her, but nobody responded. It was eerie. She held her sword tightly in her grip as her heart pounded in her chest. Then her surroundings began to change. The white fog became filled with flakes of shattered glass that gleamed and showed tiny bits of scenery. Some pieces were tiny, no larger than a speck of dust, but others were the size of her hand. One of these larger ones drifted by and Stella caught a glimpse of a lightning storm within, as if she were looking through a tiny window into another world. Curious, Stella reached out and poked it as the shard floated by. She then yelped as the hard floor she had been standing on vanished from beneath her, and in blinding light, she dropped down. Blinking the blinding light away, Stella found herself standing on a gray surface. All around were black clouds flashing with lightning. Thunder roared in her ears, and hail rushed upwards like a reverse waterfall. Alright, where in the 9 realms is this? Stella yelled, and only the roaring thunder replied. Moments ago, she had been enjoying a pleasant morning in the central courtyard atop Red Vine Peak. Then Ash had wanted to test a new technique, and now she was in some weird upside-down world inside a storm. She was all alone, and no matter where she looked, there was no sign of Diana, Maple, or even Larry. The gray surface below her trembled, and then she heard a terrifying roar. The sturdy ground beneath her vibrated and shifted as if it were alive. Then, looking behind her, she saw the gray surface tilt upwards and reveal a tail the size of a mountain. At this moment, Stella realized she wasn't standing on land, as she had been moving this entire time. It had just been hard to tell without a point of reference. Stella clamped her mouth shut and hoped the supersized sky whale she stood on would forget about her. A while passed and the trembling stopped. While waiting, she had desperately looked around but couldn't find a way out of this place. The weird fog had vanished, and she hadn't learned her portal technique yet. "Ash, have you sent me here to die?" Stella muttered as her hands clenched. She then shook her head. If Ash's new technique was really that dangerous, she was confident he would find a way to bring her back with time. "He considers you family. There's no way he would send you here to die," Stella quietly convinced herself. All she needed to do was wait, make the best of this disaster, and turn it into an opportunity. With a sigh, Stella decided to sit down cross-legged and cultivate. She had enough food within her spatial ring to last years and could always melt the upside-down hail into water. Closing her eyes, she began to meditate and try to connect with heaven. Unfortunately, the whispers of heaven's will were once again difficult to understand, and Stella sincerely wished she had another truffle to make the greatest use of this opportunity. After a while, she had to stop cultivating as her soul core was overwhelmed. "Phew, the chi is so dense here. Is this an upper realm or something?" Stella wondered aloud as her body overflowed with power. "I should be careful. If I cultivate too much pure chi like this, I'll find it difficult to continue cultivating with that weaker chi if I ever return to Red Vine Peak." While taking a break, Stella watched the clouds flashing with lightning. She knew for a fact that the lightning Tao was intoxicating here. So, with her soul core overflowing with power, she coated herself in purple flames and reached out her hand. She paused briefly as she prepared for the pain. Even with her Tao comprehension of lightning, it was undoubtedly a no pain, no gain type of Tao to contemplate. "Well, here goes nothing." Stella closed her eyes and tried to call the lightning to her. For better or worse, it answered. Like when Ashlock formed his star core, Stella's hand became the focal point for all the lightning in the area. After just a few strikes hit her hand, she could already feel her flesh burning and had to pop a low-grade healing pill to endure the pain. Diana breathed out a cloud of vapor due to the cold as she stood upon a tiny iceberg the size of a small courtyard. She surveyed the perfectly calm waters surrounding her in all directions until the horizon. "Is this a pocket realm?" Diana mused to herself as she tried to ignore the panic rising in her chest. She knew her spatial ring didn't have many supplies for an extended stay inside such a perilous place. Cultivators could survive for a long time without food or water, but Diana wasn't in the star core realm, so her need for sustenance hadn't been fully overcome yet. Getting down on her knees, she plunged her head into the icy water and was amazed at its clarity. The crystal-clear waters gave her a full view of the endless nothingness below her tiny iceberg. It was just a void of water that got darker the deeper she looked. There wasn't a single fish in sight, nor the ocean floor. She whipped her head back out of the water and frowned. "Is this entire world nothing but ocean?" Diana mused as she collected the water from her hair into a chi ball above her palm and dumped it back into the ocean. Rubbing her chin in deep thought, Diana came to a conclusion. Out of those weird shards within the fog that gave glimpses of other worlds, she had felt the most compelled to grab onto this one, likely from its extreme amount of water chi, which her body was naturally drawn toward. Deciding there was nothing for her to do in this situation, she sat down on the iceberg and began to meditate. A long time passed and Diana felt overwhelmed with power. Although she had just broken into the 7th stage, she felt herself closing in on the bottleneck for the 8th stage as the chi here was so pure. She then noticed something odd as she breathed out and fully emerged from her zen-like state. The ocean was gone. The iceberg was on the ocean floor, which was nothing but black mud. The clouds that had dotted the sky suddenly looked so far away as she gazed up. Diana stood and stepped off the iceberg with a squelch as the muddy ocean floor splattered on her clothes and enveloped her shoe like quicksand. Using her cultivation, she could extract the moisture out of the mud around her, making it hard enough to walk upon. Looking all around, she couldn't see anything but black mud in all directions, so she decided to walk in a random direction and began wandering the endless mudflats. Eventually, she stumbled upon a group of sparkling rocks buried under the mud. She had only noticed one of the rocks, as a tiny piece stuck out from the black mud and was made very obvious. Naturally, she summoned a sword to her hand and cautiously approached the suspicious rock. Then, with the very tip of her sword, she tapped the sparking rock and the entire ground trembled. "Expected as much," Diana commented in a dull tone as she stepped back and watched the mud explode. Hundreds of tendrils resembling spines of bone lashed out as if searching for the one who disturbed them. Within the center of these tendrils was a gaping maw where each tooth ended in a tiny sparkling rock. Diana calmly evaluated the monster, memorizing its attack pattern and searching for a weakness. She estimated its cultivation realm to be slightly below hers, but it had the terrain advantage as its massive body was mostly protected by a thick layer of mud. Diana slowly circled the creature as she made great use of the abundant water chi lingering in the air to fill the entire area with her mist. It still carried a hint of demonic chi, which seemed to startle the monster as it thrashed out violently with its tendrils, trying to hit the laughing illusions. So the monster has sight or hearing, then, Diana mumbled as she kept looking for an opening. If she could destroy its sensory organ, then killing the creature would be simple. Diana hated to admit it, but she did feel a hint of desperation. This was the first living creature she had come across, and she had no idea how long she would be stuck in this pocket realm or how to even get back. As far as she was concerned, this was a life or death battle. Her only solace was that her foe seemed incapable of movement, so she could always slowly whittle it down as she recovered outside its attack range. Noting an opening as one of its tendrils lashed out a bit too far into her mist, she dashed forward, coated her blade in blue flames, and swung down with as much might as she could muster. A flash of earthy brown flames coated the tendril at the last moment, which absorbed her sword's flames, and her metal blade bounced off the surprisingly durable tendril despite it looking like a spine of brittle bone. She skillfully dodged to the side as a second tendril of bone rushed past her face intending to skewer her and bring her cold corpse to the waiting maw of the monster. The ground began to tremble. The monster slowly moved through the mud as if swimming toward her. Diana calmly leapt back and reassessed her attack plan from a safe distance. The monster was slow and fell for her illusions, but it was an earth affinity, so its defensive powers, especially when half submerged in mud, would prove somewhat troublesome. Tapping her sword on the mud in annoyance, Diana sighed as she watched the wiggling mess of tendrils move through the mud toward her. This is going to be a long battle, Diana complained as she dashed through her mist again, dodging random tendrils as she went. The only path to victory she could see was abusing her superior cultivation stage to outlast the monster and deplete all of its chi. However, despite the circumstances, Diana couldn't help but grin as she knew that after this fight, she would be on the verge of the 8th stage of the Soul Fire realm. Diana was confident that days' worth of time had passed in this pocket realm, yet the sun had remained in the exact same position the entire time, beating down her back with its scorching heat. She hadn't noticed it when she first arrived, but without any shade, this was more like a desert than a frozen waterworld. Sweat dripped from her short hair and face, yet she dared not use any chi to remove the water as she needed to conserve every drop of chi in her soul core. Even with her running off and cultivating outside of the monster's reach, it hurled lumps of chi-charged mud in her direction, meaning she could never stay still for too long, and if she strayed too far, she feared the monster would retreat underground and recuperate its chi. Her only chance at victory was relying on its stupidity and rage to keep it above ground. And its hunger. It was likely just as hungry as she was due to the lack of food around here. Diana stumbled as she cycled her chi, using her sword as a makeshift cane. As she had gotten more tired, the monster had landed some hits on her. None lethal, thankfully. But they had left nasty gashes that had been healed with her rapidly decreasing supply of healing pills. She had cut off a load of the monster's tendrils over the past few days, and the last few were sagging on the ground as the beast was worn out. Deciding she had dragged it out long enough and with no will to continue this farce, she now charged in with an aimed strike. Her target. A weird dome hidden off to the side of the monster's maw where most of its tendrils originated. Diana had identified it as the likely location of the monster's brain. Ducking under a sluggish tendril and sliding through the mud, she stabbed at the fleshy dome and wasn't surprised when a final flicker of brown flames defended it. Unfazed, she summoned a dagger from her spatial ring and viciously stabbed at the fleshy dome with all her stored-up wrath. Murky green blood sprayed everywhere, and a tendril aiming at her slammed into the mud beside her and all the other tendrils that flopped down with sickening squelching sounds into the black mud. The monster had been slain, and Diana shakily stood up, sighing in relief and wiping the sweat, blood, and mud from her eyes. She began looting the monster's corpse, as it was far too large to fit inside her spatial ring. But as she pulled off the shiny rocks from atop teeth that were taller than her, she felt the ground faintly tremble. Was another one of these monsters coming? Climbing out of the monster's mouth and surveying the horizon from atop a tooth, she looked to the horizon opposite the sun and noticed that a new mountain range took up her entire view. That hadn't been there before. Diana wondered as she heard a faint thundering sound accompany the trembling. It wasn't until Diana realized the mountain in the distance was getting closer that panic set in once again. She fumbled to rip off as much as she could from the monster's corpse and then took off running. Her lungs burned from immense fatigue and her soul core was utterly empty after the fight. The small puddles of water amongst the mud vibrated as the trembling and roaring behind her worsened. She ran for what felt like an eternity, but the situation only grew more dire. A part of her didn't even want to look over her shoulder, but after finally collapsing from exhaustion onto the mud, she had no choice but to stare at the impending threat. With the sun behind her back, there was no looming shadow, but she couldn't even see the sky anymore. Now that it was close enough, she could confirm it had never been mountains. Instead, it was a planet-sized wave of water and rock that was surging toward her at speeds many times her maximum running speed. This giant wave likely cycled around the pocket realm, obliterating everything in its path. I must have entered the pocket dimension on the other side of this wave. Diana cursed as she pushed herself up into a meditation position. She now understood why nothing was alive here except the monster that could hide beneath the mud, as nothing could survive such a wave except maybe a monarch realm cultivator or a spirit beast. Is that what the beast tide is going to be like? Diana mused as she looked up at her impending doom. She had never seen a beast tide, but from the legends she had heard of them, they were likely more survivable than this wave. She was so dead. Diana decided to shut her eyes and prepare to die, but something poked her on the back. Her eyes snapped open and despite her exhaustion, she whirled around, ready to face another one of those monsters. Instead, she was greeted with a familiar black root and possible salvation. Chapter 80, Mysterious Maple. On the dawn of the 7th day since Ashlock had deployed the Mystic Realm Fog, he felt something other than random sensations of environments through his roots. Ashlock felt hands clasp around two of his roots, and he felt tiny paws around another. Ashlock wasn't sure how to proceed, but he felt one of the pairs of hands tug on his root with what he interpreted as desperation and urgency. I hope this is right. Ashlock muttered as he pulled that particular root back with as much force as possible. To his surprise, Diana flew out of the fog and crash-landed beside the wooden bench onto the purple grass. She was drenched like a drowned rat and seemed completely out of breath. Black mud stained with green and red blood caked her clothes, and she appeared to be missing a shoe. Ashlock was thrilled to finally see one of his sect members alive and well. In a cultivator world, so long as the person had most of their limbs intact, they were fine in his opinion. Well, pulling on the root worked for Diana, so maybe it will work for the others? Ashlock pulled on all his roots and Stella came out with a little more grace than Diana, managing to land on her feet with barely a stumble. Meanwhile, Larry flew overhead and into his canopy with a crash with a yawning and unbothered squirrel on his head. As the sun crested the mountain and shone onto the sparkling fog, it dissipated, and the courtyard returned to being devoid of the mystical fog. Oh, thank the heavens! Stella said as she collapsed and patted the courtyard's lush purple grass surrounding Ashlock's trunk. I was not cursed to spend eternity stuck upon that beast's back. After gathering her senses, she trudged over to the wooden bench and poked Diana's shoulder with her foot as she relaxed on the bench's armrest. What in the 9 realms happened to you? Big wave. Mud. Monster, Diana muttered between gasps. Ugh. So tired. Ashlock gave Stella a minute to recover before he used the chalk stick left behind to write his questions on the wall, as she seemed like the one least exhausted. Except for Maple, but that squirrel wouldn't listen to him anyways. Stella appeared in a foul mood as she rested her head on her upright palm and huffed the hair from her face as she slowly translated the text. What happened, you ask? She broke out into hysterical laughter for a moment before slapping her cheeks. Sparks of lightning rippled across her flesh, causing her hair to shoot up as if it had been struck with static electricity. With a scowl, she reached up and summoned a hair tie from her spatial ring and spoke while she rested her hair into a ponytail. Well, I found myself lost in the fog all alone. After stumbling through it for a while, I felt compelled to reach out and touch a weird fragment containing another world that floated past me, and then before I knew it, I was standing on the back of a sky whale the size of Darklight City within a pocket realm overflowing with spatial chi and an environment teeming with lightning Tao. Stella got her hair under control and continued, now, I will admit it was a great opportunity, but after spending a month swallowing lightning-filled ice, burning my hands, and suffering from chi intoxication, I am in a bad mood. And with that, Stella closed her eyes and lay back on the bench, refusing to even look at the wall so he could ask another question. Ashlock had a lot to contemplate. Stella mentioned a month had passed, but he was sure only a week had passed here on Red Vine Peak since they entered the fog. It seems the mystic realm is some kind of small world. But why did Stella say she was all alone in the fog? Did the others go somewhere else? Ashlock wondered and then turned his attention to Larry, slowly crawling down his trunk while trembling like a leaf. "Hey, Larry." Ashlock asked down the tether, and the spider paused like a kid caught eating from the cookie jar. "What happened in there?" Master, I saw horrors I didn't think imaginable, ow." Larry grunted as Maple smacked him on the head for some reason. Ashlock was confused. Why had Maple come out of the fog while on Larry's head? "Explain." Ashlock urged Larry to continue. "What horrors? Did you go to the same world as Stella or somewhere else?" Larry looked hesitant to explain, with Maple glaring at him atop his head. "Master, I had the pleasant experience of visiting Maple's homeworld, and had a lovely time meeting his siblings." The giant spider shook with every word as if terrified to slip up and say something wrong. Siblings. Ashlock couldn't believe it. Everything around Maple was a mystery. How did such a small squirrel survive in a dimension that contained that worldwalker monster? What was his true strength? What did his siblings look like? Ashlock asked through the tether, and Larry seized up. "Master, they were a bit larger than Maple and weren't exactly what I would call cute fluffy squirrels." Larry then shrieked as Maple tapped his claw gently on one of Larry's eyes and viciously bared his teeth with a hiss. Ashlock was a little taken aback seeing such a vicious side to Maple. He only ever saw the squirrel sleeping and going off randomly. As much as Ashlock wanted to sate his curiosity, Larry wasn't included in his pact with Maple, so the violent squirrel might actually murder his pet if Larry said too much. Which just made Ashlock even more curious. Maybe if he could also go into these pocket realms, he could visit Maple's world and see for himself. But that was a goal for another time. Everything was a bit sudden, but organizing his thoughts, Ashlock concluded that his mystic realm ability allowed him to give access to pocket realms to all who enter the fog. It also seems that multiple people can go to the same pocket realm as Larry and Maple did, or they can end up in different ones like Stella and Diana. Even more curious is how Stella described her realm as containing spatial chi and lightning Dao. In contrast, Diana muttered something about a giant wave that gave him the vibes of a water chi-filled environment. What kind of world would he get if he could enter the fog? Opening his status screen to look at the Mystic Realm ability, he saw something he hadn't been expecting. Mystic Realm S locked until day 3515. Bringing up his sign-in system, he saw the current day was 3485, so the skill was locked for a month. The skill was also grayed out in his menu, and a warning message popped up when he tried to forcefully use it. Continuous access to the Mystic Realm can incur soul damage. Proceed. Y/N. So I can still forcefully use the skill if I wish, but it might damage my soul? Ashlock mused as he looked over the warning message another time just to make sure. He had already taken some soul damage during his ascension to the Starcore realm due to that Evergreen bastard, and even just losing 1% of his soul had left him with an empty and ominous feeling. With no wish to gain any further soul damage, he decided to wait out the 30 days. Instead, it would be best to prepare for its subsequent use and give his sect members some time to recover and get over their anger toward him. He hadn't figured out why the fog dissipated when all of them had been pulled out and also why he found them all at the same time. Everything lined up too smoothly for it to be a coincidence. His only guess stemmed from the skill's time delay before he could use it again. I found them all exactly 1 week after I used the skill, and then the fog dissipated once the sun rose. Does the ability have a 7-day limit? It would be essential to know, but he had no way to find out for sure until he did a second test run in a month. Meanwhile, Diana had managed to push herself off the ground and stagger over to the bench. Before collapsing next to Stella, who was half asleep with her head on her palm, there was a flash of gold as Diana's clothes vanished for a split second and were replaced with fresh, clean clothes from her spatial ring. A pretty neat trick that Ashlock wished he had back on Earth, as getting dressed in the morning for work while being half asleep had always been an inconvenience. Despite having a relatively good memory as a tree, he found his memories of Earth fleeting. As the years went by in this new world he found himself in, the memories of Earth felt more and more distant, alien even. If he somehow made it back as a human, he felt his morals would be fucked up, and he would never be able to adapt to modern society again. in a fresh set of clothes that reminded Ashlock of Earth every time he looked at them due to their modern style. Diana sighed as she looked up at his canopy and began to monologue as if that were where his ears were. Patriarch, as terrifying as that experience was, I can only thank you for it. Diana summoned a blue flame on top of her head as if she were a human candle. I was only in there for what felt like a month, but I gained a year or two worth of cultivation and am almost at the 8th stage. If my spirit root had been better, I would have ascended this stage already. She dissipated her flame and smiled weakly. If we used this weird fog correctly, we could become the most powerful sect in the land. I just hope you will gift me with one of those truffles that Stella spoke of so that if I ever go in there again, I can soar to great heights and help protect the Ash-Fallen sect in the future. Diana's ramblings made Ashlock realize something once again. His personal strength was nothing to scoff at, but most of his abilities aligned with empowering others rather than himself. Trees were known for providing, nurturing, and protecting the forest under their canopy. Was the system trying to steer him in that direction with the abilities it had randomly picked for him? It was suspicious, to say the least. Did the system have an agenda? Did it always plan for him to raise a sect and fight? And if that was the system's plan all along, who is my foe? Ashlock wondered. This seems like far too much effort to make me and my sect strong enough to face off a group of demonic cultivators out in the wilderness. Is there some greater threat out there I must face? Maybe the demonic beasts that will make up the beast tide? Or perhaps the celestial empire? Merchants? People from the higher realms like Senior Lee? The list was endless. Ashlock had no clue, but he wasn't one to complain about it. As a stationary tree, empowering those around him was ideal and gave him far more reach than any typical tree could achieve. Speaking of the sect, Ashlock had been putting something off while desperately searching through the fog for his friends. Friends, huh? Feels weird to think of them that way, but family is a bit too far for anyone except Stella. While acquaintances or sect members feel too cold. Ashlock especially struggled to categorize Maple and Larry. One was in a mind control slave contract through the system, and the other was a mysterious squirrel he couldn't understand even if he tried. Writing on the wall, he notified Stella of what he had been delaying. Stella barely looked through sleepy eyes at the wall and grumbled, "Those Redclaw bastards are all here now? Did they move into the White Stone Palace while we were gone?" If they had learned those ancient texts, Ashlock could write to them directly through telekinesis or send Larry as his spokesperson, but if it took Stella a year to learn, then he doubted the Redclaw Grand Elder had even begun to grasp the basics. What if I learned this world's language? Ashlock realized he had never really thought about it, but he quickly dismissed the thought when he remembered why had never bothered. My language of the world ability automatically translates everything, so it would be impossible to learn as I can't even understand the original text or language. It was a passive skill, so he couldn't turn it off. Why the skill couldn't just teach him all the languages made sense due to the skill's name. Language of the world suggested he learned a language that the entire world once knew or perhaps was there when the world was created. Whatever it meant, it was apparent the language Stella and Diana spoke was a more modern variation of what they call the ancient runic language that he could speak. Is it urgent? Stella asked with a grumpy yawn. I couldn't catch a moment of rest in that pocket realm. If I had let my body passively cultivate, I feared I would die from chi poisoning, and the thunder was so loud. It certainly wasn't urgent, but Ashlock wished to give them some direction as, from his observations during the last week, Darklight City still appeared restless, and the villagers hid away in their homes. His first day or two after casting the Mystic Realm skill had been spent frantically searching through the fog, but after a while, he had resigned himself to a more casual search as he doubted the system would give him an ability that would send his friends to their deaths. So he had taken note of the surroundings in preparation for their inevitable return. At some point, Ashlock wrote on the wall that she could take a day to rest first, and Stella graciously retreated into the pavilion in search of a place to slumber. Cultivators rarely needed to sleep much, so Stella usually grabbed some shut-eye while resting on the bench below his canopy for a few hours in the midday sun. But she clearly desired a place to quietly rest out of the windy Red Vine Peak courtyard. Diana also seemed too exhausted to even move from her spot on the bench where she was slouching like a couch potato watching a football game. Without Stella to translate his questions, Ashlock could not ask Diana any questions. Unfortunately, she didn't know the ancient language, so he questioned Larry more about his experience. Larry, what kind of chi was present in the world you went to? The spider had been awfully quiet in the corner, sneaking glances at Maple, who had teleported up into his canopy at some point and was lying slothfully on Ashlock's branch. Larry kept his voice very low, which made it hard to understand when mixed with his gruff accent. There was no chi. Only chaos. Maple slightly opened his eye, and Larry clamped his mouth shut, which seemed to amuse the squirrel. That sounded rather ominous. How could there be a place with no chi and only chaos? What was chaos even? Ashlock decided to ask a more tame question. How did you two end up in the same pocket realm? Well, Stella spoke of weird shards, but the moment I entered that fog, I was already in that accursed place. Larry then crawled back and quickly corrected himself. I mean, it was a lovely place. Maple's family was very accommodating of me, although I felt like a tiny bug next to them. Larry was careful at dropping the hints, but Ashlock started understanding the situation. When he tried to summon the S-grade Worldwalker, he saw the hellish landscape behind that giant creature. So does Larry think those behemoths are related to Maple? Is that what Maple will evolve into in the future? It was hard to believe when he looked at the cute fluffy white squirrel, which couldn't look more unassuming if he tried. Whatever, it didn't matter. Once mastered, the Mystic Realm would be a massive boon to his sect, as Ashlock could provide chi-rich environments to many different types of cultivators. This diversity will make the Ashfallen sect far more stable than these houses that relied on a single affinity passed down through their bloodlines, which tied their strength to the surrounding environmental chi. With only a few members, he already had two spatial affinities, one with water and another with ash affinity. Unfortunately, Ashlock still had no idea what affinity Maple had, if he even had any chi to begin with, as Larry had mentioned there was no chi in the pocket realm he went to. Wait, did they even go to a pocket realm? Larry said there were no shards and that they just appeared there instantly. Definitely some Maple bullshit, I suspect, Ashlock grumbled as he turned his attention away from the central courtyard and back out to the forest filled with villagers, as it still required his attention. Without the presence of cultivators on the walls, quite a few monsters had snuck over and were threatening the villagers' lives. The Red Claws seemed uninterested in making a move without being ordered. So Ashlock planned to save the helpless mortals while getting more sacrificial credits, as they looked a little low after the big fight. Once he had cleaned up the situation in the forests, he would send Larry and Stella to the Red Claws in the afternoon. It was about time he put those Red Claw fellows to work. Chapter 81 Interlude, The Ultimate Tournament Arc. Grand Elder. A woman's distant voice rang through the library's heavy wooden door, which flew open a moment later as she rushed inside. The representative of the Ashfallen sect has arrived at the gate alongside the spirit beast. The Redclaw Grand Elder looked up from the desk covered in parchment, still smelling of fresh ink he had been furiously copying over the last week, and eyed the young woman with the same fiery red hair as him. Amber. Have they really come so soon? The rest of the family only arrived a few days ago, and I haven't had time to talk with them yet. The Grand Elder grumbled as he eyed the setting sun through the stained glass window and noted it was late evening. I hoped they wouldn't come for a bit longer, as I still have much to learn about this ancient language, and my state of mind is clouded. Amber, one of the younger generation that had been with him on that day they faced the spirit beast in combat, furiously nodded. They are already waiting outside and demanding an audience with you. All right. Just give me a moment. The Grand Elder sighed as he separated the original documents he'd promised to return to Stella crestfallen by the week's end, and his own personal copies. The two stacks of parchments vanished into his spatial rings, and he rubbed his eyes as he followed Amber out of the silent library. Even with his cultivation being in the middle of the Starcore realm, his wrists ached, and his eyes felt dry as he walked through the corridors of the White Stone Palace. As he strode, he passed by many of his family members, but they all returned unenthusiastic nods rather than the usual lively greetings he expected of them. Although the Redclaws were a relatively small and tight-knit family, they still ran a city in the volcanic region of the sect. Unfortunately, he had forced them to abandon their lives, businesses, and plans, which they had all left behind because their useless Grand Elder had promised the heavens their family's allegiance to some unknown power within the sect. Also, Darklight Valley was less than ideal for cultivating fire chi, so they were all extra grumpy with him. It also didn't help that after arriving, he'd refused to speak with them as he was busy copying the ancient language over so he could start learning it to converse with his new overlords. The whole situation was a mess in his eyes, and he just wanted a few weeks for everything to settle down and for him to get his family in order before having to deal with the Ashfallen sect again, yet here they were on his new doorstep. Amber. The Grand Elder's voice echoed through the stone palace's eerily silent and depressing walls. The skittish girl acknowledged she was listening with a nod, so he continued, "Gather all the elders of the family's side branches. We will have a quick discussion in the front room and then meet with the Ashfallen sect representative outside." Amber nodded and left to fulfill his orders, leaving the lonely Grand Elder to stroll through the bare hallways. His shoes tapped the stone, and his dark red robe swished around his legs. Despite years of experience handling politics and sitting at a table with the patriarch, he had an unsettling anxiety brewing in his chest about this upcoming meeting. How the patriarch had kept such a secret so silent from even him was unnerving. Things simply didn't add up regarding the Ashfallen sect, but his hands were tied. He had sent messages to his contacts throughout the sect over the last week, but their investigation was still ongoing. Naturally, it would make sense if they had never heard of this secret Ashfallen branch of the sect, as anyone who knew was apparently killed. Not like it matters anyway after taking that oath. The Grand Elder muttered as he entered the waiting room, keeping his back to the door and his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the setting sun through a stained glass window with a heavy heart. Over the next few minutes, the elders of the various Redclaw side branches trickled in and silently took a seat in the well-furnished room. The Grand Elder could sense the tension building even with his back to them. "Are you going to keep your back turned and ignore us forever, Grand Elder?" A gruff voice the Grand Elder recognized as Elder Mo broke the tense silence. "You may be the Grand Elder of our beloved Redclaw family, but to oath-bound our loyalty to an unknown force is preposterous. Were you misled? Mind-controlled? Remember, the rest of us have yet to take the oath and are simply here out of our lingering respect for you, so if you cannot justify this, we shall take our leave." Strong accusations there, Elder Mo, the Grand Elder spoke sternly as he turned to face the branch elder that managed the family's prodigies, and the elder shrunk back slightly from the Grand Elder's glare. "Do you have such little faith in your Grand Elder that you genuinely believe I would fall for such a scheme?" Elder Mo was a cultivator near the end of his lifespan, evident by his wrinkled face, balding head and permanent scowl. Accepting he had peaked in cultivation at the 8th stage of the Soul Fire realm, Elder Mo had devoted himself to teaching the younger generation, so he was a well-respected and valued family elder. The balding man scowled harder than usual. "Grand Elder, I will follow you through the fires of hell if given a reason that benefits the family and leads us to prosperity. But to follow you like a blind man is the peak of foolishness." "Calm yourself, Elder Mo," the Grand Elder said simply and surveyed the anxious expressions of the other elders. "Allow me to explain our situation." The elders listened with a mixture of awe and doubt as he described the events that led up to him bowing to the heavens. He especially enjoyed Elder Mo's expression when he described in great detail the horrifying feeling of tiny spiders crawling into his mouth and how he still had a lingering phantom ash aftertaste since then. Concluding his explanation, the Grand Elder added one last point. "I believe the key to us making the most of this situation is getting onto Stella Crestfallen's good side, as she is the descendant of this elusive immortal." "I see. The girl does indeed seem of great importance. Especially since she can order around a spirit beast despite being in the Soul Fire realm." Elder Mo leaned back in his seat and rubbed his hairless chin, contemplating. "So you have not seen this supposed immortal yet, but too many coincidences line up and make this immortal's existence seem possible." "Indeed." The Grand Elder nodded solemnly, even disregarding the oath. "I personally believe this to be the opportunity our family has been seeking for far too long. If we can win the trust of the Ashfallen sect, then we are privy to information the other houses are not and will therefore be closer with the patriarch." Elder Mo slowly nodded in agreement, but the others didn't seem so convinced. "But the chi around here is awful for our youth," a stern-looking woman interjected. "If we stay here, even with the support of vast cultivation supplements, it will be impossible for us to advance with so much nature and water chi all around. Our cultivation will stall, and we will fall even further behind the other families. Do remember the beast tide is coming, and the fight for the new land at the next sect location is looming." "Elder Margaret, you bring up a good point. I plan to bring this matter up with the Ashfallen sect representative." The Grand Elder sighed. "Unfortunately, we have kept Stella Crestfallen waiting long enough, so we may not discuss this further. Please be respectful and understand that although you aren't oath-bound to this place, the spirit beast the girl is bringing will hunt you down if you dare leave." Everyone stood up and briefly exchanged serious expressions before they made their way to the White Stone Palace's courtyard in an awkward silence. The Grand Elder just prayed none of them made a fool of themselves in front of the Ashfallen sect. Stella found herself at the base of the neighboring mountain peak as she stepped through the portal created by Tree. There was a small pop of air as she stepped through and then a larger one as Larry emerged beside her. The spider still freaked her out, but its presence was calming her nerves for once. The last time she had met with the Red Claws, it had been a spur-of-the-moment situation where her overwhelming confidence was mainly fueled by her annoyance over having her cultivation interrupted. She had been arrogant and abrasive and had made up a story on the spot. But this time was different. Stella had tossed and turned on a moldy mattress inside the pavilion for hours as sleep escaped her before getting up and accepting her role as Ash's spokesperson. As she quickly scaled up the mountainside with her cultivation swirling through her body, she couldn't suppress her rising anxiety. I should have forced Diana to learn the ancient language as well. She handled the merchants in Slimer perfectly. She would make a way better spokesperson than me. Although Stella felt a bit inadequate for the job, the fact Tree trusted her so much filled her heart with warmth. Clenching her fist, she swore she would try her best, and the meeting would go perfectly. Just remember the topics Ash wanted to say, and then I can leave, Stella muttered as she arrived at the White Palace gates. There, she found a red-haired man leaning against a pillar. He seemed confused. And you are? The man then saw Larry crest over the mountain steps and stand behind her, which made him clamp his mouth shut. My name is Stella Crestfallen, and I represent the Ashfallen sect. Please inform the Grand Elder to meet with me at his earliest convenience. Stella gave the man a threatening smile, and the poor guy ran off in a stumbled sprint. A while passed and Stella tapped her foot in annoyance. How long could it take for that Grand Elder to find his way to the front door? Luckily, as her patience reached its breaking point, 5 figures donning dark red robes emerged from the White Palace. The one at the forefront she knew all too well offered her a short bow, and the rest followed. Stella Crestfallen, please excuse my tardiness. The Grand Elder straightened his back and failed to hide his surprise. Your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds in only a week. How very impressive. As expected from the daughter of an immortal. Stella returned a frown and crossed her arms below her chest. The Grand Elder smiled weakly and gestured to the men and women beside him. These fine people are the elders of the various Redclaw branch families, brought here as requested. Stella gave them a once-over with little interest as they were all busy goggling at Larry beside her and had all gone pale as ghosts. She couldn't help but raise a brow at the Grand Elder. I believe I only requested your attendance, Grand Elder? These other elders are not under oath yet, therefore, I do not wish to speak with them for now. Ahem, please forgive me. The Grand Elder clasped his hands. But it will be hard to convince the rest of my family to follow me. And stay here if they aren't privy to Ashfallen's power and benefits. Benefits. Stella snorted, leaving your family alive for discovering Ashfallen's existence is already generous enough. What need would an immortal have for a small family within the sect if he had no need for the Ravenborn, Winterwraths, or Evergreens? Stella then scrutinized the terrified elders in the eye one by one, and all of you also know about Ashfallen's existence now due to your Grand Elder blabbering mouth, so either you swear the oath today or die. Ash had explained to her during the afternoon the importance of monitoring this group. Honestly, what they could offer the Ashfallen sect was almost not worth the risk of their betrayal or leaking their existence to the Patriarch. But they had to start somewhere, and this family would serve as a good test. Trust was cheap out here in the wilderness where backstabbing was commonplace, and loyalty was more fickle than the crisp autumn leaves that cracked underfoot. Despite Ash's harsh opinion of the Red Claws, Stella was giddy to set them to work. She had always wanted a group she could order around so she could focus on her cultivation. Forgive me. I misspoke. The Grand Elder smiled. Would your spirit beast be fine with facing my elders in a friendly fight? I feel experiencing its torment will serve them well. Stella could detect a smug undertone to his voice. He must have described his experience to the others, Stella thought as she saw the other elders shrink back. Larry flared his cultivation as he crawled forward, making the elders yelp as an intense force pressed down on them. Then the massive spider opened his maw and tiny ash spiders began to pour out and crawl toward them in a wave. A balding man stumbled forward and fell to his knees. I, Elder Mo of the Redclaw family, pledge my loyalty to the Ashfallen sect. He took a deep breath as the chi of heaven swirled around him. If my loyalty is to falter, may my cultivation be forever crippled and my heart demons unleashed upon my unfaithful soul. Stella nodded at the man. Anyone else? Naturally, the other Redclaw family members soon followed, pledging their loyalty as they eyed the tiny ash spiders with fear. Good. Now that everyone here has pledged, I can say my piece. Stella side-eyed Larry. Entomb this courtyard in ash so no prying eyes or ears can reach us. Larry obliged and surrounded the group in a swirling dome of ash. Stella spoke through the absolute eerie darkness where only the shifting ash and nervous breaths of the elders could be heard. Red Claws, by order of the immortal, you are now under the rule of the Ashfallen sect. Your duties are simple. There was a brief pause, and the Grand Elder answered through the darkness, the Red Claws are willing to serve. Stella smiled as she continued, obey all requests from the immortal given through myself or those under the Ashfallen sect. To complete this task, all elders must be well versed in the ancient language by the end of the year. Furthermore, your family shall manage Darklight City and its surroundings as any other family would manage a city. This includes guarding the walls and overseeing the industries. Forgive my imprudence, Stella, crestfallen, but may I ask a question? Stella recognized the gruff voice of the first elder to pledge his loyalty. Please continue, Elder Mo. Thank you. Elder Mo replied, does the Ashfallen sect really not want any ownership over Darklight City and the area? We own it. You manage it. Stella quipped back. The immortal has no interest in managing a mortal city nor desire to micromanage some farms or mines. Understand? Yes. Elder Mo replied and fell silent. Excellent. Stella clapped her hands together. Now we can get on to my true reason for coming here. The immortal wishes to establish the Red Claws as this region's publicly known ruling family and restore peace, while he also needs a highly skilled alchemist. Ahem. We have a few alchemists in training under our family. The Grand Elder interjected, and Stella scowled. Ash didn't want an alchemist from the Red Claws to step foot on Red Vine Peak as they would leak information. Instead, they needed an alchemist from the city that had no affiliations. The offer is appreciated, but the immortal wishes to conduct an alchemy tournament to spread your family's fame. It will be run and funded entirely by the Redclaw family. Stella said, and she could feel the elders grow restless, so she added, the elder that puts the most work into the tournament's creation and also the elder who sponsors the winning candidate of the tournament will be rewarded directly by the immortal. Stella summoned a light purple flame into her hand and decided to showcase just a fraction of Ash's power to excite the elders. How about a legendary pill that can improve the purity of your spirit root, for example? Stella knew exposing this part of Ash's power was risky. But if rumors of this legendary pill's existence spread, she knew they were at fault and could be eliminated. Furthermore, a legendary pill that could improve a spirit root's purity was impressive but was nothing compared to the knowledge that Ash could grow them. But the final thing that reassured Stella was the downright selfishness of demonic cultivators. If an opportunity presented itself, they would rather take the information of it to the grave than allow another person to benefit. So even their own family was kept out of the loop. As expected, news of such an outstanding pill got the elders' attention, and Stella began to think she might have got them a little too excited. Chapter 82, Blooming Root Flower. 2 weeks elapsed uneventfully since Stella confronted the Redclaw family. After revealing the existence of the legendary spirit root improving pill and outlining plans for the alchemy tournament, the elders appeared rejuvenated and eager to be under the Ashfallen sect's rule. They soon tempered their excitement and raised several concerns, such as the scarcity of fire chi and their lagging behind other sects. Stella assured them that the immortal would provide a solution in 2 months' time, an entire month after they agreed to schedule the alchemy tournament. Ashlock recognized that organizing such an extravagant tournament would require time, but he urgently needed an alchemist, so he imposed a 1-month deadline, which was already halfway through. To address the fire chi problem, Ashlock intended to grant the Redclaws access to his mystic realm, but only after another round of testing in 2 weeks. He wanted to confirm the mystic realm's consistency before making any promises. It would be mortifying if he assured them of its benefits only to discover that the mystic realm could only connect to realms devoid of fire chi. Meanwhile, Ashlock had directed a route to ascend the Redclaw Mountain and encircle the White Stone Palace, enabling communication with the Redclaw family's elders once they mastered the ancient language. Unfortunately, it had taken far more resources than he was willing to admit, partly due to the mountain's lack of soil or mycelium, so the root's growth was wholly fueled by his chi. Ashlock was genuinely impressed by the elders' dedication over the past fortnight, with hardly any family members cultivating, which he attributed partly to the absence of fire chi, rendering cultivation a somewhat fruitless endeavor. Instead, they devoted themselves entirely to the responsibilities he imposed on them through Stella's speech. During the day, they concentrated on the tournament and other duties like patrolling the walls or overseeing the mines, and at night, they fervently studied the ancient language in hopes of one day communicating with an immortal. Although Ashlock was pleased with his new subordinates so far, he had to concede that the vigilant wall guards meant fewer beasts breached the walls for him to snack on, causing his sacrificial points to dwindle in recent days. Idolatry daily sign in system. Day 3499. Daily credit 11. Sacrifice credit 207. Sign in. Only a little over 200 points. Ashlock cursed. Aside from producing mushrooms and fruit for future alchemy ingredients and practicing telekinesis, the past fortnight had been uneventful. Larry was away hunting prey beyond the walls, leaving him scarce. Maple was similarly absent, likely off conducting atrocities somewhere. Diana and Stella were meditating on the adjacent courtyard's runic formation after being given more truffles. They hadn't moved in days, leaving Ashlock alone with his thoughts. He longed for more points as 200 seemed meager. Should I focus on extending my roots eastward, past the wall and into the wilderness? Previously, it hadn't been a practical idea since he couldn't kill or transport corpses back. However, now able to cast Devour through portals and drag bodies back to Red Vine Peak, he was motivated to explore the wilderness and stop relying on the corpses Larry or others brought him. Fortunately, the wall's foundations weren't particularly deep, and by late afternoon, he had a single route beyond the wall, venturing into the vast wilderness. Naturally, he soon connected to the mycelium network present in the nutrient-abundant soil, accelerating his root's growth despite its distance from his star core. However, as the route extended for several more miles, Ashlock noticed his spiritual sight through the root gradually diminishing. My chi will be significantly weakened at this distance. He might even struggle to create a functioning portal if he ventured further. Fortunately, as a tree, he had no need to pursue prey. Similar to his strategy with the rats in the mine, Ashlock guided the root to puncture the soil and surface within a dense, leafy bush. He then summoned his magic mushroom production menu and filled the bush with fragrant poisonous mushrooms. To chi-empowered creatures roaming the wilderness, Ashlock knew that poisonous mushrooms would have little effect. So, instead of causing direct harm, he designed the poison to induce sleep. His exploding portals, thorn-covered vines, and spatial chi-coated leaves controlled by telekinesis would handle the rest. It wasn't until the dawn of the following day that Ashlock found his first victim. Sniffing a peculiar bush laden with sweet-smelling mushrooms was a massive boar-like beast cloaked in black fur with a single menacing horn jutting from its narrow forehead. Despite its size, the creature's gaunt features, with ribs poking through flesh and shallow cheekbones, suggested a lack of food in recent weeks. It was starved, and despite the suspicious nature of the bush, it reluctantly leaned in, pushing its snout between the dense leaves and nibbling on the protruding mushrooms. Ashlock had no idea how the mushrooms tasted, but the boar seemed content as it eagerly delved deeper into the bush, consuming every mushroom within reach. With the beast so close to his root that it coiled up the bush's stem, he could detect that the boar's cultivation was around the 4th stage of the soul fire realm. Pathetically weak, Ashlock muttered. As his cultivation grew, weaker monsters yielded fewer credits. Regardless, this half-starved creature at the 4th stage of the realm below his own would still grant a few credits, just so few it almost wasn't worth the effort. Eventually, the beast staggered back and started blinking as if succumbing to drowsiness. With a thud, it toppled like a sedated cow, lying there in a peaceful slumber. Ashlock faced a choice: drag the boar through a portal to consume it for a few points or leave the carcass in hopes of luring a more formidable foe. In times like these, he was grateful for his increasingly manageable hunger, which allowed for more calculated decisions. Opting to leave the boar behind for now, Ashlock continued to extend his root network, reaching several miles beyond the wall and into the untamed wilderness. Later that afternoon, Ashlock checked on the slumbering boar, only to find it gone. "I am such a fool," Ashlock berated himself, remembering he couldn't monitor everything. He would remain unaware of events unless he observed an area or a creature gnawed on his roots. Casting Eye of the Tree God, Ashlock surveyed the area to see if he could find the culprit. Fortunately, he didn't have to search far before spotting an enormous 6-legged wolf-like creature covered in dark brown fur enjoying its meal. 7th stage of the Soul Fire Realm. Ashlock mused as he observed the beast that stole his prey. Not too shabby. It will serve as a nice meal. The creature yelped in surprise as a rift in space materialized above it, and numerous black vines coated in flaming star core chi shot through, wrapping around its limbs. Ashlock had anticipated more resistance, but the wolf appeared drowsy, thrashing about as if exhausted. Did the boar's blood still contain the sleeping toxin? Ashlock wasn't certain, but he was even more astonished when the wolf refused to release the boar clutched in its jaws, dragging it along as the portal overhead pulled them both in. Back at Red Vine Peak, many miles from the wilderness, the wolf found itself beneath the vast canopy of an immense demonic tree, which eagerly accepted its sacrifice. The creature squealed as the vines tightened their grip like coiling vipers, then outright howled when thorns injected searing digestive fluids into its skin that melted its flesh. +28. plus 12. Ashlock felt a twinge of guilt for the wolf, but the sacrificial credit notifications quickly washed it away. Checking his balance, he now had a combined total of 259 credits, enough to guarantee a C-grade draw. Since he only needed 100 more to somewhat secure a B-grade item or skill draw, Ashlock resolved to return to the wilderness and continue hunting. His vision blurred as he rapidly surveyed miles of wilderness in search of prey. Maybe I should make my roots grow into the center of the mushrooms, so I can sense when a monster bites. He tried, but unfortunately, his magic mushroom production skill lacked such a feature, and forcing the growth would destroy the mushrooms. Ashlock had connected to the mycelium network, but the trees in the wilderness didn't react to passing monsters as those at the base of Red Vine Peak did to cultivators. It made sense, considering beasts were common and didn't bother the trees. I could start spreading my demonic seed throughout the wilderness, as connecting with them is far easier. Of course, they would inform Dad about potential snacks, right? Ashlock chuckled but quickly turned serious as he spotted more creatures among the foliage, drawn to his sleep-inducing mushrooms. His excitement waned when he assessed their cultivation. Even weaker than the boar. Ashlock's only consolation was that the group of around 5 beasts would yield a similar number of points due to their number. This time, he didn't wait for them to start eating his mushrooms, spatial chi-coated. Leaves were torn from nearby plants and launched at the skittish monsters resembling giant demonic chickens. The creatures attempted to flee the deadly whirlwind but were reduced to shreds within seconds. A rift then opened and dragged their shredded corpses through to be devoured. Plus 7. Plus 8. Plus 4. Plus 3. Plus 5. Does this even count as a snack? Ashlock grumbled as he finished his meal and went out hunting again. By the next day, Ashlock felt like a genius. He had observed that his children had turned the forest at the base of the mountain into an area devoid of wildlife, likely due to the pervasive scent of death. Consequently, he realized that growing demonic trees near the mushroom-bearing bushes would be counterproductive, as the monsters would be deterred from venturing in even if enticed by the sweet-smelling mushrooms. Thus, Ashlock devised a solution. He aimed to use the demonic trees in the wilderness as a warning system through the mycelium network, alerting him to the presence of monsters he could kill. Additionally, if the monsters consumed the berries of the demonic trees, they would perish, allowing him to claim the corpses. To achieve this, Ashlock quickly grew tiny fruits, barely surrounding a demonic seed. He then opened rifts around them, severing the stems and depositing the seeds at the outskirts of his roots in the wilderness. The plan was for the demonic trees to funnel the monsters toward the mushroom-laden bushes while simultaneously warning him when the creatures entered his kill zone. Unfortunately, the trees would take years to grow unless they sprouted from the corpse of a beast that had consumed them. So, whenever Ashlock encountered those oversized demonic chickens, he would use telekinesis to decapitate them and force the demonic seed into their bodies, expediting the growth of the saplings. Even with this accelerated growth, it would still take approximately a year for a sapling to mature into a tree capable of conveying emotions to him via the mycelium network. Therefore, Ashlock treated this as a long-term project and focused on locating stray beasts with his eye of the tree god, dragging them through portals. Ashlock was annoyed about the beasts being so low in cultivation, but if he reflected more on the situation, he realized it made sense that the beasts roaming near the sect's walls were limited to the Soul Fire realm. If Star Core beasts were present, a Grand Elder must constantly patrol the walls. By day's end, he decided to cut his losses and concluded he had accrued enough points for a draw. At his current rate, it would take too long to save up for an A- grade or higher draw, with the wilderness now scarce of stray beasts for him to feast on. Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day 3501. Daily Credit 12. Sacrifice Credit 327. Sign in. Yes, sign in, Ashlock said, and a system notification flashed in his mind, one he was all too familiar with. Sign in successful, 339 credits consumed. Unlocked a B-grade skill, Blooming Root Flower Production. Information entered Ashlock's mind regarding the skill's nature, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes at the system's skill selection, knowing that production abilities were among his most valuable assets. As his cultivation realm and chi generation expanded, the constraints imposed by the skills somewhat diminished. However, Ashlock had to exercise caution. All the chi he expended on growing mushrooms and fruits, expanding his root network, and enlarging his trunk could be used instead to develop his star core and cultivation stage. Ashlock's star core generated abundant chi on its own, but the only way to force it to the next stage was by expanding the star core through meditation and pouring more chi into it. If His meditation technique couldn't keep pace with his chi expenditure. His star core's growth would stall, and he would remain forever stuck in the second stage of the star core. He wanted to avoid such an undesirable fate by being careful. This made the sudden unlocking of a new production skill all the more concerning. Ashlock chose to postpone hunting for the time being and refocused his attention on Red Vine Peak to test his new skill. As his vision blurred and he switched from his Eye of the Tree God sight, which surveyed the land, to his usual spiritual sight, he was taken aback by the sight of two columns of fire, one purple and the other blue, erupting in the runic formation courtyard. Moreover, there were other cultivators present. Chapter 83, Acting Mysterious. Two coiling dragon-like flames of spatial and water chi spiraled up and reached for the stars, making the entire pavilion tremble under the wrathful display of power. It only took a moment for Ashlock to realize that Stella and Diana had ascended simultaneously to the next stage in the soul fire realm, causing the supernatural spectacle. Stella should be in the 9th stage now and Diana in the 8th. They are both getting close to the star core realm. Ashlock mused to himself. If I sent them back into the mystic realm with all the cultivation resources I can produce, I should have 2 star core sect members very soon. Ashlock then tore his sights away from the fascinating display and used Eye of the Tree God to check on the cultivators he had sensed standing outside. He could see a red-claw woman and man donning dark red robes waiting respectfully at the closed doorway to the pavilion. Their attention was focused on the flames visible over the walls with their hands clasped behind their backs. They didn't move and continued to wait patiently, so Ashlock deemed them acceptable to ignore for now. So he concentrated on the girls busy consolidating their new cultivation stage as the roaring column of swirling flames calmed down and returned to their bodies. Diana was the first to open her eyes. 2 swirling abysses of demonic chi were all Ashlock saw, and he was worried for a moment she was about to lose control. Luckily, his fear didn't come to fruition as Diana blinked the darkness away and her usual dull gray eyes that reminded Ashlock of a dead fish returned. She summoned a ball of glowing blue flame above her palm and watched as light blue flames swirled around a dense black core which Ashlock assumed demonstrated how her water chi controlled and suppressed the demonic chi inside her. A slight smile lurked as she marveled at her improved spiritual root shone through the lighter shade of her soul fire. It really worked. Diana mumbled to herself, just loud enough for Ashlock to overhear and feel happy. He was glad to see Diana in higher spirits after what had occurred to her since the battle for Red Vine Peak. The demonic chi had left a shadow in her heart, and she had felt more distant in recent weeks to Ashlock. Stella was the next to recover from her state of enlightenment and cultivation. Unlike Diana, who was still sitting and playing with her 8th stage soul fire, Stella was far more ecstatic as she sprung up and dashed through the dividing wall's doorway and into the central courtyard. I finally understand. She shouted with a smug expression. She raised her hands and kept her eyes latched onto Ashlock's trunk. Ashlock began to understand her plan when he felt a ripple in the spatial chi near his trunk, and then a portal began to open. Admittedly, it was rather amateurish compared to his portals, which had improved by leaps and bounds since he'd first learned the technique, but it was good enough for Stella to stick her hand through and poke him from the other end of the courtyard. Then, as Stella still had her arm through the portal, Ashlock noticed the spatial rift becoming increasingly unstable, and before Stella even realized it, the portal began to collapse. Her face transitioned from smug to horror as she tried to yank her arm back through the portal before it sliced her arm in half, but she was too late. Ashlock unleashed his immense amount of spatial chi into the air, forcefully took control of Stella's portal and stabilized it within an inch of its total collapse. As only a single realm and 2 stages separated them, Ashlock had to use a truly astonishing amount of chi to overpower her, but it was made easier as her concentration had faltered due to her panic, so the technique was weakened. She brought her arm through the pried open rift and blinked at it while testing all her fingers as if she saw a phantom limb. That was dangerous. Stella sighed in relief after confirming she wasn't dreaming and everything was fine, although she then yelped as the portal snapped closed right in front of her, sending out a wave of spatial chi and compressed air. Diana had wandered in from the other courtyard and witnessed the tail end of the incident. Despite her lack of knowledge regarding spatial chi, she still got the gist of the situation. A deep frown appeared as she walked over, poked Stella's arm, and angrily whispered, "Did you try sticking your arm through a portal a second after reaching enlightenment? You did, didn't you? Are you a fool? Why are you whispering?" Stella retorted, clearly trying to sidestep the subject regarding her lack of safety while using spatial techniques. Diana pointed to the pavilion's closed doors and hissed, "Can't you sense that there are 2 cultivators beyond the door? What if they heard your yapping?" Stella's eyes widened as she glared at the door and slowly nodded, "Oh yeah. Those are the two Red Claw escorts I asked for. They must have arrived a little earlier than expected. Escorts? Diana looked baffled. Why would you need Red Claws to escort you anywhere? To take us around the city, obviously. Stella grinned. We need to acquire mortal workers for Red Vine Peak now that we have our cultivation in order. The winner of the Alchemist tournament will be moving in here soon. We can't have the place looking like a slum, right? Diana pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration and lectured in her usual monotone voice. Stella, my family used to own this city. You could have just asked me to be your escort. I know all the best spots to hire people. Why use some Red Claws that only moved in recently? Ashlock had to agree. He had left Stella to handle the Red Claws on her own and only listened to her reports on her discussions with the Grand Elder. He wasn't particularly interested in micromanaging people he couldn't even speak to directly. With all his ongoing projects, it was too much of a hassle. He felt it was best to leave it to Stella for the time being. Had he made a mistake? Why were there two Red Claw cultivators so close to his peak? Now, don't get so angry. Stella retorted, I felt the need to introduce you to the Red Claws so you can assist me with managing the Ashfallen sect. Diana was taken aback and mumbled, you want me to help? Do you really trust me that much? Of course I do. Stella patted Diana on the shoulder and smiled. It's totally not because I'm tired of having to deal with everything myself. Ashlock had no issues trusting Diana, but even he'd been surprised that Stella was willing to share any of her power within the sect with Diana. However, now he understood. Stella was just lazy. Diana slapped Stella's hand from her shoulder and glared at the taller girl. You are just lazy. Aren't you? Fine. I will help. Great. Stella clapped her hands. Shall we go and meet with the escorts then? Diana's golden ring flashed, and a white wooden mask materialized in her hand. She ignited it with water chi, causing a subtle blue flame to dance across its surface, before securing it to her face with a grumble. The Red Claw Grand Elder would recognize my heritage in a heartbeat, she muttered. My facial features are too similar to my father's. You just want to act mysterious and show off your improved spiritual root. Stella laughed as she held out her hand. Sounds fun. Give me the other mask. Diana sighed and gave Stella the black wooden mask, which she gleefully attached to her face and copied Diana by coating it in light purple flames. Ashlock had to admit, Diana looked rather menacing in her modern-day style clothing, with a white mask that contrasted starkly against her black hair coated in light blue flames and hints of demonic chi. Meanwhile, Stella looked like a noble attending a high-class event, adorned in a white dress and several golden spatial rings, openly flaunting her near-star core cultivation. It wasn't enough to make her a big shot, but the purity of her spiritual root and her younger appearance showed how fast she'd cultivated to such a high realm. She would be feared as some prodigy of a hidden family. Ashlock was worried that dressing up like this would attract more attention than keeping a low profile, but he decided to let the girls have their fun. However, he saw the merit in concealing their identities, considering they were heading out to Darklight City to recruit people who might leak information. Ashlock didn't want anyone to link the girls to the hired workers, thus avoiding any information leaks. Immortal Senior. Stella raised her voice, and Ashlock saw the two Red Claw cultivators waiting beyond the pavilion door straighten their backs. We shall return soon. Stella then led Diana toward the door. Amber Red Claw stood with her back as straight as a bamboo shoot, patiently waiting for Stella crestfallen to come out. She didn't dare to knock on the door, fearing she might disturb the immortal. Out of respect, Amber kept her spiritual sense reined in, even though it wouldn't have mattered much. The spatial chi in the air was so thick that Amber felt like she was inside the immortal's aura. All cultivators naturally altered the area around themselves to match their affinity so they could cast techniques. For Amber, her fire chi aura extended about a meter around herself, and with some effort, she could cast techniques up to 5 meters away. In comparison, Amber felt like she'd been inside the immortal's aura since entering the forests surrounding the entire mountain range. In fact, the Red Claws had been under even more stress as the immortal's aura began to bear down on the White Stone Palace recently, which made cultivation even harder than usual. They also feared they had caught the immortal's ire somehow. Amber could feel her heart pounding in her chest. She had silently thought the immortal was a ruse, but coming here and being so close to the immortal's home shattered that belief. The immortal was real. According to legends, only a monarch realm cultivator could have an aura that eclipsed a mountain. And today, she was here to escort one of the immortal's direct descendants around the city that she barely knew. Stella had also suggested another elusive member of the secretive Ashfallen sect would be joining them. The The doorway creaked open, and Amber got the briefest view of the ash-fallen sect before a faceless mask glowing with purple flames peeked around the wooden door. It took a moment for Amber to recognize the person. But the blonde hair and red maple leaf earrings were all she needed to identify the infamous Stella Crestfallen that had been the source of all her family's headaches over the last month. Amber Redclaw greets the mistress, Amber said as she bowed, bending her back toward the ground in reverence to Stella's feet. Humiliation. Amber didn't even know the meaning of the word. She was nothing but an ant in front of an immortal's descendant. Elder Mo greets the ash-fallen elder. She heard from the elder beside her, who gave a shorter bow. Raise your heads. The wooden mask ablaze with light purple flames distorted Stella's voice, which Amber had become accustomed to. I have someone to introduce to you. Amber raised her head respectfully. The doorway to the Red Vine Pavilion was sealed, obscuring its deep secrets, and in front of it stood two women. Stella gestured to the shorter black-haired woman beside her. This is Diana, another member of the Ash-Fallen sect. Hello, Diana spoke dryly as if bored with life. Amber felt like she had heard of someone called Diana who used water chi before, but she wasn't sure. Water chi was one of the more common affinities, and although it had been mostly controlled by the now eliminated Ravenborn family, many other people could use it. It wasn't so unusual for there to be two water chi cultivators with the same first name. Diana then followed up the silence with, "Shall we go? I don't have time to waste on these things." Amber felt as though Diana's words were directed at them, even though Diana wasn't looking at them. So Amber answered, "All right, this way, Mistress Diana and Stella. Please allow me to escort you to the city." As Amber turned to lead them down the mountain, Stella raised her hand and snapped her fingers with a thunderous crack. The dense spatial chi surrounding them erupted into a violent vortex, tearing apart the fabric of space itself to form a rift. Amber looked through the distorted space and noticed that the portal only went a few meters down the mountain and was terribly unstable, like a violent storm. "Tree, help me," Amber heard Stella whisper under her breath. In response, the portal rippled, expanded, and now revealed the gates of Darklight City. The portal had become far more stable, and the level of chi emanating from it was in the star core realm. Did Stella just pray to the heavens, and it obeyed her will from mere words? Amber narrowed her eyes. Did Stella and the Ash-Fallen sect worship the destroyed world tree? Elder Mo also appeared pale as a sheet as he stared dumbfounded at the portal, his feet rooted to the rocky mountain. "Are you coming, escorts?" Diana mocked in her distorted monotone voice as she strode through the portal. Stella also stepped through the portal without a word, leaving the Red Claws alone on the mountain. The Red Claws exchanged worried looks before calming their expressions. They could feel the weight of the immortal bearing down on them. It would be foolish to keep the immortal's descendant waiting. Amber silently wished that the pair wouldn't cause too much of a scene in Darklight City as she stepped through the portal with a sigh. Chapter 84, Serene Mist Camellia. Ashlock was sorely tempted to refuse to help Stella and make her walk down the mountain while holding her head in shame. But as much as he wanted to embarrass her, it was a lower priority than maintaining the Ash-Fallen sect's mysterious facade. The Red Claws had sworn an oath and had been diligent so far, but Ashlock knew their loyalty was born out of fear of the unknown. He could control them using his star core prowess, but he preferred to use the carrot and stick method. This meant rewarding good work and punishing those who crossed the line. However, Ashlock had only been wielding the stick, offering little in the way of rewards. Now, after 2 weeks had passed without any rumors about the legendary pill, he felt he could trust them a little more. The question was, how could he reward them for their excellent work so far? His system naturally came to mind, but his points were zeroed out due to his recent skill draw. Ashlock then realized something: he hadn't dabbled much in F&D grade draws, only really focusing on higher grade stuff. Wouldn't some F-grade items work great as rewards to give to well-performing subordinates? A single monster eaten would fund each draw. Ashlock mused to himself as he looked over his system windows that floated in his mind. I'm finally one of the strongest, if not the strongest, being in the Blood Lotus sect other than the Patriarch. If that demon decides to exit closed-door cultivation prematurely, my death is almost certain anyway, so it shouldn't hurt to waste some points for once and explore the system's draws more. Checking on the wilderness, Ashlock found no monsters feasting on his sleep-inducing mushrooms. It must be a slow hunting day. I'll check back later. Ashlock then spent the next hour watching over Stella and Diana as they strode through the streets of Darklight City. Naturally, the two beautiful and mysterious women drew a lot of gazes, and it didn't help that they walked with two Red Claws in tow that kept a respectful step behind. Compared to just a few weeks ago, the entire city was bustling with activity, and the people seemed far happier than they had been under the Ravenborn, Winterwrath, or Evergreen's rule. Although Ashlock had not explicitly instructed the Red Claws to treat the mortals of Darklight City differently from a usual cultivation family, the fact that the family was much smaller than the last three families seemed to have played a role in their more relaxed rule over the populace. Stella strode ahead with a stern expression, and Elder Mo hurried to keep up. "Yes, mistress?" he asked when she called him by name. Stella snapped her fingers, and her ninth stage chi swirled around them, distorting both the air and sound. Ashlock would have struggled to hear their conversation if he were not in a higher realm. "Elder Mo, feel free to speak. Tell me about the preparations you have made so far." "Certainly," he replied, and Elder Mo detailed the preparations as they walked. "We have contacted some old acquaintances in other families. They will bring their own alchemists to the tournament to ensure that whichever alchemist wins will be the true king of alchemists in the Blood Lotus sect, as the immortal naturally deserves only the best." Stella abruptly stopped walking, causing everyone else to halt in the middle of the street. Her eyes blazed with fury as she turned to Elder Mo. "What in the nine realms are you thinking? We need the best alchemist in the city, not from the entire sect." Elder Mo nervously chuckled. "Please, mistress, calm down. Darklight City is one of the largest cities in the sect, and many eyes are on us right now. We were the first to arrive after the Winter Wraths and Evergreens were wiped out. However, many others had also prepared to come and claim the city after rumors spread of the Winter Wraths and Evergreen's destruction. Furthermore, with the heavens opening up, this area may be overflowing with heaven's intent, creating a perfect environment for cultivation, making it an area of great interest." "So, you're saying we can't keep the tournament a secret?" Stella stroked her chin. "Yes, exactly," Elder Mo replied, rubbing his hands together. "It's better to invite them to the tournament and make it an open event than try to be sneaky and obscure it. Sometimes, it's easier to hide things by being out in the open." Ashlock, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, understood the logic behind Elder Mo's words. Cultivators, especially those from noble families, valued face and respect. It would be better for the Red Claws to openly establish their rule over the region rather than trying to do so behind everyone's backs. Stella seemed lost in thought, so Elder Mo continued, "Naturally, we did not mention your name or the Ashfallen sect. We advertised it as our Red Claw family giving back to the Blood Lotus sect and nurturing the next generation of talented alchemists. There may be rumors circulating among the upper echelons behind closed doors, but we can do little about that for now. Elder Mo, what you say makes perfect sense, but this needs to be handled carefully." Stella's eyes drifted over her shoulder and landed on Red Vine Peak on the distant horizon. "The tournament can be the perfect way for the Ashfallen sect to retain its secrecy in your shadow, but if we are exposed, you must understand that will be your end." Before Elder Mo could reply, Diana interjected, "Stella, don't be ridiculous. The Red Claw's actions may deviate slightly from the original plan, but there is no way a family that has sworn an oath would be unfaithful to an immortal, right? It's as Mistress Diana says." Amber, a girl Ashlock recognized, exclaimed, "We would never betray you. Please trust us." She then prostrated herself in a deep bow. Ashlock believed that Amber was telling the truth. He had spent a considerable amount of time monitoring the White Stone Palace through his spiritual sight. He had grown roots through cracks in the palace's loft and snuck through the floorboards to get his spiritual sight into the palace. This was done so he could spy and listen in on the Red Claws, and also in anticipation of when they finally learned to read the ancient language, and he could control a stick of chalk with telekinesis to communicate with the Red Claw Grand Elder. "Fine. Continue with the plan, Elder Mo," Stella said before striding away, followed reluctantly by the others. "Diana, where is the best place to find servants for hire?" "We can show you," Amber began, but Diana turned her ominously glowing blue mask towards her, causing the girl to fall silent. Diana then gestured towards the city center. "Past the airship station and academy, there is a higher-class district for wealthy mortals. It's the perfect place to find desperate, jobless servants." "Good." Stella nodded, "Let's go." Watching the group make their way toward the city center grew tiresome, so Ashlock shifted his thoughts back to the rewards. With other families coming, he realized the tournament stakes had grown slightly out of proportion. "I need to help the Red Claw family," Ashlock muttered to himself. "They are a small family and are lacking in almost every way compared to the others. They're bigger than the Winter Wraths or Evergreens individually, but those two families combined to rule over Darklight City. If the Red Claws were shown up by the other families and couldn't manage or protect Darklight City, Ashlock feared that another family would take over, ruining all his plans. Keeping the Red Claws' mouths shut had already been challenging, and he didn't want to waste more time convincing a larger family to work under the Ashfallen sect. Maybe this tournament was a bad idea, Ashlock grumbled, realizing he had underestimated the sect politics and should have given it more thought. But at least I can control the situation better this way than if they all showed up unannounced on my doorstep. It's fine. The situation is salvageable, Ashlock thought to himself. All I need to do is make the Red Claws look so powerful that nobody would even glance at Redvine Peak, and instead, focus all their attention on the Red Claws. The first step in making the Red Claws more powerful was improving their cultivation. They had recently stalled due to the lack of fire chi-rich areas within Ashlock's roots or the reach of his Eye of the Tree God, thus, he needed to improve the mountain peak for them. Summoning his skill list, his newbie grade skill Blooming Root Flower production caught his attention. Activating it brought up a menu that allowed him to select flowers similar to his other production abilities. But these flowers are special, Ashlock mused to himself. His Blooming Root Flower production skill allowed him to produce flowers on his roots instead of his branches, which was a crucial feature since his system treated his trunk and roots as two separate entities. Some skills only worked with his roots, while others worked near or on his trunk. Moreover, unlike regular flowers that bloomed in summer and produced seeds for reproduction, Ashlock's skill allowed him to grow flowers immediately upon deployment on his roots, hence the blooming part of the skill name. Ashlock browsed through the hundreds of menu options, realizing that the chi cost of these flowers was high on deployment, just like the fruit and mushrooms. However, once they had grown, they could sustain themselves with the chi in the air, requiring only a tiny bit of upkeep from him. The main difference between his fruit production ability, which allowed him to create fruit with any size and color and add one of his skills to it, and this flower skill was that he couldn't add his own skills to the flower. In fact, most of the flowers were grayed out, meaning they couldn't be selected, including one called the Blaze Serpent Rose. When he tries to click on the Blaze Serpent Rose, he received a message. Can only grow flowers the host has analyzed. Ashlock sighed, realizing that his flower production skill was limited since he could only grow flowers that he had analyzed before. My fruit production ability is limited because I can only add skills I know, and the mushrooms consume much of my chi to produce. Now, my flower production requires me to obtain the flowers first, he grumbled, scrolling through the list of common flowers that he recognized in the vicinity, but none of them had any fire chi properties. The Red Claws might have some fire chi flowers in their spatial rings. I should ask Stella to inquire about them when they return, Ashlock thought to himself, realizing that he needed to obtain these flowers to improve the Red Claw's cultivation. Ashlock's gaze wandered over to the forest surrounding his mountain, where he planned to test his flower production skill with some local flowers. He browsed through the menu options, wondering how he could improve the area. The forest was dense with lush green trees, interspersed with scarlet-leaved demonic trees that turned the area into one of half-dissolved carcasses and buzzing flies. This place has become rather ominous, and these carcasses are scaring off any wildlife, Ashlock noted, surveying the forest. He could populate the area with bright flowers to distract from the misery or lean into the already present spooky forest vibe. After a brief debate, Team Spooky won in Ashlock's mind, and he decided to make the forest surrounding his mountain as treacherous and unappealing as possible to discourage people from wandering up his mountain. I can then cover the Red Claws mountain in bright red flowers to attract all the cultivators' attention like bees, while making the Redvine Peak seem like an abandoned place of little interest. Ashlock knew that cultivators in this world were attracted to glamour and shiny things, so why would they be interested in a lonely mountain when the sect was surrounded by thousands of miles of wilderness overflowing with fearsome beasts to hunt? With that in mind, Ashlock found the perfect non-grayed-out flower in the menu, the Serene Mist Camellia, a small pink flower that converts water chi into a mist that obscures it from predators. Having seen these flowers dotting the forest, Ashlock knew they were partly responsible for the lush environment within the nearby forests. The Serene Mist Camellia attached to the top of trees and released a light mist that fell down and provided water to the foliage below. After selecting the flower, the menu changed to ask where Ashlock wished to grow the Serene Mist Camellia. Naturally, he picked all the roots he had coiling around the hundreds of demonic trees littered throughout the forest. As the pink flowers bloomed, Ashlock received a wave of happiness through the mycelium network. It seems they like them. Ashlock chuckled. It was a beautiful display, but he almost wanted to groan as his star core pulsed and shrunk slightly due to the immense drain on his chi. I might need to meditate for a few days to recover that expenditure, or I could go hunting. The thought of meditating was boring, and the prospect of hunting netted him credits he could use to sign in. With that fleeting debate, his vision returned to the sky above the wilderness as he searched for a snack. Because of the silence earlier in the day, Ashlock was surprised by the sudden wave of incoming beasts he saw. He wouldn't be surprised if it was an early sign of the beast tide. Most of the monsters were weak, consisting of giant demonic chickens charging and letting out weird screams from outside his view range. They were stampeding the bushes with his mushrooms, leaving them flattened and crushed. Fucking chickens ruining my gardening. Ashlock was low-key pissed. Those mushrooms had taken up a considerable amount of chi, and he hadn't yet repaid the debt they had incurred through hunting. If he couldn't devour a good few of these low cultivation realm demonic chickens, he had a week or two of meditation ahead of him. Ashlock did get a bit of a laugh seeing all the redclaw cultivators patrolling the walls freak out. Inform the elders. Patriarch. Where is the patriarch? We are about to be overrun. Oh heavens, they can fly. Back. Run. One of the more seasoned elders present turned his back on the incoming threat, glanced toward Red Vine Peak, and calmly asked, just loud enough for all those around him to hear, Immortal Senior, please lend us a mere fraction of your strength. Well, Ashlock was never one to turn down such a polite request from a diligent subordinate. Using telekinesis, he ripped hundreds of leaves from nearby trees and sent them whooshing over the terrified redclaw cultivators' heads, raining down on the hundreds of demonic chickens like artillery fire. It was an absolute slaughter, but it didn't end there. Reality cracked like shattered glass overhead, and many tendrils coated in the purest of lilac flames slithered down to acquire the bodies and drag them away. All of the redclaw cultivators fell silent and stood on the Blood Lotus sect wall with expressions of unease as they watched the scene. Ashlock had no idea what they thought of his display, but he hoped he had made a good impression. Such destruction while limiting himself to the Star Core realm. The man who had asked for his help muttered while rubbing his chin, what a terrifying individual. Did he even use a fraction of his power? Ashlock looked wearily at his dimming star core that had halved in size and silently wished the man's words were true. In actuality, he had used almost all of his chi reserves to put on a show, but hopefully, the corpses raining from the sky into the central courtyard and forming a mountain of death would serve him well. After sealing off the rift and ensuring the stampede was mostly dealt with, Ashlock metaphorically rubbed his hands in glee. Combined, the chickens wouldn't provide an awe-inspiring amount of points, but if he signed in after devouring each one, he could expect hundreds of new low-grade items, summons, or even skills. What Ashlock hadn't expected was for his very first sign in to reward him with a new F-grade summon. Chapter 85, Cursed Blood. Ashlock knew he had to be fast. Over time, Ashlock enhanced his resistance to hunger during his life as a tree. However, once he activated his Devour skill on a monster, the skill would persist until either he depleted his chi or the target perished. Having used Devour on hundreds of demonic chickens simultaneously, he would need to rapidly interact with his system if he intended to experiment with his new idea of claiming low-grade rewards. Plus 3 SC. Ashlock shouted, System. Before the notification of 3 new sacrificial credits had even faded from his mind. Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day, 3501. Daily Credit, 0. Sacrifice Credit, 3. Sign in. Yes. Sign in successful, 3 credits consumed. Unlocked an F-grade summon infant grass snake. Ashlock was momentarily startled as he sensed a faint tether of black chi between him and a tiny black-scaled snake, no larger than a finger, slumbering peacefully among the lush purple grass near his root. Why didn't the snake come through a rift? Hey, system. Did you scam me? Ashlock cursed as Larry and Maple had arrived through rifts, and he had received a system prompt inquiring if he wanted to summon the creature. However, this time, the system connected him with a random creature in the vicinity. Could it be that he hadn't supplied the system with enough credits for it to bother summoning a creature from another dimension? To be fair, I only offered a meager 3 credits, so I should be grateful it's not a worm, Ashlock mused as he observed the little grass snake. The snake appeared rather endearing now that he could easily focus on it through the tether. There was an abundance of wildlife within the courtyard, particularly in the mushroom garden, which included bugs, worms, and small snakes like this one. However, he hadn't paid much attention to them before, as they possessed little to no chi and were too insignificant to be selected as a devour target. Name Summon. System, let's be frank, labeling it a summon is a bit of an overstatement. You merely enslaved a random grass snake that was minding its own business. Ashlock didn't have the luxury of time to contemplate the ideal name for his new snake companion as the next batch of sacrificial credits arrived. He settled on Kaida, which meant little dragon. Your name will be Kaida, but I'll call you Little Kai. Ashlock chuckled before returning to his tasks. He had more sign-ins to complete. Unfortunately, his next sign-in amounted to 40 credits due to his distraction with Little Kai. Sign-in successful, 40 credits consumed. Unlocked an E-grade item, Sun and Moon Amulet. Ashlock's interest was piqued but then died a fiery death as he learned the amulet's capabilities, a basic amulet that provides minor resistance against light and dark attacks. How minor are we talking, system? Sure, the amulet did have some use, but for 40 points. Seemed rather lacking. Plus 5 SC. Sign in. Sign in successful, 5 credits consumed. Unlocked an F-grade item, Unhatchable Spirit Beast Egg. Huh. Ashlock thought the name was peculiar, so he read the description while metaphorically scratching his head. An egg that will never hatch as the spirit beast embryo inside has perished. What on earth is the point of it, then? Undeterred, Ashlock decided to continue signing in, drawing more F-grade items. Unlocked an F-grade item, Energy Depleting Tea. A tea that actually drains a small amount of chi when consumed, rather than restoring it. Ashlock grumbled. Alright, I can see a potential situation where this might be useful. I'm definitely going to serve this to Senior Lee as payback. Unlocked an F-grade item, Leaky Water Pouch. What on earth is the purpose of a container with holes that can't hold water or other liquids for extended periods? To play a practical joke on someone? Unlocked an F-grade item, Ordinary Pebble. Ashlock checked his inventory, and indeed, there was a single pebble. Despite the system's assertion that it was a plain, ordinary rock with no special properties or uses, its appearance, resembling an RPG rock icon, made it stand out conspicuously when compared to any regular pebble. I can't use any of these draws as rewards for my subordinates or for the upcoming alchemy tournament, Ashlock grumbled but decided to attempt just a few more times. Unlocked an F-grade item, Oversized Sword. An impractically large and heavy sword, impossible to wield effectively. Okay. This one could be amusing but still useless. Unlocked an F-grade item, Fake Spirit Stone. Another peculiar item. Ashlock examined his inventory and confirmed it looked exactly like an ordinary spirit stone he had seen mortals hauling from the mines. An imitation stone that contains no spiritual energy, serving no purpose in cultivation or crafting. Fighting the urge to groan in frustration, Ashlock decided that F-grade draws were a waste of credits. Sure, they had some very niche uses, but he opted to concentrate on E-grade and above for the subsequent few draws, as the E-grade Sun and Moon Amulet was at least more than a novelty item he could give to Stella or Diana for protection. Sign in successful, 55 credits consumed. Unlocked a D-grade item, Wind-walking Boots. A pair of stylish black boots with golden wing embroidery materialized in his inventory. So they slightly boost the wearer's speed. Not the most useful effect, but at least they look nice. With plenty of corpses remaining, he continued. Sign in. Sign in. Sign in. He shouted until he swore his mental voice would go hoarse, and a migraine was festering at the corner of his mind. Rapidly, the pocket dimension within himself that the system used to store his items filled with random objects like a bamboo sword, weighted training gear, low-grade detoxification pill, low-level barrier token, meditation mat, cloak of minor concealment, and more. Apart from the initial summon, he noticed that the system favored giving him items when he conducted low-credit draws. Inventory is full. A message Ashlock hadn't expected suddenly appeared in his vision. What happens if I sign in even when my inventory is full? Will it be forced to give me something other than items? Sign in successful, 24 credits consumed. Unlocked an E-grade item, Body Strengthening Elixir. As it turned out, the system would still provide him with items. The body strengthening elixir suddenly materialized right next to his trunk and began to fall. It was a golden brown liquid reminiscent of rum, contained in a simple-looking glass bottle. As the elixir descended toward the grass, Ashlock instinctively caught it with telekinesis, relieved that he did, as Kaida would have been crushed. I wonder if Kaida would like to drink some of this? Ashlock pondered. He knew that dogs on Earth couldn't consume certain human foods. Was the same true for an infant grass snake in a cultivation world? Look, Kaida, if you can't even handle a little body-strengthening elixir, your path to godhood will be nothing more than a pipe dream. Ashlock communicated through the tether, and the little snake opened its tiny eyes, glancing around as if puzzled. Kaida then looked up and saw a glass bottle many times his size looming over him, which appeared to frighten the poor snake. Ashlock carefully used telekinesis to unscrew the cap and drizzle a small amount of the elixir onto the snake's head and decided to save the rest for the girls. Nothing happened for a long while. Kaida now had sticky elixir all over his serpentine body and furiously flicked his tongue at Ashlock. "Sorry, buddy, that's my bad." Ashlock apologized and lifted the snake with telekinesis. He then moved Kaida over the courtyard wall to dip him into the pond to wash off the sticky elixir. Finally, after dunking the snake a few times, he brought the tiny reptile back to the lush purple grass and set him down. "Better?" Ashlock asked, worried he had hurt the snake somehow. Kaida, meanwhile, just seemed bewildered. Little guy must not be used to flying. Finally, Ashlock realized the problem and decided the best thing to do was to leave the snake alone. He clearly sucked at taking care of baby snakes. Maybe one of the girls can raise Kaida up into a strong snake. Ashlock left the poor snake alone and focused on the small pile of demonic chicken corpses slowly being digested by his black vines. Since he couldn't store any more items, he consumed them all at once, did one more draw, and hoped for a new skill. Plus 103. Sign in successful, 103 credits consumed. Unlocked a C-grade mutation, blood sap. Suddenly, Ashlock felt as if his body was boiling hot, his bark crackled and swelled, and the air surrounding his trunk instantly turned to steam. "Ah!" Ashlock screamed and attempted to violently thrash around. The mountain trembled, and his leaves rustled as his branches swayed slightly. Eventually, the pain became so intense that he lost consciousness, and everything faded to black. The horrific pain was replaced with the soulless feeling of great melancholy that Ashlock had once felt in a fleeting dream. He looked down at his vast body that spread throughout all of creation with a sense of impending doom. He was dying. Golden sap as pure as the heavens gushed out of his body and into the guts of greedy cultivators littering his branches throughout the vast cosmos. They carved into his flesh with weapons crafted from his very skin, and with joyous laughter that spread through eons, they wined and dined on his blood. Sap of immortality, they called it. Thought to be an endless supply by their puny minds, but anything so miraculous should be treasured rather than devoured. As they would soon learn. The chi in the lower realms diminished, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland teeming with hideous creatures that survived solely on the lingering demonic chi. Ashlock sensed the aridity and decay through his roots, and his body soon succumbed to the desolation. Ashlock experienced no pain as he observed his radiant golden bark shed away, unveiling the blackness of death and decay that hid beneath the dazzling facade. The immortals seethed, their golden syrup torn from their grasp as they succumbed to the curse of death. If only the great tree could recall the consequences of its kindness toward humanity. All Ashlock desired was to flee from this nightmare. Ashlock awoke an hour later, and though the excruciating pain had subsided, he spent the next hour merely observing the sun's movement across the sky as he tried to mentally recover from such a harrowing ordeal. He noticed dark clouds forming on the horizon, perfectly mirroring his somber mood. Never before had he felt so confined within his body as during that mutation. He had not only yearned to run and leap into the nearby pond to alleviate the pain but also found himself deeply unnerved by the dream. Over the course of eons, the sensation of being devoured alive by thousands of ant-like humans instilled a profound terror within him. He felt wretched, but now that the agony had subsided and he'd had time to recuperate, he resolved to understand his latest mutation. Perhaps its effects would bring him some solace. Alright, let's see. Ashlock pondered as he examined the details. A blend of dread and reprieve swept over him. So my sap has transformed into a fluid akin to blood. He inspected his trunk and roots, and there it was, his sap, which had once been as viscous as glue and had made it nearly impossible to transport anything through his root tunnels, was now a black liquid darker than the abyss. Rather than offering benefits like the golden blood from his dream, it carried a horrifying affliction. If someone were to consume his blood, they would gradually metamorphose into a tree. Ashlock was well aware that he was a demonic tree, and some of his abilities bore rather sinister consequences, such as Devour or Root Puppet. However, most of his abilities possessed relatively neutral effects, and it was largely up to him how vicious they appeared. But this, his blood gradually corrupting people until they spent eternity as a tree, atoning for their sins? Now he truly began to feel wicked. He would have loved a moment to reflect and play with Kaida, but the darkening clouds on the horizon were becoming increasingly menacing. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but those demonic chickens must have been fleeing from something. Could an approaching storm have driven them here? Ashlock took to the skies and, through the eye of the tree god, he discovered a disconcerting truth from his vast vantage point. This was no ordinary storm after all. What sort of storm possessed eyes? A Tao storm is coming. Ashlock heard a Redclaw elder shout from the walls. Everyone evacuate underground if you don't want to die. Children first. Someone informed the immortal. Ashlock hadn't realized the severity of this storm, but the elder's subsequent words made him freeze in place. I will notify the Patriarch. Darklight City and maybe even the entire Blood Lotus sect is doomed. Chapter 86, A Living Storm. Upon observing the elder on the walls using a talisman to contact the Grand Elder, Ashlock shifted his view to the study inside the white stone palace, where the Grand Elder was slumped over a desk, murmuring the ancient language to himself. The Grand Elder's concentration on the parchments was interrupted when one of the many communication talismans hanging from hooks beneath plaques bearing the Elder's names on the far wall emitted a pale light. With a groan, the Grand Elder got up and walked over, removed the talisman from the wall, and listened as a distorted voice relayed the situation from the wall. A Tao storm is coming. The Grand Elder of House Redclaw hastened to the window of his study while gripping the talisman. Ashlock did not enjoy the look of total disbelief and despair on the aged man's face. It reminded Ashlock of a man that knew he was about to lose everything, as if he were about to hurl the talisman to the ground and scream at the heavens in anguish. To think a Tao storm would arrive so soon, the Grand Elder murmured, clutching the talisman. We are running out of time. Despite the Grand Elder's doomsday demeanor, he maintained a composed voice, instructing through the talisman, get everyone off the walls and out of the mines. Have them all return here. The storm still seems a way out, so we have time to prepare. What about the mortals? Through the talisman, the voice of the elder stationed on the wall echoed in the room, and the ensuing stone-cold silence spoke volumes. Grand Elder. What are your orders? Leave them to die, the Grand Elder replied, retreating from the window and advancing toward the wall of talismans. I don't even know how to save my family, let alone some mortals fated to perish in the beast tide. But the Ashfallen sect entrusted them to us. The Grand Elder paused, frowning as he gazed down at the talisman. The immortal, huh? With his assistance, perhaps salvation is possible. The man stroked his chin and began to grab and activate the talismans on the wall with haste. Elders, heed my command. The Grand Elder shouted at all the glowing talismans on the table, assemble all the disciples of our esteemed Redclaw family and convene at the White Stone Palace. Those on the walls instruct the mortals to seek refuge in the old Reborn mine and offer a brief prayer for their souls. Ashlock was determined not to let the mortals perish, not only because of the moral implications of standing idly by while hundreds of lives were torn apart when he could have easily saved them, but also because of the potential benefits to his Ashfallen sect. With his resources, he could transform many of these mortals into cultivators, making their survival advantageous to him. A chorus of acknowledgements filled the room, but one question caught the Grand Elder off guard. Should we inform the Patriarch? Elder Brent, the Grand Elder responded sternly, we are under the protection of an immortal. How could the Patriarch possibly compare? Ashlock wasn't certain he shared the Grand Elder's optimism in his abilities, but he was grateful that the Patriarch wouldn't be summoned. In moments like these, he was glad he had extended a route to the White Stone Palace and infiltrated the Grand Elder's study. Now, he finally understood the magnitude of the threat he faced. There were distant tremors as a literal wall of chaotic chi that resembled a storm advanced in a direct collision course with the mountain range. It was still far off into the distance, but Ashlock could feel its looming presence from 100 miles away through his roots lurking below the surface of the wilderness. The oncoming storm appeared like a tsunami of dark clouds surging toward him, but upon closer inspection, a vaguely humanoid shape could be discerned at the storm's center. However, now was not the time for panic. As a tree, Ashlock could not flee, his only option was to confront the imminent catastrophe and attempt to mitigate the damage it might inflict on him, assuming he survived. Ashlock tugged on his tether of black chi to summon Larry back to the mountain and tried reaching out to Maple. He also needed to consider how best to safeguard little Kai. Earlier, the Redclaw Grand Elder had mentioned that one way to survive a Tao storm was to seek shelter underground. Fortunately, Ashlock had just the space beneath his mountain for such a purpose. He had considered the mine as a potential refuge for Stella, Diana, and others during the beast tide, but he knew the beast tide was still years away. As a result, developing the mine into a proper shelter had been deprioritized in favor of other projects. Currently, the mine consisted of little more than abandoned homes carved into the stone. However, there were some root tunnels that could supply water and fresh air, and Ashlock could grow fruit and mushrooms if necessary. He simply didn't know what would happen when the Tao storm struck the mountain range, so his mind raced with preparations. As the storm had not yet reached the edge of his roots sprawling into the wilderness, he decided to bring as many people as possible to safety while he still could. There was some merit in keeping the cave below him a secret, but his options were limited. His vision blurred as he activated the Eye of the Tree God, opening a portal within the White Stone Palace's courtyard that led directly to the cavern housing Bob the Slime. An elder standing in the White Stone Palace courtyard witnessed the sudden appearance of the portal. Startled, he leapt back with wrathful fire springing from his fists, but quickly calmed down as he saw the distorted view of a cavern on the other side. The elder shouted orders through a talisman, and soon enough, the entire sect was gathering in the palace courtyard. Ashlock followed one of the Red Claws retreating from the walls down a forest path and saw the red-haired women pause in the village that should have that kid that Stella interacted with. "Everyone in the village, you must flee underground to the mines," she shouted. "A Tao storm that will rip you to shreds is coming." The doors to the wooden houses opened and villagers rushed out. They looked to the darkened skies with fear of the unknown. "Esteemed cultivator, the mines are an hour's walk from here and we have children. How can we escape in time?" "How am I supposed to know?" The cultivator's words were cut off as Ashlock opened a portal in the center of the village. Through the distorted image, they could see a dimly lit mine. The cultivator inspected the portal and, after confirming its legitimacy by poking her head through and spotting other sect members pouring out a second portal, she ordered the villagers to gather their stuff in preparation to leave. While keeping his attention somewhat on the mine, he quickly scoured the forest and opened a portal in the center of every village he could find. He felt like his brain was splitting in half while trying to upkeep and focus on so many portals. After a while, Ashlock returned to the original village he had opened a portal in and saw a gathering of terrified villagers clutching bundles of their belongings. "Do they not have spatial rings?" Ashlock mused as he saw the mother clutching that kid's hand. "Alright, let's go to safety." The cultivator spoke and gestured for the villagers to enter one by one. Fortunately, the villagers possessed the bare minimum amount of chi in their bodies to withstand the rapid change in climate as they stepped through the portal with uneasy steps. The female Redclaw decided to follow once she confirmed that all the villagers had escaped. Then, after ensuring that the villagers were comfortable, she went over to join her fellow sect members on the other side of the cavern. They exchanged a few words and seemed confused about what a Tao storm entailed. Ashlock felt overwhelmed as he tried to manage and think about so many things simultaneously, so he left the mine and hoped the cultivators and mortals would get along. Suddenly, sharp pain and pressure surged down his roots, signaling that the storm had reached his roots that were within a few miles of the wall separating the forest and villages from the wilderness. Switching his view to look out into the wilderness, he noticed the storm suddenly slow down as it entered his realm of influence. Was the spatial chi from his roots messing with it? Without much more time to prepare to fight the storm, Ashlock did a final mental checklist of things he needed to protect. What about Stella and Diana? Ashlock cursed to himself. He had expanded his roots a little bit under Darklight City, but the girls were heading very deep into the city in search of hires and would likely learn about the incoming storm when it was too late for him to teleport them out of there. That's when the seriousness of the situation set in. If he assumed this Tao storm was on another level compared to the highest category of a hurricane back from Earth, he didn't see how Darklight City could survive the destruction even with its runic-enhanced buildings. He had to somehow stop the storm without involving the Patriarch, as Ashlock would be instantly exposed by the Redclaws running their mouth or the Patriarch noticing his star core realm. Would his selfishness to keep his identity hidden lead to the death of millions of people, including his closest allies and maybe even himself? Ashlock wasn't sure, but he vowed to try and stop the storm before it could wipe everyone out or die trying. Ashlock had to close the village's portals as the chi upkeep of that many portals was taking a strain on his star core that had only just been refilled, and he couldn't split his control that far. Opening a dozen portals near the mountain range was possible, but keeping them open and then trying to fight a Tao storm many miles away was not within his realm of capabilities. If villagers had been left behind, they would just have to rush to the mine on foot. He then heard bells ringing in the distance from Darklight City. Damn, this isn't good, Ashlock cursed as he saw the city devolve into chaos, with people running in every direction. He simply didn't have the capacity to help them all, as the mine could perhaps accommodate a few thousand people at most, and there were millions residing in Darklight City. Ashlock wondered if this was how the Blood Lotus sect would feel when the beast tide arrived, faced with the difficult decision of who lived and who died. Was this just a prelude to the chaos that would unfold in a few years? Ashlock felt somewhat responsible if anything terrible happened, as his presence as a phony immortal prevented the Patriarch from coming to their aid. So, he decided that wasting even a single second worrying about Darklight City was time he could spend devising ideas on how to combat the storm. But how does one even defeat a storm? His gaze returned to the eerily human-like silhouette at the heart of the tempest. Could it be that the Tao storm had a corporeal form? Was that the area he should target? As bells ringing reverberated throughout the valley, Ashlock shoved spatial chi through his roots toward the wilderness as the ambient spatial chi he released into the air seemed to slow it down. As the storm passed over the tip of his roots, he identified that the storm was made up of a mixture of water, wind, and lighting chi rotating in a violent vortex at speeds that uprooted trees or caused them to crack in half. Naturally, his first idea was to try and use spatial chi. The air crackled as portals materialized and then exploded at the edge of the storm. Holes momentarily appeared in the tempest, only to be swiftly filled in again. The tactic proved as futile as throwing punches in a steam-filled room. His next idea was to try and keep the portals open to move the storm elsewhere, but that idea was literally shredded to pieces as the storm ripped through the portals as if they were made from paper. System. Ashlock shouted in desperation and quickly looked through his list of skills to devise a solution. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, age, 9. Star Core, 2nd stage. Soul type, Amethyst, spatial. Mutations. Demonic IB. Blood Sap C. Summons. Ashen King, Laria. Infant Grass Snake, Kaida F. Skills. Mystic Realm S locked until day, 3515. Eye of the Tree God A. Deep Roots A. Magic Mushroom Production A. Lightning Chi Barrier A. Chi Fruit Production A. Blooming Root Flower Production B. Language of the World B. Root Puppet B. Fire Chi. Protection B. Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos B. Devour C. Hibernate C. Basic Poison Resistance F. None of his abilities jumped out to him as viable solutions. His production skills were about as useful as throwing pebbles at a tsunami, and he doubted his Devour skill could do much. But it was worth a try. Portals opened up on the edge of the storm, and his black vines shot through, but as expected, they struggled to latch onto anything or inflict any damage, even when he targeted that humanoid area of the storm. With his system-granted abilities proving useless and his chi doing little more than slowing down the looming destruction, Ashlock began to feel desperate. Where the fuck is Maple and Larry? Ashlock pulled on the tether and could see Larry rushing up the mountain and would arrive any moment. Maple, meanwhile, was elsewhere. He cast a portal and brought Larry to the courtyard. Master. Larry inquired in his gruff voice, "What are your orders?" Ashlock was at a loss. Was there anything the Ashen King could achieve besides turning the already violent storm into an ash cloud? The colossal storm, seemingly reaching for the heavens and casting a shadow over the entire valley, had arrived at the wall meant to shield the villagers from monstrous threats. What had once seemed an imposing stone wall now appeared no more formidable than a sandcastle before the mighty Tao storm. Then the storm paused right beyond the wall as if stumped. Ashlock was confused. Surely a wall barely reaching a tenth of the storm's towering height couldn't stop it. The vague humanoid shape within the tempest began to sharpen in definition, and in the blink of an eye Ashlock found himself gazing up at a titan of clouds, its visage marked by two eyes composed of pure wrathful lightning. The storm's colossal head turned and glared directly at Ashlock. Then, a hand composed of fingers kilometers long emerged from the cloud, and with golden lightning crackling between its fingers, it aimed straight at Ashlock. The world flashed white as lightning slammed into Ashlock with the force of 1,000 suns. His bark shimmered with purple light as his lightning chi barrier absorbed the brunt of the damage, but it shattered instantly, leaving a smoldering hole in his bark. The sheer power of the attack made the courtyard crack as his roots reaching the depths of the mountain kept him from toppling. Master! Larry roared as he tried to blink away the blinding light. Once his vision recovered, he attempted to approach, but lightning continued to arc between Ashlock's branches, preventing him from getting too close. Though Ashlock had survived the initial strike, it seemed his survival only served to further incite the Cloud Titan's wrath. Well fuck. Ashlock murmured as the Cloud Titan approached him, effortlessly gliding past the stone wall and into the forest between Red Vine Peak and the storm. Chapter 87, Cloud Titan's Wrath. Ashlock observed in hushed stillness as the colossal Cloud Titan eradicated the forest with each stride. The Titan's foot, a swirling vortex of fierce scales, hovered just above the ground, not quite making contact. Yet, much like a brutal hurricane, trees in close proximity were wrenched from their roots and hurled into the raging storm, tearing them apart. A wall of clouds trailed behind the Titan like a divine cape, furiously consuming the landscape in its wake as though it were a relentless combine harvester. Ashlock found himself utterly dumbstruck. Since entering this world, he had encountered numerous bizarre phenomena, towering ice golems, individuals soaring through the skies on swords, and cultivators exchanging blows faster than the eye could perceive. However, this sentient tempest, hurling lightning with the might of Zeus, was sheer madness. The natural wrath of storms had always been a source of great dread for humanity, but this was beyond comprehension. Ashlock felt his arrogance evaporate like water droplets on a summer day. Strongest in the region? Able to fend off the beast tide? It was always easy to let your ego cloud your judgment when you hear about something from those weaker than you. A small voice in the back of his mind had whispered that just because they had to flee didn't mean he had to. He was superior to those other cultivators, his chi was pure, his star core immense, his realm of control expansive, and he possessed a system to compensate for his shortcomings. He was the chosen one, right? Despite the considerable distance, Ashlock's leaves began to rustle as the cloud titan that appeared hellbent on his destruction strode over. From the periphery of his vision, he noticed a solitary man flying toward the storm, standing confidently atop a sword wreathed in crimson flames. The man's scarlet hair danced in the wind, and his aged face displayed a stoic expression in the face of impending disaster. It was the Redclaw Grand Elder. Why was he still above ground and foolish enough to face down something he couldn't defeat? It wasn't logical. Ashlock couldn't understand. You disgrace the land of an immortal, wandering Tao storm. The Grand Elder thundered as fiery phoenix wings, spanning 100 meters, erupted from his arms. Your insatiable lust for chi will be your undoing. With a flick of his hand, the Grand Elder sent a searing wing of fire arcing across the sky, scorching the air in its wake and leaving an ethereal trail of steam. The blazing appendage collided with the Cloud Titan, and to Ashlock's amazement, the creature recoiled. A massive plume of steam billowed from the point of impact. Ashlock was well aware that the Titan was an amalgamation of water and wind chi, elements that should have counteracted the pure fire chi wielded by the Redclaws. Yet, against all odds, the Titan had faltered. For the briefest of moments, the fear that gripped Ashlock diminished and a glimmer of hope, akin to a radiant sunrise, blossomed within him. Had the Grand Elder truly inflicted damage upon that monstrous force of nature? The wall of steam parted as a titanic hand of tempest reached forth as if trying to swat an annoying fly. Standing steadfast on his flaming sword, the Grand Elder unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks using his manifested phoenix wings. Yet, he was losing. From his aerial vantage point, Ashlock could see the vast storm trailing the Cloud Titan, funneling through its colossal form and replenishing the vaporized storm chi. It was an unwinnable battle of attrition, with the Grand Elder resembling a valiant ant attempting to combat a deity armed with a mere lighter. Despite the doom that crept back into Ashlock's mind, he found the Grand Elder's bravery broke him out of his rut. As the Cloud Titan drew nearer to his mountaintop sanctuary, Ashlock's strength grew. The closer the Titan came to his trunk, the more chi he had at his disposal and the greater the arsenal of abilities he could unleash. Determination surged within Ashlock, and he no longer held back. The air crackled as spatial chi surged forward under his command. His star core pulsed and glowed within his trunk as he cast aside the need for portals, hurling raw spatial chi in the form of blades at the advancing storm, carving slices into its tempestuous mass in hopes of striking something of importance. Though the storm filled in the gaps faster than he could make them, Ashlock persisted, slashing relentlessly. The Redclaw Grand Elder abandoned his slicing tactic and decided to join his hands together to unleash the most magnificent flamethrower Ashlock had ever witnessed. The roaring crimson flame burrowed deep into the Cloud Titan, finally diverting its attention from Ashlock. Golden lightning crackled within the Cloud Titan's body, converging within its eyes as its gaze shifted down to glare at the Grand Elder. Wasting no time, Ashlock created a portal directly behind the Grand Elder. The man expressed his gratitude as he leapt from his sword and plunged through the portal just in time to evade twin beams of lightning that obliterated his crimson blade and burrowed into the Redclaw mountainside. The intense beams left two smoldering holes tunneling into the rock for miles. Ashlock then used a portal to move Larry from the central courtyard as well, and the two emerged from portals near the foot of the Cloud Titan simultaneously. Spirit Beast, the Grand Elder addressed Larry in the ancient tongue, his hands clasped together. We meet again. Ashlock was surprised the Grand Elder was already competent in the ancient tongue, so he spoke some words through his mental tether with Larry, and the spider acknowledged his commands. To speak the ancient tongue so fluently, I am impressed, human, Larry responded to the venerable Grand Elder. Ashlock observed the spider shifting his focus to the looming tempest. The immortal is preoccupied and can only provide a fraction of his true power. We must find a way to halt the storm before it lays waste to Darklight City. The Grand Elder smiled weakly. I only understood about a third of your words, Great Spirit Beast. The immortal must be testing my resolve and my ability to protect his domain in his stead. No, old man, Ashlock sighed. You've misunderstood completely, but whatever, it works. Larry's crown of ash that encircled his head like a halo around his horns pulsed. A torrent of ash rushed into the base of the Cloud Titan, accompanied by a stream of superheated flame from the Grand Elder. The ash ignited within the inferno, glowing like fireflies as it pierced the Cloud Titan, inflicting substantial damage. Unlike the Grand Elder's fire chi, which was quickly diminished due to the dense water chi in the storm, the burning ash retained its heat much longer. Soon enough, the Cloud Titan bellowed in agony as its leg blazed with fire and steam. How a storm even gained enough sentience to howl with pain was beyond Ashlock, but he knew it involved some Tao bullshit. Why it had come here and seemed to specifically target him was also a cause for concern. Was it attracted by chi, like the Grand Elder had hinted at earlier, or had it come after something else? Ashlock had to shove these concerns aside as he joined in on the assault by pumping more chi into his roots and causing space to ripple with power. The storm fragmented as if restrained by an invisible spider web. Yet, despite their combined efforts, the storm proved too immense. The Cloud Titan continued its relentless advance even as it was scorched by fire and ash or cleaved by warp space. How could one even hope to defeat this entity? Ashlock began to grasp the Redclaw Elder's sentiment that perhaps the entire Blood Lotus sect was doomed. He continued repositioning the Grand Elder and Larry using portals, but the distance between the mountain range and the Cloud Titan rapidly dwindled. In mere minutes, it would reach Ashlock. The crown of ash encircling Larry's horns grew sparse, reminiscent of the rings orbiting Saturn. The Grand Elder was drenched in sweat, and his crimson wings of flame had dwindled to a mere whisper of their former brilliance. Together, they stood with their backs to the mountain range, prepared to make a last stand, but it seemed futile. Ashlock knew they couldn't hold out much longer, so, before the Cloud Titan could crush them beneath its tempestuous winds, he transported them to the safety of the underground mine. The Redclaw Elders hurried to support their Grand Elder, with one of them offering an arm to steady the exhausted man. Concern filled their faces, and the villagers huddled in the cavern's corner screamed as Larry crawled through the portal. Ashlock didn't have the time or energy to waste on observing those sheltering below and returned his sights to the situation above ground. Little Kai seemed distraught as the purple grass swayed and Ashlock's leaves began to violently rustle. Go join Larry, Ashlock said to Little Kai, perhaps for the last time. Their shared journey may have been brief, but Ashlock had high hopes for the adorable little noodle. He will take care of you. Maybe. Using telekinesis, Ashlock lifted the small black snake and dropped it through a tiny portal which deposited Kaida onto Larry's furry back. The little snake nestled among the fur, likely finding it quite warm. Due to his minuscule size compared to Larry, the spider didn't seem to even notice Kai. Larry focused instead on observing the villagers, deriving some amusement from their distress. While Ashlock busied himself with relocating his allies underground, the Cloud Titan's foot had made contact with the base of the mountain range. The many miles of rock separating them seemed futile as the Cloud Titan effortlessly surged up the mountainside. Ashlock metaphorically gulped as the Cloud Titan's lightning eyes peered over the pavilion's walls. Ashlock opened his trunk like an accursed maw and revealed his demonic eye in a vain attempt to win the staring contest. The Cloud Titan appeared entirely unfazed by his gaze. Instead, its eyes glowed with power and Ashlock raised his lightning chi barrier just in time as two beams of lightning slammed into him once more. Charred splinters flew, and his leaves burned to a crisp, but the A-grade barrier held strong. Compared to the heavenly lightning he had endured during his ascension to the Star Core realm, the Cloud Titan's lightning could not obliterate his defenses. Yet again, his refusal to succumb to the lightning infuriated the Cloud Titan. Why are you even targeting me, you bastard? Ashlock shouted in rage. It didn't make any sense to him. A city of people lay behind him, but the Cloud Titan seemed hellbent on his destruction. Do you just hate trees? Are you treeist? Ashlock accused the Tao storm, and whether it hurt him or not was hard to tell. It seemed to be in a constant state of anger. The sky darkened even further as a column of storm resembling a fist rose up over the pavilion walls and loomed over Ashlock's branches. Naturally, Ashlock did everything in his power to fight back. Vines surged up from the ground as he cast Devour with as much chi as his dwindling star core could muster. The spatial-coated vines rose like tendrils to meet the Titan's fury. He also attacked the column of storm with spatial bombs. The air shuddered as explosions echoed and vacuums formed from the collapsing portals. He poured everything into the attacks, but the arm that appeared determined to crush him continued to descend, fueled by the immense storm system behind it. Maybe if I had an entire sect of Star Core disciples, I could fend off this monstrosity, but alone. I am just one tree. Ashlock screamed. His thorn-coated vines passed harmlessly through the arm, but Ashlock wasn't finished. He also sent up his roots once the storm got close enough and cast Root Puppet in a futile attempt to take control of the Cloud Titan. The chaotic wind severed the thin hair roots that fanned out from the root tips instantly. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ashlock couldn't believe it. Was this truly the end of his life here on this planet? A tree with infinite potential, fated to die at the hands of a wandering Dao storm? Yet, Ashlock still clung to the hope that he could regrow from scratch as long as his roots entrenched in the mountain survived. But all his progress. His cultivation. What about the divine fragment Senior Lee had gifted him? Would the Dao storm rip it from his charred and split stump? His star core was at its limit, trying to keep this lowering fist of storm from crushing him. Just the atmospheric pressure alone made his branches quiver. Of course, Ashlock muttered in defeat as the Dao storm brought up a second arm that descended from the opposite side of the first. He had nothing left to ward it off. He almost felt like closing his eyes and saying a final prayer, but the void rippled. The Cloud Titan seemed to hesitate briefly as Maple stepped out of another dimension and appeared on his roots. Maple! Ashlock shouted, "Where have you been? Help me!" The Cloud Titan's eyes burned like two suns going supernova, and the entire central courtyard was bathed in ferocious lightning. Ashlock felt his bark cracking from the force as his lightning chi barrier once again took the brunt of the attack. His spiritual sight was overwhelmed with lightning chi, so he had no way to see if Maple managed to survive. A sudden roar echoed through the air, not of a beast but of a howling wind. Blinking away his temporary blindness, Ashlock saw that the Cloud Titan had been cleaved in two as if a massive claw had sliced right through it. Maple stood defiantly on the tip of his branch, his tiny claw still raised. He was panting, and as a minute passed, he became seemingly fatigued and struggled to stand. Whatever devastating attack the small squirrel had unleashed, it had drained him of all his strength. In response, Ashlock opened a portal, using the last remnants of chi in his star core to deposit Maple's limp body beside little Kai on Larry's back. "Rest well, buddy," Ashlock said as he returned to the central courtyard and was surprised to feel the warmth from the sun on his bark. Through the demolished pavilion wall, Ashlock saw a wonderful scene. Between the mile-wide gap and the chaotic storm caused by Maple's attack, Ashlock saw rolling green hills bathed in the golden light of a beautiful sunset. It may have been a brief moment as the Cloud Titan soon knit itself back together, but for a second, Ashlock knew peace. With his allies sparse and his body barely holding up, Ashlock stood tall. About as tall as any tree could in the face of its uprooting. The Cloud Titan wasted no time in resuming its attack. It didn't bother to raise its arms, instead surging directly into the courtyard and engulfing the entire mountain in its chaotic vortex. Ashlock screamed in his soul as his entire body cracked under immense force. His burned leaves were the first to be ripped from him, and then his weaker branches snapped in two, flying away into the storm. He couldn't even see anything as the torrent sped around him. Is this what death felt like? But then Ashlock noticed dashes of liquid darker than night mixed with the vortex around him. Due to the situation, it took him a second, but as the liquid flew out of his split branches and spread throughout the storm, he was sure of it. A hint of hope remained, and it lay in the cursed blood of a demonic tree. Chapter 88 Interlude, Golden Springs and Black Rain. The late afternoon sun bathed the noble district of Darklight City in warmth. Through idle conversation with Diana as they walked, Stella learned that Darklight City was primarily governed by mortals. They had a governing body and influential mortal families that managed various industries, often with the assistance of rogue cultivators. The group strolled down a picturesque street lined with grand pavilions that seemed out of place in such a large and dense city. Stella observed several groups of noble mortals walking about. They were easily recognizable by their luxurious, free-flowing robes crafted from the finest silk and adorned with jewels. However, what truly identified them as nobles was the presence of a mid-rank chi cultivator attending to them like a servant, a concept Stella struggled to grasp even as Diana whispered an explanation. She just couldn't understand why a cultivator would service the weak mortals. I thought all cultivators had to be part of noble families. Stella murmured as they passed a noble mortal couple laughing with their hands interlocked while a robed man trailed a step behind, displaying his first stage soul fire realm prowess with dark blue flames flickering across his skin. No, you've misunderstood, Diana replied as they turned a street corner. Being part of a noble cultivation family is a privilege, not a right. I'm not sure if you witnessed this in your own family, but those who are wastrels or lack the talent for cultivation are expelled. Kicked out. From their own families? Stella found it hard to believe. Absolutely. Take the man we just passed, for example, Diana explained. He appeared to be in his mid-50s, yet his cultivation was stuck at the first stage of the soul fire realm. Did you notice how impure his spirit root was? Stella recalled and agreed, his water chi was even darker than yours used to be. Was he a member of your family? No, Diana shook her head. He didn't have my family's distinctive features. He probably came from a mortal family and awakened a spirit root. Unfortunately, that's where his luck seemed to end. Not only was his spirit root impure, making cultivation more time-consuming, but his talent must be lacking if it took him 50 years to surpass the Soul Forge realm and create his soul core. Stella contemplated Diana's words before asking, I still don't understand. Couldn't he attend the academy or join your family since he has water affinity? Stella, you can be so naive sometimes. You should know about beast cores after my incident. There was a brief silence, and Stella was about to console Diana, but she continued without breaking her stride. Powerful cultivators must embark on month-long journeys into the wilderness to find areas with beasts strong enough to form their own cores that can be harvested. Stella could see where the conversation was headed but allowed Diana to complete her explanation as she hated to be interrupted. Only the strong survive out here in the demonic sects. That's why people blindly consume beast cores even though they know it may ruin them later. They see their chances of surviving as weak cultivators to be completely up to chance as they can be killed at any moment. Diana let out a long sigh. Even one of the most powerful, like my father. Diana didn't finish her sentence as the Red Claws were with them, but Stella understood her point. Even the newly ascended nascent soul Ravenborn Grand Elder had been slain at his doorstep. It doesn't help that beast cores are so expensive either, Elder Mo grumbled from the side. As families, we only have so many resources to allocate to each individual's cultivation, so those with a lack of talent are often sold for more resources or kicked out. It's not like we want to do it. Stella noticed the darkness in Elder Mo's expression, and Amber smiled wearily from the side. Either we are ruthless to ourselves, Elder Mo continued, or the other families will do it for us. Anyway, enough of that. We're here, Diana said in a flat tone as she pointed to a small restaurant nestled between two taverns. A hooded man leaned against the wall of the nearby tavern, watching them as they approached but never making a move. Feeling uneasy, Stella followed Diana into a modest establishment with an ornate sign reading Golden Springs above its narrow door. An odd name considering it was a small noodle shop with a kindly old lady sitting behind the counter. However, Stella's suspicions that this wasn't an ordinary place peaked when the old lady seemed entirely unfazed by four cultivators entering her tiny restaurant, two of them wearing masks and the other two being members of Darklight City's new ruling family, the Red Claws. Stella stood off to the side as Diana approached the counter and leaned on it. The elderly woman leaned in, exposing her ear, and Diana whispered, "The bridge to the Golden Spring lies with Mr. Choi." The elderly woman offered a toothy smile that did little to flatter her wrinkled face and gestured for them to follow her behind the bar and into the kitchen. As Stella followed, she briefly locked eyes with the only other group in the restaurant. Initially, she had thought they were mortals enjoying a meal, but the bowls of noodles before them were cold and appeared days old by the murky water. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were no ordinary mortals. So, what were cultivators doing in a tiny shop like this? Even stranger than the restaurant's only customers, the kitchen was empty. No one seemed to work here, and a thin layer of dust covered all the cooking equipment. "Mr. Choi will guide you along the hidden path," the elderly lady said, gesturing to a door at the end of the kitchen. With that, she disappeared into a side room, leaving the four cultivators alone. Amber and Elder Mo exchanged glances, and Stella looked around nervously. Only Diana seemed unperturbed. Confidently, she strode forward and opened the flimsy door, revealing a wall of dirt. Unfazed by the obstacle, Diana walked forward, and to everyone's astonishment, the wall of dirt shifted away as she moved. "What the?" Stella muttered, and Diana glanced over her shoulder, her white mask concealing her face. "Come on, Stella, it's never a good idea to keep Mr. Choi waiting." Stella had no idea who this mysterious Mr. Choi was, but why did hiring some mortals involve so much secrecy? She couldn't make sense of it but decided to trust Diana and followed her. Elder Mo and Amber attempted to follow as well, but Diana waved them off. You two wait here for us. We'll be back soon. Amber appeared slightly annoyed, but Elder Mo bowed deeply. As you wish, Mistress Diana. As they delved deeper into the seemingly endless dirt, Stella was engulfed in complete darkness when a rumble sounded, and the dirt tunnel closed behind them. Stella's chi surged to illuminate the dark space and she prepared to cast a portal to escape being buried alive, but Diana's voice reassured her. Don't worry, that's supposed to happen. We just have to keep walking forward. Why did we leave the Red Claws behind? Stella asked over the rumbling dirt. She had been wondering about that. Was this Mr. Choi so trustworthy that they would leave their escorts behind? Especially Elder Mo, who was on par with both of them in strength. There was a brief silence before Diana answered in a whisper that was difficult to hear over the rumbling earth. They would only get in the way of our conversation. It's hard to maintain our mysterious persona in front of them. Especially for me with Mr. Choi. Just stay quiet for now, I want this to be a surprise, and the walls have ears. Stella fell quiet for a moment as they continued down the ever-changing tunnel. At times, it shifted direction like a labyrinth, and Stella concluded it was a way for travelers to remain unaware of the tunnel's end in relation to the Golden Springs Noodle Restaurant. Before Stella could ask more, the dirt tunnel collapsed, and dim sunlight illuminated Diana's figure as she stepped out of the ground, with Stella following closely. Strangely, the first thing she noticed was the sudden change in weather. They shouldn't have gone far and it had been sunny when they entered the noodle shop, but now dark skies and a chilly breeze prevailed, indicating they were outside. Diana strode forward unperturbed, but Stella couldn't help but hesitate to take in the surroundings as they found themselves in a beautiful garden enclosed by high walls. A cobbled path led them to a wooden bridge that crossed a small stream, flanked by people standing on either side. They all wore identical black cloaks with a golden koi fish embroidered on the lowered hood. None of them displayed their cultivation, which made guessing their realm and affinity difficult, but they were undoubtedly cultivators. More rogue cultivators, Stella surmised as she quickly followed Diana. She wasn't thrilled about having to rely on and follow Diana here, but Diana had been the scion of the family that had ruled this city for decades. The cultivators stood motionless as they passed, resembling living statues. Soon enough, they were crossing the well-maintained wooden bridge, and that was when Stella saw the potential boss of this place. Ladies, welcome to the Golden Springs Pavilion. The absolutely massive man greeted them with a shark-toothed grin. Towering over the stone table he sat behind, which displayed a mud model of a building, his purple silk robe embroidered with golden koi did little to conceal his bulging muscles, and his shiny bald head was hard to ignore. If a mountain could become a man, then this was the result. Mr. Choi, Diana said respectfully as she stopped a step away from the stone table in the center of the clearing. I'm eternally grateful you could make time for us today. Stella was grateful her mask hid her wandering eyes because she found it difficult to resist looking around in awe at the wondrous piece of paradise this place was in the mountain of a man who dominated the area with his presence. They were on a small island surrounded by the rushing stream and bamboo shoots, providing privacy from the entrance area. Mr. Choi returned a grin to Diana. My doors are always open to those working with the ruling family and especially to those who know the secret code. He then cracked his neck, rolled his shoulders, and flexed a bit of his cultivation. Now, who are you? Stella's eyes widened. The man was a 9th stage soul fire realm cultivator like her, with an earth affinity, but his spirit root was very impure. Since those in the chi realm can live up to 150 years old, and this man is at the peak of the next realm up while still looking in his 30s, he could be a few hundred years old, Stella mused as she tried to act casual in the face of the blatant display of power. No need to act so hostile, Diana said, reaching up to remove her mask and revealing a smirk. Long time no see, Mr. Choi. The man blinked, too shocked to speak, until he abruptly stood up, his stone chair crashing behind him. It's really you, Diana? Oh, the 9 realms are truly kind to this old man. You survived the slaughter. What followed was a joyous reunion that left Stella baffled as she stood off to the side. They didn't look related, but she picked up the general gist of the matter through snippets of conversation. Mr. Choi had been the main provider of high-quality mortal servants to the Reborn family. In return, he had received vast resources for a rogue cultivator, which he had used to advance his cultivation to the 9th stage of the soul fire realm. Due to Mr. Choi's relationship with the Ravenborn family, he often met at their peak and exchanged conversations with Diana when they ran into one another. Diana was also sometimes sent here on behalf of her father. Stella guessed from context clues during the conversation that rogue cultivators who became that strong were hunted down or forced to join the ruling family as a subordinate. So, Mr. Choi had hidden away, maintaining a low profile as the city changed ownership several times. Few knew of his existence or strength since he preferred to run his business empire from the shadows. So he explained how he had been surprised when a masked woman appeared at his front door with Redclaw cultivators in tow, knowing the secret code taught to all the higher-ups in the Ravenborn family who wished to do business with him. After catching up, Diana introduced Stella to Mr. Choi. She tensed slightly as the man's massive hand engulfed hers in a handshake. He seemed friendly enough, but his fierce appearance and similar cultivation level made Stella uneasy. The rest of the meeting was a blur as she sat there, gazing up at the foreboding sky. Listening to the contract terms the other two exchanged, Stella became even more determined to let Diana handle the more bothersome tasks in the future. She could admit that she hadn't been formally educated past an early age and lacked much knowledge a sect leader should possess. Rather than make a fool of herself, she let Diana take care of it, sitting quietly and twiddling her thumbs. So, just to reiterate, Mr. Choi said seriously, reading from a mud tablet created with his chi and covered in text. You want to hire 5 rogue cultivators all proficient in earth affinity to be builders, and you also want to hire cultivators to be maids, and simple mortal servants or builders won't suffice. Diana nodded. Mr. Choi groaned as if annoyed. And not only do you want me to find 7 rogue cultivators with specific affinity requirements, but you also want them to swear an oath of loyalty and live with you on Red Vine Peak? Do you have any idea how incredibly expensive this request is? Those were the terms, yes, Diana replied, unfazed. Expensive is the wrong word here. The man set the mud tablet aside and rested his bald head in his enormous hand. Some things simply can't be bought with money, and this is one of them. What do I need to do then? Diana asked. Well, very few rogue cultivators are that desperate for mortal currency or even spirit stones. The main issue with your request is the oath part. Cultivators are too prideful to agree to such a thing unless their life is threatened. Stella couldn't help but think back to the Redclaws, who had surrendered and sworn an oath after facing down Larry. I can try to convince them, Mr. Choi continued as he sat back up and rubbed the back of his bald head. Can you give me any more details that would make people more eager to sign up? Anything special you can offer? Stella wanted to blurt out all the amazing things Tree could do, but she wisely remained silent as Diana simply replied, tell them this, after the end of this month, they will beg to join us, and we will have to turn them down then. It's first come, first serve. This is an offer of a lifetime. Bold words, Mr. Choi snorted, standing up and holding out his large hand. 1,000 dragon crowns per person as a finder's fee, and then you must win them over yourself. Once I have any news, I will send a runner from my establishment to Red Vine Peak. Diana hesitated for a moment at the mention of Red Vine Peak but eventually reached out and shook Mr. Choi's outstretched hand. Those terms are acceptable. If that is all, we shall be on our way. As they turned to leave, Stella saw Mr. Choi lean over the strange model on the table, and with a rush of earth chi from Mr. Choi, one of its walls dropped down. There was a brief rumble and Stella stared to her left as the wall collapsed, revealing a tunnel leading back to the noodle shop. It seemed the model mimicked real life. Looks like it's going to rain soon, Diana commented as she walked toward the exit. We should hurry home. I'm exhausted. Stella couldn't agree more. She felt the sudden change in weather was rather foreboding. That's when the bells began to ring. Stella and Diana dashed down the street with the Redclaws in tow. Using movement techniques in the city was usually frowned upon as they could lead to accidental deaths, but the roads were clear. Everyone had taken shelter inside as ominous bells chimed through the sudden rain shower. It was hard to see through the heavy rain, but a terrible feeling brewed in Stella's stomach as they charged down the central street and got closer to the walls. This was no normal storm. Those bells only go off when the city is under attack, Diana shouted over the gale. Stella nodded and looked to the distant Red Vine Peak shrouded in a dense storm. From afar, it had looked like a simple storm cloud, but now Stella wasn't so sure. The tempest seemed to rotate a bit too violently for a casual storm. And then the dark clouds shrouding Red Vine Peak lit up like a small star, bathing the entire valley in bright light. Stella felt her heart stop in her chest. Tree had been in the center of that. Stella cried and charged forward. Lightning Dow crackled along her legs, empowering her speed. Tree. No. Her life seemed to flash before her eyes as the dark clouds dimmed and then lit up with lightning a second time. Faster, faster, faster. She needed to get there and help Tree somehow. The violent storm suddenly began to coil upwards while awful howls filled the valley. Stella didn't care, she kept increasing her speed as the world blurred around her and her soul core glowed and hummed within her. Stella didn't know how far or for how long she had been running, but she was only halfway through the city when the storm concentrated around the top of Red Vine Peak began to fan out. With her enhanced eyesight, she saw the clouds dissipate higher and something strange happened. Pieces of black bark rained from the sky like hail. Stella skidded to a stop, creating a deep ravine in the street, and paused to watch the black rain as the clouds made their way over to Darklight City. It looked like the clouds were filled with corruption as they bled onto the city below. Near Stella's feet, a piece of black bark fell and lodged itself into the ravine she had just created. To her surprise, it drew in all the chaotic chi in the surroundings, especially the water chi from the rain, and began to grow into a tree. Very quickly, Stella had to stumble back to avoid being catapulted by its expanding branches. Before Stella knew it, trees were popping up everywhere on the road and buildings. Within moments, Darklight City had become a forest. Stella wanted to stay and inspect these trees further, but with the storm that had been ravaging Red Vine Peak gone, there was nothing standing between her and Tree. So she ran faster than ever before. She had to know. Would she find her best friend and the only thing she considered family as nothing more than a smoldering pile of lumber? Or had he survived? Tree, please be alive. She shouted as she charged up the mountainside, trying to ignore the thousands of new trees covering the mountain.